Welcome back to 4,000 Days in Survival Minecraft. This is going to blow your mind. We did so much this block. I did a giant castle called Frostmire Castle, a pirate cove, even a space station, and much, much more. Wait until you see it. I put it all in a line for your binging pleasure. Enjoy. Oh, good morning on day 3001 from this beautiful world we have. I have render distance cranked so we can see everything. I'm gonna have to turn it down because my frames they're hurting. But look, this is what we're doing. Now, if you saw the thumbnail and then probably the title of this episode, then you already know, but let's pretend like you don't. We're starting our big 3,000 day block mega project, and that's going to be a castle. Yeah, we're finally going to do a castle, and it's going to go right on top of this mountain. Now, I alluded this several times, so if you knew, you got to let me know in the comments. I knew you were doing a castle. I knew it. I have a plan. It's going to be a massive castle. I plan on filling up most of the top of this entire mountain. Eventually, then we're going to work the town around the mountain, so that way on all sides is completely covered with medieval city. I know a few people commented like, hey, I really like New Hope. Do more medieval building. I'm going to fill this whole thing up with medieval builds. You're going to love it so much. But we're starting the castle tonight. I have a whole bunch of shulkers filled with stone and stone brick and cobblestone, some dirt for some spruce up there, and I think we are ready to get started. It's like I'm heading off for a million years, but I'm not. I'm just heading, well, just right here, just barely to the top. Now, I'm going to be starting this castle without a huge plan, but we're going to be building the biggest part first. And yeah, that is a little weird, right? We're going to be building the biggest part first, but because I want to know where the height is going to be the entire time that I'm building everything else, so it can be a little bit lower. I want to take this middle part to build height. Yes, I certainly do. And that means we need to bring down a couple of these peaks just so I can have a nice flat base here for the actual central tower. It's going to be easier to see if I do this in a time lapse. So let's do it. Yeah, okay, so starting with a giant big flat area, not usually my style. I usually like to sort of leave the landscape as is. However, that being said, I'm going to be doing a custom sort of area to come up to this, and I think I want all these towers to be very symmetrical. So I think we're good. It's roundish with this. Now, I'm going to be building this without any gradient at all because I have a plan of, instead of the gradient, although there probably will be some on the roof, we're going to do like a Prismarine roof, I think, but there's going to be a lot of ice all over this entire castle. That's going to be a very finishing touch. So we're going to go with an old school, sort of regular stone, cobblestone, stone brick, sort of general palette with probably Prismarine, maybe the warped wood sort of roofs, and probably spruce dark oak, the usual as far as a wood trim. I think it should be a really nice palette. Now, I need to build these things up. I gotta keep an eye on the height. The height right now is 169. I think I have till 300. Is that right? It was 256 before, maybe even more, maybe like 310. Regardless of whatever it is, I want to use up all of it, but I don't want to max out on the very first thing. So these are gonna be pretty tall towers, but then we're gonna start to connect everything together, okay? All right, let's take a look at it. Okay, imagine if you will. Now I just bumped my render up to 32 chunks, and imagine if you will, you're just hanging out here in New Hope. Oh, you see what I'm looking at? That's the beginning. This castle is going to be absolutely massive, but you're going to see it just towering above this entire giant city. Oh, man. This is going to be so awesome. Oh, I cannot wait. Now, I need to fill in some of the things here, and I want to make some giant arches before I start into sort of the next level. We are up to Y200. I'm keeping a close eye on how tall I get because I don't want to run out of space. I want to have a nice natural conclusion to this. I'll probably have a big dome in the middle. So, I just made a stone cutter because I think what I'm going to do is maybe go like a, maybe just a combination of 50% each, I think. And I think what I'm going to do is connect these right here. I'm just going to kind of go across here. Let's see, kind of like this. across. I think that'll allow these things to jut out quite a bit and bring in some nice big arches here. I'll do that, and then we'll see what we like. That was an amazing amount of work. That took about 2 hours or so in the time lapse. And look, you can see, oh, it's starting to come in. Yes, things are starting to work, but we are still only around like 203, 204, something like that. I had to go get more stone. I was basically out, and I decided to move my storage system up here. Oh, shoot. You know what I realized just now? I forgot. I think I left a couple things down on the ground. Let's see if they despawned. I've been sorting stuff for a little while and ran an inventory. No, they didn't. Yes. Okay, I mean, it's just a stone cutter in a bed. Not that big of a deal, but still, I hate to waste, waste not whatnot, as Benjamin Franklin. Is that who said that? I think it is, possibly. So here's the plan. I want to go up in the middle, and then once I get to the very top, oh boy, that's hard to explain. See that middle area? I made a bit of an octagon, I think, right? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, an octagon. So I want to put this up pretty high, and then once I know how high that can be, then I can work on sort of these 4 towers that are going to be in the center, but not as tall as that one. And a lot of that's going to be just sort of the right view and the right sight lines. I don't do anything creative test world. I sort of just do it all on the fly. So I gotta do some more on the fly here. Now, I think probably, oh man, I really need room. I really need room for stuff. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I need a bigger storage room. This little temporary thing is already running out. But I'm gonna start working on this and taking this up as high as I think it should probably go. And then come back and we'll sort of start to discuss. I needed a lot of cobblestone because these are going to be the pillars that are going to be a mixture of stone brick and smooth stone, and then this is just going to be cobblestone the whole way up in this octagon shape. And I have pillars on both sides so it looks good from the inside and the outside. I don't know how tall exactly I'm going to go though, so I'm just going to have to sort of play it by ear. Like I say, we're at what is this, 206? Yeah, so I don't know. It might go up another 30 blocks. Some pretty tall. Like, we're gonna get way up there. This goes up so far. I did some even after the time lapse just to sort of see what I could come up with because I want to expand the tower outwards and upward, and here's what I did thus far. Oh, I think it looks really, really, really cool. I'm trying to make sure to leave lots of room for the Prismarine because I think that is going to be what really sells this entire thing. Now, I'm also trying to expand. As I say, I'm going up because I am only at 246. So I have like 80 more blocks or so, 70 more blocks, something like that, to go before I run out of space. And I want to use every bit of them. So that means I need to get a little wider so that then after that I can come down and get more narrow and not look like it's just a skinny tiny little tower up to the top, right? I want to give it some girth going all the way up. So I came up with the idea of expanding out right here just using some cobblestone because I haven't used a lot of cobblestone on the outside and I think it'd be nice to mix up a little bit. I mainly want to stick with the stone brick and smooth stone for the bulk of it, but I think a little bit of this darker is going to look good. Now, I am going to be using definitely some deep slate here, maybe even quite a bit of deep slate for the accents. This is still the just rough it in phase. I'm just roughing it in. None of this is permanent. Now this is going to be a steeped roof right here, like a peaked roof made out of Prismarine. So I guess I could just do this. I could actually put the roof in right now as far as just like put the size of the roofs because it's going to be something along these lines here. So I think it'll be like, right? Like something like that. Yeah, I think that'll help me sort of just know where this is going to be. Things are looking really good here. I really like where we're going so far, but we have a long, long, long way to go. I don't know if I'm going to get in this episode to like all the detailing and stuff, or if we're just going to sort of rough it in this episode and go from there, but at least I want to have a good idea of where we're headed for this build here. It's already taken me like 25 in-game days or so of working, and I I haven't slept that often, so I've worked through a bunch of nights. So that's a lot of time so far on just this, but it's going to be absolutely epic. I mean, look around. You're going to see this from like all the farm everywhere. As the city continues to go over this way, oh man, you're going to see it from everywhere. It's going to be so cool. I'm so excited about this build. The progress is feeling really good. I'm just about to the point where I'm going to have to put the steeple right up there. I'll probably do a little bit more, maybe like 7 or 8 blocks up, and then I'll put the roof on. I don't have any roofing materials yet. I'm probably going to do dark prismarine, like I said, so I'm going to have to probably go spend some serious time at the Guardian farm. But you know what? Things are looking good. I like it so far. The next thing I want to do is I want to add 4. And this is going to be the pain. I want to add 4 exactly the same towers on these 4 sort of outside exterior towers here. Now, they got to be the same. I want everything to be symmetrical, and so that means this is a little bit of a painstaking process. It means I do a little bit and then copy 3 times, do a little bit, copy 3 times, do a little bit. There's no other real way to do it. I'm not using Lightmatica. I didn't design this in Creative World. This is just on the fly, so hopefully I can come up with something good. I need to end these towers before this guy right there, so I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that little overhang there. I want to make sure that this tower doesn't butt into it. I've decided that I need to break slightly away from the, well, gray, like the cobblestone and stone brick, and I want to bring in some quote-unquote color. I think that color is going to be white terracotta, and probably quite a bit of it. I wanted just some areas to pop more than others. Not that many, but I don't have very much terracotta, so I brought 6 shulkers, and I am just going to spend a decent amount of time here farming up as much terracotta as I can. Who knows, we might end up using the orange and all the other colors that you get when you're farming this stuff in other places, but for this kingdom, I'm pretty sure I want to stick to the gray and the white terracotta, because this is going to be absolutely covered in ice and snow and everything else. And I think, as much as I complain about terracotta coloration and not being like real colors, because it all has that sort of terracotta hue, in this case it's going to be nice, because then the snow is going to be super white and really pop, and that's a good thing. It'll be nice and different. You know, I cannot believe it, but after all this time, I'm basically back in New Hope again, like all the time. I can't believe it. So I'm going to be here quite a bit. So this storage room is back on the table, if you can believe it. Man, I can't, after moving so much stuff to Steelport and then Gabor. I mean, we're still going to be working in those places 100%, but it's kind of weird to be back here in New Hope, but I like it. I mean, I do love New Hope, and the storage building works okay. I may need to expand it though if we're going to be here for a little while. Oh, darn it, it's nighttime, but look at that. Look, can you see it? Oh, yeah, you can see it. Oh, man, it's so cool. I have the render set to just enough that right outside the storage building, the storage room, you can just barely see it. Oh, it's so cool. In the last episode of Lore from the Fixxiverse, Steve Tepic called together the full council for the first time. Captain Watt, Edwin the Master Mage, Levin Fawn IV, the King of the Avon, Dr. Pickett, and the Breath of the Dragon joined him in his new Steelport office to discuss Tracy's inability to contact the future duo of Fred and James. After learning the signal was being intercepted of the broken remnants of the moon, despite the risk of alerting Cal to their growing technological level, the council voted to contact the moon and see exactly what is going on. Tracy, is the connection to the moon ready?
Connection secure. Video feed available.
Video feed? What? How?
Unknown.
Okay, well, connect and, well, put on screen. Hello? What are you? Are you Cal? Cal? I don't think so, anyway. No, my name is Hank. Okay, Hank, why are you hijacking our signal? I'm not sure what you mean. I only recently, man, this is weird, woke up and started working on my primary protocol. Primary protocol. That sounds very official. Who are you working for? Well, myself, everyone, people who've been dead for millions of years. It's very complicated. Well, why don't you catch me up? Okay, so to sum up, a once great civilization on this planet made you an android body and uploaded your brain into it, then sent you to the moon just as they essentially destroyed themselves, sending the survivors back to the Stone Age. You lived on the moon for 100 days before making contact with a probe from the AI Cal, who was preparing to wipe out the remaining life on your planet, and you blew up the moon to destroy him and yourself. Yeah, that's basically it. So, Hank, how are you alive? That certainly is the question. I have no idea. I am just about out of stone, unfortunately, and I mean like out of stone basically in this entire world. I think I have checked everywhere and I don't have very much left. Unfortunately, that means I need to get to digging. Now, I have a digging project here in Gabor that is going to be a huge project at some point. This is going to be the place, this is underneath the raid farm. At some point, what I want to do is I want to dig under this and dig way down and have a piece of the moon that actually landed here that has some major big lore implications. I think I've talked about it a little bit on videos before. This is going to be like one of the places where the pillagers, since this is like a raid farm and everything, it's going to be where the pillagers fight with people over sort of control of this giant moon rock. The moon rock's going to have some sort of mystical properties I think you'll really enjoy for the lore, but I do need to dig this whole thing out to actually build where the moon rock has been embedded, and then people have built this sort of lid on it to maybe it contains power or maybe keep it secret. I'm not sure exactly why, but we'll figure that out in the lore. But hey, I had one question that I want to make sure I mention so I don't forget is, can you help me name the new castle? Because I would like to actually, what I often do is I build something and I call it nothing the whole time it's built, and then long after it's built do we finally get around to naming it. Well, I want to name the castle like right away, and I'm kind of thinking it should have a name something like Frost or Ice or Cold or something like that. So leave me a comment down below, and whoever picks the name that I like the best, something like that. Like I was kind of I've been watching Game of Thrones again. I've been rewatching it because I'm getting ready for House of Dragon, and I thought, well, I should just rewatch Game of Thrones because I really enjoyed that series until the end, and I thought, oh, it would be really fun to rewatch it, and it has been. I'm still in season 1 again, but it's been great. But I always like how they call Castle Black. I always thought that was just a cool name. It's so simple and so obvious and everything, but I do think it's a cool name. So, something, give the castle something name that works, and whatever seems right, I'll pick, and we'll call it that forever. I spent a good deal of time gathering just this little amount of materials. It doesn't look like that much, but yeah, it took a while. I went to a warped forest in the Nether and just harvested a ton of this stuff. I went to my farm in Steelport and harvested a bunch of this wood, and then made some of these planks I'm going to need, and some dark prismarine. Boy, oh boy, man. You don't get much dark prismarine bang for your buck. I thought that you would get 8 from each craft, but you only get 1. So that's like 8 prismarine shards and 1 ink gives you 1 block. Yikes. I guess I didn't really know that. So here's the gradient I'm going to be using for the roof, and I think it's going to be nice. Now, I'm thinking this is going to be in the bottom, and this is going to be on the top, basically. And then I also I made a couple of these stairs, because I just want to see sort of where it lays, because I'm going to have to use it. So the stairs are going to be sort of in the upper half. Down in the bottom, I'll be using the prismarine stairs, sort of here, I made a couple. Here we go. So I'll be using the prismarine stairs as a transition sort of here to help the shape a little bit. So I think this is going to work. I'm a little nervous about look at that. A raid found me even way up here in my castle. A raid found me. So here's what I think I want to do, because I have a bunch of these roofs. Have I even shown you this roof yet? I don't think I have. Here's what I want to do. I want to start with, boy, how am I going to do this? I think what I want to do is I want to start down here with these peaked roofs, and this will be the darkest part. So this is going to be the prismarine, like right here. As a matter of fact, this is all going to be prismarine, I think. And then what we'll do is, after we get down this, I'll start it up here, and we'll start to gradually gradient it up. Does that make sense? I think that'll look good. If I do it too suddenly, like if I did it on a roof that's this small, I don't think that it would I don't think it would pull off, right? I think it'd just be too small to get things. So I think these just have to be straight up dark prismarine. I'm just like looking each one of these blocks, bam, eight prismarine, 8 prismarine, 8 prismarine. Aha, so much. And I have so much of this to use. Okay, well, whatever, I'm not going to complain. Okay. And then these are other ones. These are going to have to be all prismarine too, probably. Unless I want to do a little, this is far enough away, I might be able to do a little one here. And then down here, again, it's like a small gradient here. I hope this will work. I'm a little nervous about it, but, well, let's give it a shot and see what happens. Okay, it's starting to look really cool. I'm starting to really be a believer. So then stick this landing. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is bring up all these. I did 3 last time. I think it worked really well, so... Okay. It's so awkward. You can't, like, I can't get up. Ooh, you know, is that cool? Is that cool? Is that something we should do? Like this? I don't know, maybe. Get a little love on the sides. I might actually like that. I did that totally by accident just to get up there, but that might be okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so what we're going to do is do the little sort of peak steeple things, and I've been doing before on the top because I wanted to get up to build height. So on the top I use a nether brick fence, I think, but instead I'm going to be using warp fence. I'm going to go change that out at the top. So let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's take a look. I think that'll be, it's very pointy, but I like that actually. Totally accent, but yeah, it's kind of cool. I'm back here in Gabor because unfortunately I am once again just about out of stone. Here's what I want to do. I want to actually make a ton of cracked stone brick. So I'm going to grab 6 shulkers or so of my cracked stone brick, utilize both of my amazing smelters, and get to work on that over in Steelport. That's where it is. And so I want to start texturing. I don't think I'm going to get all the texturing done probably this episode. This episode already has gone quite long. I've already done a lot of building this episode, and that's a good thing, but I don't want to stretch this out all that much longer. This is supposed to be a project that takes, you know, the whole 3,000 day block and not is done today. So yeah, we're gonna keep on working on that over time, but I do want to do at least texture in the cobblestone. What I usually do with cobblestone is I texture cobblestone with cracked stone brick just to give it some extra love, little extra oomph. It helps a lot, and you know, it's pretty simple to do. I don't really do it with rhyme or reason. I am going to be doing some gradients on the colors on the roof and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to be doing a gradient on the actual stone. I think that can just be sort of in the background, no big deal. You know, the nice thing about digging down here is I get a ton of copper, I get a ton of andesite, which is really, really, really nice. So, you know, it's not all bad to get all this stone, but it does take some time. So I'm going to smelt up a whole bunch of cracked stone brick, and then I'll meet you back over in the castle. Yeah, I got to get a name for this place. The next thing I want to do is talking about this variation. I just smelted a ton of cracked stone brick, and that's going to be nice, but I need a little bit more variation than just that. I think that I want to add an andesite, and I don't have very much andesite, sadly. So I got to go mining for it, and I'm not really sure where the best place to mine is. Now, I did a little bit of Google research here, and it said basically anywhere above or below, you know, 62 or whatever. It's not down in deep slate level, it's up here somewhere, and man, I don't know where the heck I'm supposed to look for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a whole bunch of sticks. I have my shulkers, and I'm just going to go mining, and I guess I'm going to go mining at like Y20, something like that, so I can get a bunch of iron too. I mean, the last thing I need in the world is iron, to be honest, but I guess I'll just go strip mining, collect stone, and just grab whatever andesite patches I can find, I guess. Let me tell you something that's really annoying. So I found a giant andesite deposit just over there, right in through that little hole. It's just like 1 block out of beacon range. So I have to either move my beacon or every 10 seconds or so run back and get another stab of beacon. Why can't we just have haste potions? Just give us haste potions. I'll pay anything for it. Well, if you're wondering where we're at, we are on day 3050. I've spent 50 Minecraft days on this, and I haven't slept that many times. I mean, I'm not like Looney or Lagundo, who never ever sleep, but I've not slept that much. But check out the progress. Oh man, this place, it looks so... And remember, this is just the middle, right? Like, this is just the central peak. There's going to be so much more castle coming on the way. Oh, look, it's a mob party. I began a little detailing, not a lot, but I started bringing in some of these pillars, and I put in the andesite and the cracked stone brick in patches. Instead of go like block here, block there, the old way I used to do it, I tried to do some of the patches that I've seen some people do on YouTube recently, and I think I like it. It's growing on me. You know, it's anything like new, it takes a little while to learn, but this is really starting to come together. Now, I do want to use some warped wood accents in different places, but I want some time going up, some vertical time. Like, I don't want it to be down the very bottom. I want it to be at least some of the way up before I do things like these fences and some more little accents here. I just gotta find just the right place to put it. But there are some other things I can add in too. Just some stuff like in this area, like for example right here, like this could absolutely be another one of these things. I just think it's going to help. The more I do this kind of stuff where I'm just adding in little things like this, it's going to just bring in a little bit more interest as the tower goes up. I don't need a lot because there's stuff on top of it, but a little bit here and there. I have done so much grind and putting in details and all that kind of stuff that I need to just cut the cord. I just need to stop and walk away for a little bit, but I am really happy with this so far. I mean, would you just look at this build? Everything from the details to the colors, and it's very simple, right? It's very like old school Minecraft stuff, but you gotta imagine that we're gonna have like ice hanging off of it, and this is just the beginning stage of an absolutely epically enormous castle. I mean, I think this is probably going to be maybe my favorite build ever. It's early to say that after one episode, but so far so good. But look at the view from New Hope. Oh, are you kidding me? I mean, this is going to be so awesome. Oh man, if you get just the right angle, the way it just like is just up there. And then, you know, we know that we're gonna have more towers and stuff sort of in front of it, giving it even more depth. But would you just look at that? I mean, if that's not the screenshot, I don't know what, or the thumbnail, I don't know what is. We'll see y'all next episode from Survival with Fix. Bye everybody. And welcome back to Survival with Fix. Would you look at that sight? Now, last episode, we started work on our giant, enormous mountain castle, and I love the beginning of it. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to start working on the actual sort of purpose of the castle. Now there's some lore for everything we do in the world, and down there is New Hope just underneath that balloon. And in New Hope is sort of the seat of power, I guess, where Dr. Steve Tepek is planning how to age up this world within 10,000 days and get into a technological civilization that can actually fight and try to defend themselves against Cal, the evil AI, who's coming on day 10,000, right? This is day 3059, I think. So, 3059. Okay, so we have a long way to go, but it's going to sneak up really fast. So what they wanted to do is they wanted to build a university. Now, by building the university, you got to keep it safe. This is where all your greatest minds are going to be, all your new technology, all that kind of stuff. So, Steve Tepek thought, oh, the best place to build a university would be way up here on the mountain, and we need to fortify it, make it a castle to protect against any possible invaders, because we have to protect these people. Well, that's what we're doing. We're protecting these people. So this is going to be one of the actual big buildings where they're going to learn within the castle walls. That is just the center of the castle. This is actually going to connect to it, and you'll see all that in good time. I got some building, though. I think it's time that we do a bit of a time lapse and get started, shall we? You know, I don't usually make mistakes whenever I'm recording replay mod. I think after like 2,000 videos, I kind of have it figured out, but I made a mistake. I paused it to go get supplies, and I forgot to re-enable it for the second half of the time lapse. And so you can see I did a lot more building. So the main structure of this is starting to be outlined, and I really like it. I also want to mention that the last couple videos, I think the last 2 videos, I forgot the question and comment of the day. That will be back today and in all future videos. Just made a mistake. I kind of got all hyped up about getting to 3,000 days, and I forgot to put that in the video. So yeah, mistakes all around. Anyway, this is coming along really well. Now, if you notice this thing right here, you might be wondering, what is this? What is this ugly looking bridge? Well, I plan on connecting the university, this is the beginning of the university, to the main tower, because I want this main tower to not be just off by itself. This is part of the whole castle. So a lot of it, not everything, but a lot of it is going to be connected within the giant castle walls that are sort of be on the outskirts here. So we're building up to this. Now I put this here because I want to make sure that this is, well, 1 block below the floor. If you look over there, you see that's 1 block higher. So this is supposed to be 1 block below the floor, and this is how maybe the university professors and stuff can get over here and talk to the council or something. I don't know. This will be like where the higher ups can go walk over here and have conferences and talk, and maybe a teacher break room. I don't know. I don't know what. But anyway, so now I have the shape basically worked out. I think the shape is really interesting. I have an arch down here that's kind of on the inside. And then I have an arch over there that's kind of on the outside. So if you look, the shape used to have these sort of four pillars on all sides. Now it kind of doesn't. Now it has, basically it's an H symbol. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to bring this in here and make this whole thing basically a square. Not quite a square, but closer. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to put an arch starting on, I think this comes in 1 block. So yeah, starting on this block right here. I don't have any blocks, but we're going to do an arch right here and right over there, and then bring these sides up to the top of the arch. And that's going to be getting very close to that. So I might actually just make it a really tall arch and then just make it even with that. Okay? Got the plan? I think it's good. I really like the way this is coming. A lot of rooms here for teaching and all that kind of stuff. This is very interesting, I think. I'm not sure if I love it or not. I decided to go with just rings around the tower, make it look reinforced or something for some reason. I don't know, just decorative or something. But yeah, I mean, this is a huge build, so it's going to take some time to figure out where all the detail is and stuff like that. But I like to rough in the general shape first and make sure I like it. All right, well, time to build some arches and I guess sleep. So the first building of the university is almost at full height. I have a lot of detail over there. I came over here to New Hope because I just kind of wanted to see what it looked like, sort of connected. I'll be totally honest here. It's a little bit further away from the main castle than I hoped. I think it's going to be fine. We're going to do an arch right there, a big arch. So it's going to be fine. It's going to look absolutely as intended. But if I were being really, really honest, I wish it were like 7 blocks further to the left. But that's what you get when you don't do test worlds, right? I mean, you know, it is what it is. We're not moving at 7 blocks. So that being said, the arch will just have to be a little bit more grand. Plus, let's be real, there's going to be a bunch of stuff in front of it. There's going to be like other towers and plus a wall that's going to go the whole way around. So you're only going to catch a little bit of a glimpse of it. But let me show you. I can't fly. I can't fly. Oh, there we go. I got to show you all the detail here. I really think this is going to be really cool. You know, I've taken a lot of time to really put in a lot of extra arches and stuff, and I've done none. I mean, absolutely none of, what are these little sort of detail bits or under, see these overhang sort of areas? I've done none of those at all. But the last thing that we're going to do as far as building it up is a 2-fold build, and we're going to do a little bit of a dome right here. The dome is going to be a half dome. It's going to go from here up, but I got to do a wall. So the wall's going to be like, maybe like 6 blocks tall or something like that. Not super, super tall. And then a dome, and then another tower, kind of like a little bit of a cross. And then we're going to do peaked roofs. So there's going to be a dome and then a roof. And it should be roughly the same height as that, I think. I want this peak to be the tallest peak. I don't want anything to go higher than that peak. But these little sort of diagonal rooms or whatever, yeah, that'll be totally fine. Yeah. Okay, we're getting there. I really am liking this build. I love that giant big open window. That's definitely going to stay for sure, because I think that, these people as a place of learning would have a lot of wide open windows. So there's going to be tons of windows in this place, and little classrooms, libraries, probably a lot of libraries probably, and just places for learning. This is going to be the main learning area of this entire build. I do want to show off the roof though, because I just finished it and I think it looks pretty good. I like it a lot. I like that it's not a steeple. It's a little bit more of a dome, signifies it's a little bit different. Let's take a look at the cinematic here. Next thing I got to do is start decorating it, and I started just a little bit here, just this very castle-y sort of typical thing. I mean, I'm just remembering that all this detail, well, not all of it, but a lot of this detail is going to be covered up by ice and snow, but that's going to be way down the road. That's that's probably like 3 months from now of real life time before I even get to that, because I want to have the castle completely done and pristine before we start adding the snow, so that way all the landscaping's done. Obviously this is not finished landscaping and all that kind of stuff, so we're getting there. There's a couple more things I want to do. I want to do detailing. I want to add a lot of windows, like I said, and then I want to work on this bridge. And I'm concerned about this bridge. I'll tell you what, I think up here, this side, not going to be a problem at all. It's going to go straight into this flat because I built this with this bridge in mind. However, over here, I did not build this with this bridge in mind. So I think what we're going to have to do, and this is going to be a real pain. It's going to be really painful. I think I'm going to have to take out a portion of this right here and bring up like from sort of this peak of the arch and bring an arch up there. I think that's going to be the only way to make that look realistic. I mean, we're just going to have to break through the roof, I think. I can't really think of another way. This is the problem, when you build sort of modularly like I do, let me discuss that just for a quick second, because I get this question a lot. People are like, how do you build huge builds? I build them all just like you're seeing right now. I build them all modularly. Like when this castle is done, I guarantee you I'm going to get some comments from people who just come in then and be like, wow, how do you build such a huge castle? And it's like, well, I don't, I build just this part. And actually, in fact, I build just this tower, right? And then I duplicate it. And then I build just this arch. And then I make that over there. And then I build just the center tower, right? So I build just little things and then you just connect them. So this is going to look like an absolutely just huge mega build, but it's not really. It's just a bunch of, smaller, medium-sized builds. I think it's going to look really cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not underselling how cool I think this build's going to be when it's done, but that's not really what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a whole bunch of little small builds. I think anyone can really do. Just don't get overwhelmed, All right, on to the detailing stage. The details are starting to come in and it's starting to look really good. By the way, I finished the gig like 6 hours ago, which tells you about what time of night it is, or should I say morning. The sun's going to be up soon, but I am very inspired on this build. I'm just having a really great time doing it. I think it looks really cool. So I tried to keep, a similar thing to back there over here, but not exactly the same. For one thing, it's even, and I don't want it to be exactly the same, but I want it to be inspired by the same sort of build, right? Up here, though, these windows, where they fall to keep it right in line with these sort of accents, that means there's a big area here, and I don't know what to do with it. But then I had an idea. What if we did sort of an outside walkway here, like a bit of just a, I don't know, like a horseshoe shape, like a U sideways shape? I think that could be really cool. Now, it'll need some supports and stuff, and we'll have to work that out, but I think we're going to do that, because here's the one thing I don't like about this build. We have this great big arch here, and then we have another arch right there. I think there needs to be something in between them to help break that up. So let's do it. I got a letter from Edwin detailing more about the Avon and their society, and it's so interesting, I want to record it into my log. The rule of 4 in Avon society is strict, even to the point of forcing families, if they birth a third child, making their family unit a quintet, they have to choose one member to leave and never return to the family. Each sect of their society has a different outcome if they are the chosen family member to leave. Warriors leave and immediately report for assignment in a foreign war post or war. Growers are sent out to they call them GOP fields. I don't really even know what to make of that. Babies are sent to a collective orphanage. This seems kind of like a state-run organization that trains children in whatever the Amon currently lack. In times of war, of course, they would be trained as warriors, in peacetime, perhaps growers. Regardless, however, they are not permitted any contact at all with their former family. This is disconcerting, to say the least. I love our new allies, and I want to strengthen our bond with them, but this is a hard pill to swallow. I like these rings a lot. Now, I am a little bit worried about this one because of the arch here. I didn't really think about it whenever I was building it, and now it's done. I think it'll be okay. In fact, we might actually just use it like as a support for the arch, but yeah, I didn't really think it through all that much. I should have, but okay, we'll cross that bridge later. First, we have to support this ring here, and I think the way I'm going to support it is come up right from this pillar right here and come up to it. I think that'll work. Yeah, I think it'll work. I don't want to go diagonal. I want to go kind of straight on these pillars. I am so lucky that I've been saving up stone and stuff from all these different projects because I don't want to dig right now. I just want to build. I had to come over to Gabor and I started emptying chests. Now, I have a lot of stone. I have all these double chests of stone, but at some point, I'm going to have to replenish my supplies. I thought I had a lot more. I thought I had all these chests, but these are all filled with mangrove leaves. Apparently, I have really gone a little bit crazy on harvesting mangrove leaves, so I have a ton of those, and that's it. Regardless, time to leave Gabor here. I got a lot more stone. I cannot wait to get more of this kingdom done, but that's coming down the road. Which kingdom, let me ask you a question while I fly back. Which kingdom do you enjoy so far the most? Do you enjoy New Hope, the medieval thing, Steelport, the Industrial Revolution thing, the ancient city of Perseverance? Do you enjoy the little hamlets that we have, the unnamed one still at this point, and Maple Vale? Do you enjoy the new castle? Let me know in the comments. Which are you like most looking forward to next episode working? Because I think we may break away from the castle for an episode and do something else and then come back. Or the moon even, the sci-fi thing. I do want to work more on that as well. All right, I gotta say, I was skeptical in the beginning. Very skeptical, perhaps you might say, but I am becoming a believer now. I am a little bit sad that this whole entire horseshoe is inside, but that's okay. We have one over here that matches exactly, and that's all right. We're gonna make something interesting out of it. You know, this makes me think of just the way I often build big things is when I first start it, I get really nervous that I'm gonna ruin it. I'm just gonna ruin the whole build. I'm not gonna be able to fix it and whatever, but now that I'm seeing the shape, I think it's actually perfect. Remember earlier I said, oh, I wish this tower was closer? I don't. I think it's exactly where it needs to be. This is the absolute perfect size. I think that I may have a stair in there that I gotta fix. Other than that, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave that stair there as a little bit of a decaying brick. Okay, we'll just say that. But yeah, this is really, really nice. Now I gotta work on sort of where the walkway is gonna be before I go much further than that, because I want to have another straight beam going across at this level. Maybe a little higher though. Maybe like this high, and then another one up there. Should be good, because I want like little windows, as if maybe there's a completely covered walkway that I think will look nice. Welcome to day 3,100. That's right. We just crossed over to that day and it made a little bit more progress. Not tons. I did this little bit over here where I added some flowers and some little flower boxes. I just wanted some like nature, something that wasn't just this sort of cold stone architecture. I think it really fits the bill. Also, I did little balconies out here, which I think are nice. I do need to hang some lights up here. I mean, I need to light up everything. We're just in the very beginning of the detailing stage. Down here, I think we're probably going to end up doing like little classrooms and stuff up here. I'm not sure how we're going to get to it, but each of these could be little tiny classrooms for all the people who are going to be learning. This is, after all, the university. So I think that'll be cool. I don't plan on doing a lot of detailing to this, like arch area over here. I really tried to land there. I don't plan on doing a lot of detailing over here to this arch. I think that it's going to be kind of cool how it is. I think what I will do is detail just like sort of from that level up to that level. I kind of did that. Where can you see it? I kind of did that. Oh, you know what? Hello? What the heck's attacking me during the middle of the day? Is that the goat? Did the goat just attack me? Yeah, the freaking goat just attacked me. You know, I forget that goats were even added to the game. I'll be honest. I don't even think of them because up until right now, I haven't played in a mountain at all. It's weird. So yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll just grab some stairs and just sort of bridge that gap with almost like some braces. I guess I think I did use it, but I think then it got kind of covered up by this tower. But I think I did use it sort of right there. Look at this goat. Is he gonna ram me again? Man, weird. Anyway, all right, so I got a bunch of these already made up, and I should be ready to go. I'm trying to stay fairly consistent stylistically, as all these buildings I want to feel as if they were all built at the same time, right? Which, you know, they kind of are. Some of this detailing, and I got to make a decision here on sort of what I want to go with lighting, because I do want this thing to be lit up. I just think it'll look really cool if there are sort of exterior lights every little bit, you know, not all over the place. But I'm looking at these two designs, and I kind of like both of them, honestly. This one, I like how it's a little further away. This one, I like how it's sort of hanging down. I think I'm going to go with this. I think that makes a little bit more sense. But, I mean, they're both kind of winners. It's very simple, obviously. Down here, I did more of this sort of thing that just bridges the gap. I think adds a little bit of interest. Some of that gothic medieval feel that I really like. And yeah, should be good. I believe that my window is off-centered by 1. Is this a 3 wide? And I didn't even know? Oh, geez. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. I'll expand that window, too. It's a small thing, but I've been working a lot on trying to figure out exactly what's wrong with this, and I just now figured it out. So the way these towers are shaped, this edge, if you look at it, is straight, and this one comes out. Over here, this one comes out in the middle, but also this one comes out leaning into this tower. So unfortunately, I have to make a decision because I don't want to shape this differently. I want there to be that. Hello, geez, okay, all right. I'll be right back. Know why, but I never added FreeCam mod to this. I don't know. I tend to use replay mod and just look at it, just use it to fly around. But now I'm using FreeCam, so I'm actually in the game, so I could potentially die. I think, is that me standing down there? Yeah, it is. Look at me, I'm just standing there. I'm wearing my Walking Dead skin. Anyway, so I'm looking at what else I have left to do. There's a couple things I still want to do. I want to work on up here. I want to put fires up here. Not campfires, because I don't want the smoke. I just want fires. So I'm going to use these things to have fires. I think it will just look cool since it's so cold and everything. We are going to be adding ice down the road, but I want to add some greenery here. So I'm thinking fires over here, greenery over here, and then we're getting very close to done with the bulk of this without a lot of decoration still that I definitely want to add. I'd also still like to bring in some warp. Like, see these little warp accents here? They're very minor, but what they do is they bring the roof into the main build, and I need to do some of that over here. I have roof, but I need to have a little bit of that up here. Like, for example, these missing blocks. I mean, something up here. I just need to find some sort of area for green. The only thing I have, I think, is just right here, because it's the only last time I remembered. And look, oh man, more missing blocks. Ay. I don't even know what to tell you. I know I keep doing this, but I love. So I bumped the render down to 17 chunks, which is a pretty playable render distance. And look at that. It's just hazy. It's just, oh, are you kidding? Now, I mean, of course, it's crystal clear with like more chunks, but I love it. It just looks like such a fantasy epic thing. Oh man, this already, and I'm not even nearly done. I'm like 5% done with this castle. This might be my favorite build I've ever done. I am absolutely in love with it. Can't wait to get the landscaping done and all the details and interiors and all that kind of stuff. Oh man, I'm so excited. So I made some custom trees, and I really like this. I love mixing leaves in my trees. I just do. I think it's just like, look, up close, you kind of see it. You're like, those are just different leaves. But when you back up a little bit, it just looks, okay, this is like the worst. I picked the worst possible example because it's like dark and snowy. But if you trust me, when the sun's coming in, I like the highlights. It's just like having the lighter azalea leaves. It makes it just look like there's highlights, like the sun is highlights. So I very often do that. The other thing, though, that I'm not super psyched about is I tried to plant some azalea trees. Because, again, I'm telling you, I'm starting to love azalea. I know, it's not the most popular tree bush type, but I'm starting to really like it. I don't like it here, though. It's just too big. So what I'll be totally honest. I thought I would just get a little lazy because I built these. And they take a few minutes. And I thought, I'll just plant some azalea trees. They'll look the same. They don't. They don't look as good. They're just too bulky, too big. And it like makes this dome look smaller. Let me show you if I pop in free cam here. So, yeah, it's like these little trees make the dome look nice and big. These big trees right here, they just take away from it. They just take the whole thing down. Now, I do like it from down here. I like seeing that. I like seeing that greenery up there, but it's just too much. This looks way, way, way better. Just doing these little fence custom trees, much, much better. I still got to get lights and some other stuff, some detail. Like this is low detail, but okay, it's coming along. Things are looking good. Now I decided something else too. I want to bring in some nature coming from there over to here in the form of basically another tree. So I found the midway point on this bridge. The only thing I'm curious about is, is this the actual, yeah, see, that's not the midpoint of the arch. So, oh man, should it be? I think maybe it should be the midpoint of the arch, right? Like, I think it should be kind of right here. Let me count blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is no midpoint. Okay, so we're going to go with 1 over. I'm going to go with this one here, I think. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a little oval and then a tree. I think that'll look really cool. Just a little bit of a nature spot. Or we could do 2 instead. Oh, would that be better? That might be better. Maybe do another one. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do 2 here, 2 over there. I think it'll line. Actually, maybe even 3, honestly. I'll take a look at it. Let's do a time lapse. Oh man, this gives a nice feel. Now, I'm a little bit conflicted on what I want to do next. I have a feeling, I kind of think I might want to do anvils here, and that is a building technique that, believe it or not, I have never done. You see build teams like creative teams do it all the time. They use anvils like crazy because, it's a different shape and interesting sort of fence thing. I've never done it. I'm a little worried that it would be weird because this is all stone and just like he has this big black thing. So I think what I might do is fly over to, actually, I might not need to fly. I think I have quite a bit of iron. Before I try out the anvils, though, I do want to get to the question and comment of the day. It's from Woven Mother, channel member. I've been enjoying the story so far. I have a question. How do you come up with your characters and decide what kind of impact they have on the story? The story is everything. For me, the story is all of it. And then the secondary thing, after I decide where the story is going, I kind of think of which characters might want to talk about it or whatever. And then I also think about who my voice actors are, because I run all of my voice lines by my YouTube members and supporters first. And if none of them can do it, then I sort of open it up. So I also think like, oh man, I've used Chaos a lot recently, so I hate to keep asking people to do voice parts, even though people seem to be really happy and willing to do it. So I really take that in consideration. It's like, I don't want to put any more on like Chaos's played or Shalene's played or whoever else has been doing voice parts for me. So, but basically the story is everything. I try to voice as many characters as I can so that I can have Steve talk to Hank or the King of the Avon or whatever, the character part comes secondary, but it's a lot of fun to put different characters in a room and see how they might react. Let's pop a couple of these down and just sort of get an idea of what the feel would be like of this. I have enough for, I don't know, I guess I don't really need that many, I guess. I can almost get the whole way across just with those 9. Yeah, I'm only like, am I literally 1 shy? No, I'm 3 shy, okay. Anyway, what's the feeling there? Is it cool? Would it be cooler if I replaced this? I don't know, man. It's so different. I mean, I like it. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, I don't think this is the right place for it. I think it's a technique that I would like to explore and get more into down the road, but I don't feel like this isn't the right location, right? I think I am done now. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be pretty great. I did a lot of work today. There's still some interior stuff I'd like to do, maybe some more detailing and stuff, but would you just, come on, would you just look at this thing? I hope y'all are as excited as I am. I am so creatively just like on a high. I want to keep working on this castle episode after episode, but I think next episode I want to break away. I don't want to get tired of this or burn out of this. This is going to be such a huge project. We're going to be here for another, 875 days or whatever working on this sort of area. So I think next episode we'll do something else. Then we'll come back and work more on this castle. I am so happy with it. I hope you all are as well. And I'll see you all next time from Survival with Fix. Hello everybody and welcome back to Survival with Fix. Well, we've spent the last 2 episodes working right through that little crack on the castle. And as much as I want to continue work on the castle, and I really do, honestly, that's where my heart is kind of inspired. Today we're breaking away from that because I gotta work on the nether a little bit. It's not absolutely the most fun place to work, but I think we can do something that is really, really cool. So here's the problem. Check out, this is my nether, quote, hub, if you will. I have this great pathway here. The pathway has got to be continued over there to the turn where it goes to Steelport. The problem is, if you follow this pathway straight, boom, this is the portal. So this portal has to be moved. I need a new portal in New Hope, and I need to specifically probably go north. So let's check out where north is in New Hope. I'm up here on top of my balloon, and this is where the portal is currently. It's right there in my trading hall. I don't care if it's always there. That was sort of just a temporary fix. Now, here's kind of the problem. North is this way. Not absolutely the most ideal place, but the more I look at it, the more I think, oh, but maybe it is the ideal place. I mean, I could also go south. North or south would work. East, west, not so much, because that's right on that ice road. I need to link up because I'm going to have more portals. I'm going to have a portal over there for that unnamed village and a portal up there for the castle, obviously, all that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking maybe the portal should go right there, right on that little poppy field. It's just kind of sitting there. It's basically in line with where it is right now, which would be really nice. That poppy field doesn't need to be there. That was a bit of a space filler, if you will. So I'm thinking this might be the perfect place. There's already a little path that goes to it. We could even do another path over here by the garrison. Yeah, I think this could totally work. So I think I probably have a ton of obsidian from the end. I'm just not exactly sure where it is, so I gotta find it. This seems like the perfect place for it. You know, this poppy field actually can kind of stay, because the story of the obsidian portals in this world, they're actually kind of mystical, and they come from the moon. When the moon crashed into this planet, they were created somehow, and that's sort of what severed the connection, or what rather created the connection to the nether, which I think is something we're going to dig into in a future 1000-day block. But for right now, I want to work on this. And yeah, this is kind of an absolute perfect place. It's about, I don't know what, probably 30 blocks away, which would give me about 5 or 6 blocks to make sure it syncs up. But I do want to run the numbers and make sure that I'm right. So if I look at the numbers here, we're at minus 548, 257. I gotta tell you, this is super bizarre. So I have a portal here, and then I have a portal here. Those are so close. Where could this portal lead to? I have no idea, because whenever I checked out the coordinates, I did the divided by 8 thing, it leads to right here. So this is where I'm looking at the new portal, which is actually really perfect, because it's just off the main ice road, which is just where I want it to be. So that leads to the question, what's this? Let's go through this portal and figure out where the heck it is. Yeah, okay, it's here. It's New Hope. So where's that other portal supposed to be? Why is it there? It's the weirdest thing. So if I take this is going to lead back to the main portal, I think, right? Yeah. So this is so confusing. So what is this thing? Okay, well, we gotta, now this is my please don't shoot me gas whenever I first load in thing, and this is going to be all rectified soon. So okay, so this portal's got to go. First order of business going along here is I'm going to have to dig to Steelport first. So I took down my area. This has been here since the very beginning, probably episode 1. And I took it all down, moved most of the storage, and I made the New Hope portal. There's no way back at this exact moment. What is that? Where's that go to, I wonder? That would be, which direction is that? That's north. What do I have to the north? Oh, I wonder if it's that little village where I got my villagers. That's weird. Also, by the way, my frog. The frog that I've been keeping for a really, really long time escaped, and now he lives here in the nether. So, good luck, frog. I cleared out just a little bit of space. This is going to be a bit of a grinder. I kind of didn't see that coming. I mean, anytime you're working in the nether and with nether paths, I guess it should be expected. But yeah, it's gonna be some pretty grindy little project here. But that is okay. That's kind of the beauty of one of these long-term survival worlds, is it not? Now, where the heck is that thing? Is it over here? I can never find anything. Oh, hey, creeper. I'll leave you in the... Here, you know what? Here, have a taste of my bow. I named my bow, by the way. I had to fix it. What did I name it? Devil's Whisper. Isn't that a great name for a bow? Devil's Whisper. Where is that field? Oh, it's over here. Okay. All right. We're definitely have to get a path that goes straight to it for sure. You know what? Do these guys have a portal inside? No, I don't think I ever made a portal. This is my villager breeder, by the way. Wow, that is a really plain house. I've got to work on. Look at the back. That's so plain. That's a little embarrassing plain. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I need to grab just a hair of like dirt. So let me grab a couple of these because I want this to be up in the air just a little bit, like 3 blocks or so. And then what we'll do is we're gonna build a big giant stone portal. So we'll do that, and then we'll go here. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking maybe we go like this big. I don't care how big exactly. I'm not gonna even count. Like maybe here? Yeah, that should work.
Dr. Topic.
I need some advice.
Of course, Doctor. Anything you need.
I've spent the last few days talking to this Hank on the moon. He seems above board and is building his moon base quickly.
I imagine a cyborg who doesn't need sleep could work quickly indeed.
Yes, certainly. He floated the idea of working with us to build a defense against Cal. It seems he's no bigger fan of it than we are.
That is precisely what we were hoping for, is it not?
It is.
Dr. Tepic, we've been working together for years, and I've never known you to hold your tongue. What concerns you?
Well, it's twofold. Firstly, if we trust Hank to run our entire space fleet based on the moon, and something happens, we may not have enough days remaining to recover.
I sense the if something happens part is your main concern.
Yes, it is. Hank claims to have no idea how he survived the literal explosion of the moon.
You don't believe him?
I don't not believe him, but there's something else. I've asked Tracy to take a closer look using her nanoparticles to investigate Hank.
That seems prudent. Did she find anything?
Well, that's the weird part. She hit something she's describing as a firewall deep within Hank's programming.
Could it be something he erected to protect himself?
I don't think so. Tracy tells me it's beyond Hank's core. It's in his, well, subconscious, so to speak. But stranger yet, Tracy tells me it's the most advanced code she's ever seen.
I imagine that is saying something.
Yes. Yes, it sure is. Oh man, okay, I got that started out. I'm gonna put the rest of my sit in here. I got a real problem. I have a real problem which we're probably not gonna address today, but it is something that is just an issue. Check this out. I am out of storage. I am totally out. Like, look, this is mud. I have so much mud. So this is my podzol chest. It's all basically mud. I don't know what to. There's more mud up there. I don't know what to do. I mean, also, secondarily, I have netherrack. This is all full of netherrack. Netherrack is supposed to flow down there into more double chests. They are all full. Like, all of them are full. So I got to start relocating some of my junk. I don't want to throw it away because I might need it. You know, I might decide one day I'm going to build a giant netherrack castle or something, you know? I don't know. it's frustrating, you know, it's frustrating. The other thing I'm not crazy about is how far away my portal is from my storage building, but I figure I'm only gonna really need it when I'm like working in the nether, and that's not that big of a deal because it doesn't happen that often, so it should be okay. We just need a good path through. You know, I discovered something as I'm battling magma slimes, the constant onslaught of magma slimes that happens in a basalt delta, and I realized that this portal is not in line with this one road, and this road took long enough to build. It's not going anywhere. If you're wondering where these portals go, that one is the Arcane Reception Coil, that is Maple Vale, and over there, just around the bend, there is Gabor. So that's sort of the lay of the land in the nether here. Basalt deltas, how I loathe you. I mean, they're cool, but I loathe you. Anyway, so what I'm thinking is I'm going to move the portal just a little bit. Shouldn't mess with sinking because it's just very slightly, just so it's in line with this. I think that might be a little bit of a cooler look. That means I got to break all the obsidian and move it over like, what, 3 blocks? I do not have my flint and steel anywhere. Okay, where'd that go, I wonder? So this is kind of what I'm thinking. You know, I like my villager trading hall in New Hope, and I was just kind of thinking about just sort of replicating it. And I think that could be a really cool look. So the only thing I'm going to need is I'm just going to need a couple of these stone brick stairs and probably a couple cobblestone stairs just to mix it up. I'm going to try to go with a little bit of a mixture here. Should be all right. I'm just going to do a big arch. I'm going to do the big arch back a block. So we'll just come up like something like this, maybe like that much. I am looking at a reference image because I can't remember what it looks like exactly, but I remember sort of vaguely what it is. What? A couple more? Like something like this? Yeah, I think this is going to look good. I think. The only thing that I don't love that I'm going to have to deal with is I think you can see it through this block. So I'm not sure if we have to maybe reduce the overall size of this by 1 or something. But yeah, this should look cool. Okay, the vision is starting to come into fruition here. Now, you know, I'm a little unsure of exactly what I want to do next. And that's a scary place to be in, you know, when you just don't exactly know. But I think I want to lean more into the iron bars that I have because that's what I have along the path. And I think that showing this is in the nether, like I'm not fooling anybody, right? Like I'm not doing like a Tanisha build where it literally looks like the overworld. This is supposed to be the nether representation of what, you know, what the other side of the portal looks like. It's not supposed to be literally the other side of the portal, right? So I think keeping that in mind, I think we can use some of this stuff and really show, oh yeah, there's nether on the other side of these bars. I think that's going to look really cool and not try to sort of oversell the premise, if that makes sense, right? I want this to be, you know, I want it to be a little run down, right? Like not perfect because the nether, right? Like it's been through some stuff. There may actually be some nether lore coming up in this series at some point. I haven't decided yet how deep I want to get into it or not, but I have an outline of what the nether is in my kind of interconnected Fixxiverse, and I just haven't decided yet if I want to go there. Like, let's be honest, playing in the nether is not that much fun. Like the videos that are in the nether don't generally do that well, and it's pretty dreary kind of, and then especially when you put it on YouTube it gets like twice as dreary. So I don't know. You have to let me know. Do you want to know like the sort of the whole theory of the nether? Should that be like a storyline plot, or just skip it, or just maybe just reference it and not make it a major thing? You have to let me know what you think. Oh man, I've got to do something about these dudes. Look at this. It's so ridiculous. These magmas, they are just so constant, absolutely constant. Every time I fly or go, even just like walk away just for a couple seconds, boom, magma cubes everywhere. Every freaking place. I mean, this is kind of absurd. It's kind of absurd, you know? Like, there's got to be some sort of limit. Especially they're magma cube spawners, so, like, we don't need this obsessive, incredible, like ultra-high spawning rate here. We can just make a magma cube spawn. In fact, I made a magma cubes farm, so I don't need these guys. Anyway, I just went back near the arcane reception coil and farmed up a little bit of spruce just to finish up the top part of this. I think it's going to be really, really, really cool. I definitely want to use spruce here because I use dark oak on the bottom because I use a lot of dark oak in New Hope, and so I thought, well, I should probably use what I did there. But along here, like, I'm using spruce on the ceiling, so I do want to stay somewhat consistent with what I actually currently have. And against my better judgment, I'm going to be using spruce. What are these called? Logs, stripped logs instead to get up to the ceiling. I probably shouldn't. It's so many more times the work, but I think it's going to look good, so that's what I'm going to do. I had to come over to Steelport to grab a whole bunch of carpet, and a whole bunch of carpet I indeed get. You know, I'm going to need a nether storage area at some point because I've got to stop mobs from spawning here in the nether on the path because of the magma cube issue. Now, these carpets will work great, and the stairs will work great, but unfortunately, yeah, I got to keep all my stuff there. I'm tired of running back and forth just for every little thing, though the path is starting to look really nice. The path doesn't actually curve over to the Steelport portal yet. That'll be a special, like, portal. What? No. That'll be a special thing that we'll do to, like, make it look like Steelport going over that direction. The main tunnel is all going to be basically the same. It's all going to be this sort of lush, mossy kind of look. And then the side tunnels will be what sort of tell you which biome you're headed to, just kind of like what we did with the New Hope thing, like where we build a sort of nether representation of the New Hope base. I think it's a cool idea and should make my nether a little bit less boring, a little bit less the samey. And yeah, look at this issue. Look at the issue that I'm having here. It's so ridiculous. Oh man, I was not gonna do this, but it looks like I'm doing this entire way to Gabor. The reason why is I've made a decision to change slightly the way I've been doing things, and the way I want to do it instead, this portal can move just a little bit, we'll just nudge it a hair. The way I want to do it now is I'm going to keep all of the paths the same. I know I said earlier all the paths are going to be different. All the paths are going to be the same because I like it and it's nice. And then what we'll do is we'll really go all in on the portals and making the portals look like this is the arcane reception coil. So I'm going to make it look like the arcane reception coil just right over there. We'll just move it just a hair. I think I can probably move 5 or 6 blocks and it won't be a big deal. So I can continue this pattern. So we'll just go like this, and knowing that I'm going to move this like at some point, so right now this is really lame. Okay, we'll just leave it over there so that way I can still get there. And I'm gonna continue this very long grind. we'll just keep on going. Okay, I'm like out of breath from doing all this grind here, and like I've done way more grind in this game, of course, but at least this is good. Look, I'm not going to do all the detailing and decorating here. The main point of today was do New Hope's portal, and I think that we did it. I'm really happy with it. I mean, short little bit, but you know, long run. I do need to go get, I've been having magma cubes spawn here, so I'll probably be hanging some lights. I gotta be careful with not hanging in the middle because I do tend to fly through the tunnels instead of take a boat. Why to get all that ice? I don't know. So I need to get some spruce to fill this up with buttons. I'm undecided if I want to put buttons the entire way. I mean, this is far. If you are new to the series, then you don't. This is how far. So this is the bit that we did today, which is a big grind. This is what I did another day. This length, and it is super long because this is the Wither Skeleton farm. Way up here. Oh man, that took forever, but at least this is all done. So if you look, that's going this way. That's going out to the west, and now we did over here to the east, although not finish or anything, but we'll get to that all in good time. But this is what I'm very happy about. I'm very happy about this. I think it's a really cool nether portal. So hopefully you do as well. I am going to cut this episode right here because I want to get into the castle again. I'm very excited about the castle. We're going to get working again on the nether in a few episodes. I can only do like a couple days in the nether at a time before all these particles and the dreariness and the gas, they kind of get to me, you know? So we'll come back here at some time. So I'll see you next episode from Survival with Fix at the castle. Hello everybody and welcome back to Survival with Fix. We are moving back to the castle today after an action-filled episode last time in the Nether. It's time to get working on this castle. I know exactly what I want to do. Now, last time we worked on this, we built this university building. However, if I'm being totally honest, if you walk in here and you look for the university part of the university building, there's not a lot of room. There's not a lot of room. It's kind of all just, just filled up with this and that. And I do want to work on the interiors and put some stuff in here, but I think we need a more proper, actual place where they can have classrooms and really study and all that kind of stuff. And I think that place is going to go right about here. That's my thinking. Maybe right. My plan is to not have to landscape this at all. So I'm thinking maybe we just start right about at this height and just do a big rectangle, a big long rectangle, like the whole way over to see that cow. Yeah, he's gonna have to move because we're gonna put it right from that cow over to here and then just do a nice big classroom. Maybe connect it to right there is kind of what I'm thinking. So it all shows that it's connecting, as well as we'll have a lot of landscaping all down here, of course, all in good time. That's gonna take some time to get to, but yeah, I think it's gonna be a lot better. Also, I think, man, I am hesitant, but I want to build another storage room. I'll be honest, even though I have, well, this doesn't count. I have a, big storage room down there, but flying back and forth, though, let's be real. If my intent is to cut down the flying from here down to there, I'm going to fly down to wherever the storage building is down here anyway. So it's probably a waste of time, to be honest, but, yeah, that's a problem too. We're very low on stone. I have some here though. We can probably lay out the beginning of a rectangle. Yeah. Okay, well, we got to do it. Let's lay out the beginning of a rectangle and see how it looks. I think this is quite nice as far as just the shape and stuff like that. I am trying to stay somewhat consistent because I did a similar shape over on that one. Now, you can't really see it as much the way it kind of built up, and I think that's going to be the same issue here. The one thing that I'm not crazy about is that I didn't think to center this on that building, and that's okay. You know what? It's going to be totally fine. What we're going to do, since I didn't center it, is I'm going to do an angle, and the angle's probably going to take some sort of just trial and error to work out, because rather than just see how this block is just right there, it's just slightly off center. So what we're going to do instead is I'm going to actually instead move this to be a diagonal. How do we want to do it? Should I go, there's how many outcroppings I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So what I'm thinking we do 2 bridges, one from either side. I think that would probably be the coolest rather than go the middle. So I'm going to take this bridge over to that one, and the only way that's going to be able to make this happen is I'm just going to have to kind of guess. So I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, and see where that lands me, and then adjust, if I need to make it 5 or make it 3, because I'm not smart enough to figure out the math to get from there to here diagonally. Yeah, okay, look, I don't want to toot my own horn too strongly here, but I absolutely nailed it the very first try. Look at this. I'm 1 off the edge and 1 off the edge over there, and if you walk over here, I am 1 off the edge over here and 1 off the edge. Oh, no, I'm not. I didn't nail it. Oh, I thought this was 1 off the edge, but the edge is actually over there. Okay, so I need to bring this in just a little bit to make the angle just a little bit more severe, actually. Okay. All right, darn it. I got all confident until I actually started recording. Okay, there's a small, tiny mistake on the farthest to the left one, but I could not figure out any sort of equation to make it work, and I can live with this. So basically what I had to do was start a little bit narrower on the bridge and then expand it. I think it's going to be a cool look once it's all said and done. I don't care that it's not centered. It's not going to bother me at all. Right now it does because everything is so symmetrical and perfect, but once we actually get the building going, these bridges, you're not even going to notice it, and then we can put something really cool in the middle of that area, whether it's nature or a tree or a fountain or it could be anything, but we'll do something cool down there. But right now, yeah, I can live with this. Unfortunately, I am basically out of stone. I have probably just a little bit over a chest left and not much cobblestone either. In addition, I need a bunch of crackstone brick, and that is running low as well. So I have some major resource gathering to do. I only have 6 shulkers, and I gotta tell you, I am really thinking that I need to go get a couple more shulkers. I actually forgot. I forgot that we did this. I came in Nether expecting my little crappy Nether hub, and I totally forgot how sweet this looks. I mean, that looks like New Hope. That's awesome. Man, I love that. By the way, if you're wondering what skin is this is my Walking Dead skin, which at this point you've seen this video. You've already seen that series. Hopefully it's doing really, really well. It hasn't actually debuted yet, but soon. Okay, well, I'm headed to Gabor over along this way, and we're going to, well, I'm just going to get 6 shulkers of stone and cobble, I guess. You know, something I really need to consider in this world is a better way to get to the airship. Right now, I don't really have a way. I either fly or go to the arcane reception coil and then sort of fly. I mean, I'm going to have to fly, right? I mean, that's the deal whenever you have an airship up in the sky because it's a guardian farm and that whole thing. But I'm not loving this system. It costs me a lot of rockets and, more importantly to me, time. And sometimes I get lost, like I am right now. There it is. It's over there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best way. Maybe make a portal like to Nether is way up in the sky and I can just sort of glide down or something that's faster, because it's not fast. It's not fast. I mean, this farm is super fast, but it's not fast to get here. This is my technique for this area, because I'm not just digging stone. You know, you might be thinking there's easier ways to get stone. I know, but I'm digging for a purpose. This is going to be a future mega build, and I'm going to dig it out by hand. I find that to be the most satisfying way to get a bunch of stuff, is if you're also sort of building in a way of thinking. So what I'm doing is I'm going around the circles. I want this to be a deep spiral going all the way down. Go around one time at one layer, and then I turn around and go around it again, one layer down. I just think this seems to be the way that I can get the most natural curve. So I already went around one time. So then we'll do, I usually start at my chest. So one lap around I find is just about one inventory worth of stuff. I usually come up a little heavy depending on how many ores and stuff I get, because I am fortuning all my ores as we go, because, you know, why not? Save some time. So then I'm just going to go around again, and I'm not trying to make this pretty at all. I want this to be sort of an unfinished wall as we go down. What I'll do later on is I'll come back in, I'll pepper in some cobblestone, stairs, slabs, all that kind of stuff, just to make this look really just spectacular. But for right now, I'm good just leaving it sort of barren. Oh, whoa. How deep is that? Okay, that's very deep. All right. I almost fell down a giant hole. Yeah, and so basically, I'll probably go down about 4 levels, about as far as I am right now, before I come back in and just put in just a ton of, like, detail and cobblestone. Then I'll go to another 4 until I have to do it again. Because you don't want to have to scaffold up just to put in a little bit of random detail. That is a real pain. Oh, this is the problem with 1.18. One of the only things that I don't love about 1.18 is these underground water areas here. And just because I tend to do these big digs quite a lot, so this is a very me problem, but they slow you down so bad. And like sponges aren't great. You know the deal with sponges, like they kind of stink. They don't work that well, and yeah, it just all of this is kind of a drag. Yes, some grind has taken place, and I have the inner walls all put in. I just did a mixture, kind of like I did over this wall right here. I decided not to do the patches like I did here. I like them, but they're a lot of work, and I don't feel like once you get all the ornamentation like that it adds all that much. I do like the andesite, so I could potentially come in and add in some andesite down the road, but we'll see how much detailing I end up doing. Speaking of detailing, I'm going to do that next. I don't always do the detailing right off the bat, but I'm going to in this layer because I can get to it really easily now while I have this nice platform. Then what I'll probably end up doing is doing like spruce planks covering this whole bit so that there can be like rooms and classrooms, all that kind of stuff as we build up this area. This is not going to be a tower. Like, what the heck is going on there? Look at that. You know what? I could use some leads. I decided to go ahead and we're going to divide the rooms and all that kind of stuff. Now figure out where the entrance is going to be. Now one of the main entrances are going to be these bridges, of course, but we'll get to that down the road just a little bit. I will figure out where sort of the main ground level entrance is going to be, and I figure, well, it should probably be right here. I already did a little bit of detailing, not a lot, but so we can just remove this and this and this, and we'll just make this a nice big entryway. In fact, actually, you know what? Why don't we do the same thing for the other side? I think that probably makes the most sense. Now, did I take out the bottom? Yeah, I'm going to have to take out the bottom too. I don't know if we're going to end up doing another floor here or not, but if so, we'll just do a stairs. Elevation changes are always really great in build. So we can pull out this, and I'm just going to leave it open for right now. We will work on like the actual detailing and stuff later. But now I know where the hallways and stuff are going to be. Oh, lovely snow. So, okay, so what I'm thinking is what we'll do is we're going to make this a pretty symmetrical design. We're going to walk in, and there's going to be sort of a big open room here, and then that's going to divide off into two hallways, right? So let's do, I'm going to need some planks. Let's do, oh boy, I can't make that many planks. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? And then come over from this side. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that was 4. Is this big enough for that? Yeah, how about one more and then we'll do the post. So what I'm thinking is you're going to walk in, there will be a hallway here, then this will open up into the fairly large room, maybe an oval? That would be kind of cool, right? And then we can divide into rooms from the hallway. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's a stormy night. Reminds me of my Walking Dead world. It seems like it storms in that world all the time. I don't think it really does, but it feels like it. So I decided to take some time and really divide these rooms and figure out exactly how I want this to be, because then once I slap the roof on, then I'm going to see these pillars, because I'm going to be using slabs to save some resources and just make it look a little cooler. But I don't want to use spruce slabs because I decided I'm going to go with the spruce walls. I could use terracotta, sure, but I think spruce is going to be better. Now, I could go with overkill here and go with the symmetrical sort of look, which I often do, where I'm going to do stairs here. I have the 2 stairs, and I could do stairs over here, but there's no need for that. There's no need for that at all. Also, I want to give you show you a little something that you're never going to see once the walls are erected, but I'm really annoyed by it. It's off-center by one block. I made one counting mistake when I was building this whole thing. Look over here. This is 3 wide, and if you go over here to the other side, this is 2 wide. Yeah, I did one counting mistake. I'm not changing it. We're just going to live with it. It's fine, because once I put this upper layer, I'll have a chance to sort of readjust, and the only way you would ever know is if you, because it's here. It's like in the center. It's not on the end. The ends are fine. The ends are set. It's just this one center pillar. So I guess I could adjust it, but I'm just going to live with it. It'll be totally fine. It doesn't need to be symmetrical. Buildings have mistakes. Little do people know. Buildings have mistakes all the time. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have this come up here. Yeah, this is where I decided that I was not going to go symmetrical. So we're going to go here, and then I'll do the new floor right here. Now, because I'm using these beams, I'm going to be using planks over top. You're going to see these beams hang down, which is going to just give a little bit extra interest to the look. That all being said, what sort of slabs do I want to use? I don't know. What kind of floors do I want to use in this place, or ceilings? There's part of me that wants to use deep slate, because I think deep slate floors up in the top would look kind of cool, and I'm not going to double layer the floors here, so I don't know. I don't know if I want to go maybe something lighter like birch, maybe? Boy, wouldn't this be a nice time for acacia wood to be a white plank wood? Wouldn't that be great? Oh man, if that came in the game, I would be so happy. I woke up this morning. I always say that, but I guess I mean unplugged this morning. Man, being an android is strange. There was an emergency at the base. I looked around and found large-scale destruction. Could it be an attack? An asteroid? Tracy, what was the source of destruction on my moon base?
Unknown.
Okay, that's weird. Were you here when I was charging?
Access to your system was closed.
What? Why?
As requested, I closed our connection during your recharging period and reopened it when your charging was set to end.
By who? Who requested this?
You did, Hank.
What? I don't understand. I certainly did not do that. Tracy, playback security tapes 13588 through 18806. What's me? I don't understand. What's happening to me? I really like this little mini tree farm. It's so stupid and dumb and simple and stuff, but I like it. I do need to build a building around it though. The one thing I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided if I want to go like another layer or not, if I want to build it up and just do a second layer, because here's how much I got. And you know, it's not that much. I mean, the sapling return is fine. I'm getting more than I need to replant, but you know, I got what, 2.5 stacks and just over 3 stacks of birch, because I think I start with birch, I end with birch, so I get an extra row. But I don't know if I should go up another one or not, but I guess maybe the size of the building will sort of dictate that. You know, one small tiny regret about Steelport, it's not that big of a deal, but I have no alley between these 4, and there's actually going to be a 5th, a very small slim building there. So I have 5 buildings with no alleys going in between. There's not really a way to rectify that because these buildings are all touching each other. So I don't know what the right answer is there. I don't know. I'm not working on Steelport today, but whenever I come back to this to work on next, I think I might want to consider maybe doing even like maybe like a tunnel or some way to sort of break in between. Because even like if you look at the school, like it's butted right up against this office building. So yeah, it's not a great way. I guess maybe we'll just live with it and just remember this for next build. You know, make sure that I have some sort of alleyway or throughway. There's a little bit of room there, but that's sort of where the saplings despawn, so not really. Well, let's check out the progress, and I made a decision here to make these sort of arches again, trying to lean into what I've done before here, so it looks like one cohesive build. And yeah, though it's currently like a death trap with mobs because it's very dark, I think it's going to look really, really cool. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to write some lore for the people who live here, because, you know, Steve Tepic is a man of the future, and possibly maybe he might not be the most religious man, but people existed here for a very, very long time, and they would have some religions built up. And I think that as a sort of nod to them, maybe he would actually like honor their gods as he designs this university for people. So one of the things that I think we can work on is we can work on a religion of 8 gods. I think that would be really cool. 2 major gods, which would be these 2 big coves here and here, and then 3 or 6 like minor gods, maybe something like that. Maybe the children, right? Like, so maybe the mama and the daddy god or something like that. And then they have 8 children of 8 different facets of this world. So listen, here's what I'm asking of you. If you are inspired, maybe you could write down the 6 facets. So we won't include the 2 major gods. They'll be, say, like, I don't know, just like the 2, maybe day and night. Okay, we'll call the 2 main gods day and night, and then the other 6 will be facets of life, whether it's nourishment or death or attack or you know, all different things that you run into in life. Okay, so if you can come up with the 6, then you will be sort of the founder of this religion. Okay, so I'm gonna look in the comments and see if anyone comes up with 6 facets of life, and that'll be the 6 facets of these gods. I think that'll be a really, really cool way for these sort of coves that I did to each one have not necessarily a statue, but like a totem or something of reference to their different god. I think that could be really, really, really cool. Here's kind of what I'm thinking for the roof. I think this could be a really cool idea. So coming with the 6 lesser gods, I think what we could do is we could have these sort of towers, and maybe each one could be devoted to a study of that god. Yes, it's a university, but maybe there are some strong religious ties in this that we just really haven't explored yet in the lore. So each of these 6 towers will be devoted to one of these sort of deities down here. I think that could be a really interesting way. And yeah, I know 2 of them are bigger, but that just has to be the way the design is. Don't think too much about that. So what I'm thinking is we're going to do 6 towers. The 2 middle ones will be a little taller, so we'll do like medium, very large towers, medium in the back, and then we'll just go to a peaked roof here in the middle. Now, this peaked roof is going to be absolutely massive because of how wide it is, and that's a little bit of a concern because, first, collecting these roof materials is really a pain. Secondly, I don't want the roof to be so tall that the towers have to be gaudy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the roof needs to be somewhat shorter than the towers, and I don't want these towers in this building to compete with this or this. It needs to be lower. It needs to be smaller. We are working out from the center in this castle, and I need to think about sightlines. So when you're down here in this upcoming city, you're going to look up here. I want you to see, the outside wall, then this, then this, then this, right? It has to go bigger to the middle. So there is a cap on the height. Now, towers are a little different because towers are thin and skinny, and you can kind of see around them. So towers can stick up, but the main roof, that would obscure all of this if it's too tall. So it just can't be. So I need to shrink the roof somehow. And I think I have an idea. It's going to be balconies, a lot of balconies. So we're going to do round balconies throughout all of these areas where maybe it'll be a little nature. Like, I really like how these trees are. I really like how they look from the ground level, especially. So we're going to do more of those. We're going to do trees on all of those balconies. What are there? There's looks like six balconies, okay? And maybe they'd just be little like sitting areas and that kind of stuff. So I got to figure out exactly how I'm going to curve that. And I think that's going to fit in well with these arches, since these arches are kind of curved too. I think we can work that out really nicely. It's time for the question and comment of the day, because I have forgotten this the last couple episodes, so I'm putting it a little earlier in the video just to make sure I don't finish it, the whole build, and then just end the episode and forget to actually do that, because it's important. I like to respond to you all in video form, and so while I'm doing a little bit of this stuff, I thought I could do a little bit of that stuff. Anyway, the question and comment of the day comes from Dr. Sketchy. Super happy to hear about your progress and see how far you've come with your weight exercise journey. Also really glad to hear your mental health is doing better with it all. Still be sure to be kind to yourself, Fix. I've recently been watching you more and more since December, maybe, and every video is, I gotta hit more, super exciting to see what you're creating and how you're doing. Well, thank you so much for watching and in the kind comment. And yeah, I'm being careful to make sure that I am kind to myself, but also I want to be demanding in a way, and that can be good, right? Like, you can go too far, certainly, with just about everything, but I'm trying to make sure that I demand the best. Like, work towards the best thing I can do, whether it's my YouTube channel, whether it's my exercise fitness, whether it's being a great dad or husband, or whatever it is, cleaning the house, that kind of stuff, and not, try to not settle for good enough. So that's sort of my mental state right now. I think it's, it's okay. It's something that I'm continuously working on. These survival videos in particular, even with the other stuff I'm doing, because these survival videos are really sort of the me aspect of my channel. It's where I just hang out and talk and that kind of stuff. They have been really, really good for me. So I have found that doing these and making sure that these stay sort of on a steady rollout rotation is a good chance for me to sort of hit I don't know, kind of therapy. I guess I didn't need to put that down a level, did I? Or that one over there. That's all right. Oh, there we go. So they've been really good for me. I'm a big proponent of therapy. I've been in therapy a few different points in my life, mostly for actually an eating disorder, which I've been pretty open about on the channel, but it's been quite some time since I've talked about it. So there are 3 main, I think, that I know of eating disorders that people get. The one that men seem to get more than others is called BED, binge eating disorder, and that's something that affected me pretty badly, where I would it's a big problem whenever you're hiding what you're doing, and everything's in sort of secret and all that kind of stuff, and I would absolutely do that. I was hiding all of my sort of BED behavior, and a lot of times when I try to tell people in real life about this, they're like, oh yeah, I do that too. Sometimes I'll eat like 4 donuts. It's like, no, you don't understand. Like, this is like, 2 large pizzas and a dozen donuts and 3 bags of Doritos all within a short amount of time. It's like it's enough that like you get sick and then you wait until you're done being sick and then you keep on going, right? So it's not like oh yeah, I overeat too sometimes. No, this is a serious thing, and I was in therapy for a couple years about it, actually, just trying to sort of figure out what I could do. And thankfully, I hooked up with a really great therapist who really did wonders. He really did wonders to sort of wrap my head around it, because people would see me and I wasn't hugely obese, so you wouldn't know necessarily, because what would happen is if you have this, you might binge for 4 days of just unbelievable amounts of eating, and then eat super healthy or undereat for weeks and months on end. And then all of a sudden you just like fall back in and fall off the wagon. And I'm very fortunate that I found someone who could really help me with it, because it was sort of taking over my whole life, between hiding all of the things I was eating and also financially and I mean, lots of things. It was a really severe issue for me. So that has basically been under control now for quite a few years. But every once in a while in my life, I have had gone back into it, because I've noticed that, I have some things that are popping back up that I kind of remember how that used to be. And so I have a few different times enrolled back in therapy and just made sure that I am keeping a close eye on it. And it's been really great. So I'm a huge proponent of therapy. I think that any sort of therapy you can get, if you can afford it, and I know different countries have different sort of hurdles to making that happen or not happen. That can be really difficult depending on where you live and your financial situation. But if you can possibly work it out, I think it's a really, really great thing. I'm actually going to bring this up a whole level. I didn't mean to put it down there. Anyway, so mental health wise, it's something that I'm continuously working on. And I'm hoping that could just continue to get better as I keep a close eye on how it is going. I am very, very aware of it. I think that's one of the absolute biggest things, is just being really aware of your mental state and where you are, and just keeping in the forefront of your mind. If you can't, if you're not sure you want to get in therapy, there are a lot of self-help books that are really well done and well written about anything from eating disorders to just being generally kind to yourself to all that kind of stuff. And I can't recommend them enough, because those kind of books, not only do they help you, and they do, I mean, I can't speak for all of them, of course, but they can really help you out a lot. But more so than that, they keep it on the forefront of your mind. I think that's one thing that I'm doing with my diet right now, is I'm logging all of my food using MyFitnessPal. And I don't need to count my calories, because on keto you don't really need to, because none of the calories that you're eating are really going into fat storage mode. But I find that logging my calories really helps me, because it helps keep them at the forefront of my mind. Like, it helps keep, okay, I got to eat right. I got to make sure that I'm really not overeating ridiculously, and it helps me just kind of keep my exercise and all that kind of stuff in a place where I want. So if I'm thinking about it, then I'm probably going to do it. I think that's really, really important to me. I didn't really plan on popping in here, but I'm trying to make a decision, because I like these outside sort of grassy areas. I ran out of grass, so I had to use dirt. I like them a lot, but it's a little weird. And let me show you what exactly I'm talking about being weird. Land, please. Okay. So I was thinking about making this maybe a circle and having it come out from the edge of the wall. But the problem that I can see is it goes over top of 2 different sort of pallets, which is okay normally, but I don't know how I would connect it exactly. So I might need to keep it flat, but I don't love it being flat. I'm not really sure what the right answer is on this. I may have to experiment with a couple different things. I just want to make sure I get this right, So this would be basically, I'd be coming out 2 more dirt. So it'd be like 1, nope, shuffle still on. 1, 2, oh, really? Again, okay. 1, 2 dirt, and then it'd come out actually another dirt. So it'd be like this far to make it sort of I don't know, like a circle, right? Is that too far? Let's see what that looks like from down here just a little bit. Maybe? I think it looks okay. It looks a little, it's at first a little bit odd, but I think once I cover it up on the bottom, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, let's do that. Officially day 3157, coming out of that double time lapse. I actually have a lot more detailing to go, but I just thought I would pop in because, you know, this has been already, like, I don't even know how many days, like 60 days or somewhere around there. I don't remember where we left off, but it's been a lot. And I have, you know, the gradient up here on the roofs looks really nice. I think it's solid. I think I like the detailing bit so far. Obviously, some of this still has yet to go. You know, I don't love how this roof is. I mean, I love how it looks. I think it looks really, really good. I don't love how it's just flat right on that edge. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slope the roof out and give it kind of like a beak, like an eagle's beak shape, which I think will be really nice. And I'm going to do all this off camera because I don't want to do another time lapse immediately. And I'm going to continue this exact basic, this kind of detailing, which is going to be universal to the whole castle along here. It's very old school Minecraft detailing sort of bit, but I think it looks really nice. I mean, I really, really like what we're doing here. Now, zombies. Oh, I thought it was a phantom. And I was like, wait, it's clearly daytime, and I've been sleeping pretty regularly. So, okay, so we're in a good place here. I have a lot of these stair slabs, chiseled bricks, and windows and stuff to put in. A lot more work to go here. Then I have to do the custom trees and all that kind of stuff. Plus, I don't really have a way around the outside of this. Like, there's no way in from here, or there's no way actually even up to here. So I have to figure out how we're going to get up to here as well. But okay, well, I'm going to get back to work, and I'll see you whenever this is basically done. You know, sometimes when it's not right, you just got to admit that it's not right. And I did not like the way that those tops of towers were. I think the idea was cool. They were just too small to actually really pull off. So I ended up taking them all down, as much of a pain as it is. So yeah, I took it all down, and I'm going to try again, basically. I would really still like some sort of like plus sign steeple sort of situation, but I don't know. It's very tiny. It's a very tiny little roof. I'm not sure I can pull it off. I may need to go with just sort of a kind of match this one, like go flare it out wide and then come up to the top. I think that might be the way it needs to go, but I'm gonna experiment with a couple different choices, and then, well, I'll show you which one it's gonna be. There's more detail, right? I could always keep hanging more lanterns and stuff up here. In fact, I'm even looking at how dark this little balcony is here, but you know what? At some point, you just gotta stop the build. The inside is not done yet, unfortunately. I kind of hoped to get it done today, but yeah, this took a long time. This was a super long episode. There's no way in here. I still have to work out. I have to work out an entrance. You know, I might wait to work out the entrance. Oh, wait, no, wait. Well, no, I lied. It's right here. Yeah, I couldn't remember. So, yeah, the interior is obviously not worked out yet. We're going to get to that maybe later on whenever I really get into university. I just can't really spend any more time on this. This has been, you know, the big new YouTube trend, 50 hours. That's been like 50 hours on this build. And probably not quite, but probably shockingly close to it. So anyway, yeah, that's going to do it. The next part of the castle is officially done, and I feel really, really good about it. I hope you're enjoying it, and I will see you all next episode right here from Survival with Fix. Oh, man, look at that view. Woo! Oh, who doesn't enjoy a good old-fashioned pirate's tale? Well, maybe the victims of their looting and plundering, but other than that, I think we all do. And that's what we're doing today. 50 hours to tell a story from a pirate's perspective. Now, the very first thing we need to do is find the actual best possible island for this project. I think this is the perfect spot. So you got this little bridge, and if you follow it just a little bit over here, you're gonna find an island. Now this one looks good, but that's all desert. Not exactly what I want. I want a pirate's cove, not a desert island. But if you go just a little bit further, oh, you see it getting in there? Oh yeah, that's a jungle island, and this is where we're building our pirate's cove. Look at the beautiful sunset. It is officially day 3170 before we start on this project. I can't wait to see what we can do in 50 hours of Minecraft uninterrupted. Well, I mean, I'm still gonna sleep, but mostly uninterrupted. I want to show you before we get any further exactly what I have in my inventory because it's not a lot. Here's what I brought with me. I did bring a beacon because I'm going to have a lot of digging. I brought saplings of all the varieties they had easily on hand, 1 stack of all these different crops just in case we want to plant. I did bring my ender chest with a couple extra tools and some extra rockets and stuff like that. That's it. First thing we gotta do though, we gotta clear this island. All this bamboo, I mean, it looks beautiful, but it's gotta go because I have some big terraforming that I want to do. So all these trees, all the bamboo, yeah, everything, it's gotta go. We're starting clean on this island. Clean, I say. My goodness, that took a long time. So we're back. We're back now. We're into the 3rd hour already, which is a little bit frightening because I've done nothing but cut down bamboo and trees. You know, I've never cleared bamboo, and let me tell you, it is pretty time consuming. It's very slow, and you keep noticing that you miss them because when you think you're done, then you see another one just sprout up just like that one over there. Oh, well, we got a lot left to go here, but I think it's just about time to start the landscaping portion. Now, I said in the first clip that, hey, we're not going to go back to the old world, but look at my tools. This one is 40 durability left. Not great. I'm going to have to repair my stuff, and there's really not a better way around it. So we are going to go back to repair tools, but I'm not planning on going back to get stuff. However, that brings up something else that is interesting. Yeah, see this azalea tree? I think that means there's a lush cave right underneath us. Could this be the greatest spot for a pirate cove ever in the history of time ever? If there's an awesome lush cave under here, I am going to be the happiest dude that's ever been in Minecraft, ever.
Doctor, something has happened.
Yes, Baron Watt. What's going on?
One of our shipping boats, the Liquid Lust, was late a few days back, bringing supplies from Gabor to Sangil. I know a captain well, and it's not like them to be off schedule.
I don't like where this is going. We need those supplies Levin Fawn promised us.
Well, you'll like this part less then. I took the airship out looking for them, and well, found what was left.
What do you mean? It sank?
I believe it was sunk, sir.
What?
I put the airship down in the water and took a closer look. There were cannon holes in the hull.
Were there any survivors?
None that we could find, but if it's what I suspect, I don't think they'd leave anyone alive.
Baron Watt, you're not gonna say pirates, are you?
I thought they were all dead.
There are pirates.
Well, apparently, the pirates aren't as extinct as I thought.
Now, I gotta make a decision right away over how I'm gonna do the landscaping here because I have a plan and it's gonna be an absolutely massive plan. You probably saw it on the thumbnail, but don't go back and look at it now. I wanna surprise you as this video develops. What I'm gonna be doing is building a road going from here around the bend. Now, this is the front of the island. This is going to be the front view that you see whenever you first come up. The dock is probably going to be on the left over there by the desert, and there's going to be sort of a fenced-off port where this little mini island, which may end up needing to go away, is right now. But you see the path I started to dig just on the left of the beacon? That's going to wrap around, and as it gets to over top of the beacon and going around, it's going underground because, indeed, there is a lush cave and I want to absolutely use it. Either I'm going to use it in this video now, or maybe we'll do another video down the road where I transform a lush cave into a sort of hidden pirate smuggler's cove or something. But it's just too perfect. I mean, the location could not possibly be better. I swear I didn't know that was here when I picked this island. Yeah, so I drastically overestimate how much storage I have or underestimate how much storage I'm going to need, and it's a lot. It is an absolute lot. I am digging much more than I really anticipated digging before when I started this project. I didn't really think I was going to find some sort of beautiful lush cave and need to sort of make accommodations for that, so well, here we are. I am going to probably make this my sort of long-term, short-term storage, if that makes sense. We'll expand this maybe later on, but for right now, at least we're good. All this bamboo is just clogging up my inventory something fierce, so I need to move this up out of the way because I'm already basically out of room. Like my one single dirt chest is, yeah, it's pretty much already tapped. So I need a lot more room. I need a lot more room for stone and for granite and for all those things too, but this bamboo has got to go. And just wrapping up the third hour, man, I have gotten a lot done. I had to go repair. Wait till you see the amount of grind done. It is extreme. Yeah, check out how much grind I have done. It is a lot. So you're going to take this little walkway down here past the creeper, past the skeleton, and you're going to get to, this is going to be where we enter the lush cave. It's right down there. Now, I don't think I'm going to keep this sort of ramshackle, natural looking sort of cave walkway the whole time. I think what I'm probably going to do is do some sort of like hidden staircase or something, because this is going to be the big smuggler's den. But we're going to take a little break from all this landscaping because it's been a lot. Like I say, I've been doing this for between cutting trees and this, basically this whole entire time I've been on for about 3 hours now. And so it's time to do something else with my fourth hour. Let's go. I have a bit of a plan here, and I think the landscape I'm going to do, this may come back to bite me in the butt, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to try a series of plateaus that go around here, and then sort of another series, and it's just all going to be little mini sort of circular plateaus. I've never done anything like this before. I'm a little bit nervous about it. And furthermore, this is supposed to be a pirate cove, so I really want to lean into the sort of moss. I'm just going to go a simple 4-block gradient from the bottom going up, and then at the top what I'll do is I'll do some grass overhangs, and then if I want to go up higher, I'll go off these plateaus and go higher, again starting with the moss and going up because there will be grass. So where the grass is, because there's going to be a bunch of palm trees and stuff like that, we're going to go moss, mossy cobble, and stone. That's going to be the whole gradient. So I'm just going to do a ton of these things all around. This is probably going to take me a couple hours. So, all right, let's do it. After cutting down all of those trees, I just planted a bunch more because I need a lot of wood to even start this project. So I'm probably going to end up getting my oak from an oak farm just so I can stop those big double tall oak trees from growing. But right now, spruce and jungle is the order of the day, so I'm growing those over there. But over here, I built a third of these sort of platforms, and I'm going to build a ton of them. We're going to surround this entire area with these, and then I very likely am going to go up another set because I want to have a jungle cove build here, and if I'm gonna have a build here, I need all the houses to be lower than these, and you know, Minecraft houses very often at least this tall, so that one's probably not even tall enough. This one did try to go up a little higher. I am still going to mix in some glow lichen as well. That's going to really help fill out this gradient just a bit, and possibly some andesite up here, but I'm going to do that by hand later on after I sort of see the final results. Right now we're just going to stick with those, the main four of moss, mossy cobble, and stone. I think that's a good start. These are going to surround in a horseshoe shape this entire island that's going to go all the way around here. Then we're going to bring in more cliffs right on the side of this walkway. Like, see down there? That's just nothing. We're going to build a custom cliff through on both of these sides to make this a nice narrow walkway. I want this to be kind of oppressive. Like, I want when you're walking down here, it to feel like the walls could possibly cave in on you. I think that's going to be a really important part of our look. Okay, I'm inspired. I'm really, really liking this. I'm only, I feel like I'm in a big hurry. Honestly, I've been really rushing. Like, I'm hurrying, and, we haven't gotten that much done because I want to make sure that this is done in 50 hours. That's the goal, right? I think we're still on track, but I am watching the clock, though, because we're already, what are we on? We're on 5 already. We're on hour 5, and yeah, I mean, not that much done. So I built this little wall after I got some glow lichen from Gabor, and over here I just threw up some vines. I don't know if I'm going to be using the vines. The vines just are going to save moss, basically. For every vine I get, free moss. But the next thing I need actually some food. I have lots of coal from this dig over here, but I have actually very little food, and I brought some. I brought some potatoes and carrots and stuff like that. So I think I just need to plant these just so I have something to eat while I'm here. So yeah, we need to actually build a little, probably temporary farmland somewhere. I can't imagine that this is going to stay forever, but at least for right now, I'm gonna have to. Oh geez, I'm gonna have to. Oh no, I was gonna have to make a hoe, but no, I have a hoe right here. We're good. Okay, we can do this. There's this cool little lake over here that I really like. It like the shape is good. I like how it's sort of a few blocks down. All of it is cool, except for I think I gotta get rid of it because the location is a little rough. Unless I brought these rocks out into, maybe that'd be better. Because this could actually be maybe like a little fishing hole for the people who live here. It's hard to get rid of something like this because it just looks cool. Oh, wait. I can't get rid of it. Oh, I can't get rid of it. This leads straight to the lush cave. It's going to be a secret entrance. Yeah, I can't get rid of it. So, in that case, this is going to go into the water. We're just going to get rid of the cliff. I really like the way these cliffs look. I don't think they even need much texture. I think it looks really, really cool. Yeah, we're going to have to bring these rocks right along there. It's going to go right into the water. That's okay. We'll make that happen. Well, I hope you enjoyed that long time lapse. That was a lot of building. It was about an hour and a half, so we're midway through the next hour right now, and right over there, that's the end of my moss. Now, I did think ahead a little bit, and I brought on my other account, and I put him over at Steelport, because we are going to have to get a whole bunch of moss. So before I go get the moss, I'm going to have to put away my stuff and get over here. So I'll see you over at Steelport. Well, welcome to Steelport. Anyone who's new to this world, this is my Industrial Revolution type of city, and this is where I AFK'd my other account, just sitting here collecting moss because I was basically out of moss. So what we're going to do here is I may need to actually AFK, and I kind of hate to AFK during this challenge, because this is a sort of challenge type of video, but all this stuff, like all the carpets and this, I don't want them. Because I'm getting more really fast. So I'm just going to throw all this stuff in there and turn it into bone meal, which is then going to power this farm. And what I do plan on doing eventually, way down the road, is I do plan on doing an automatic farm that like sort of replenishes it. Automatically, so I'll be doing that down the road, but that's not yet. That's not needed, and that's not going to be here. Actually, we're going to put that over in my refinished ancient city. That'll be in the ancient city at some point. So, but yeah, I'm just going to take all this stuff, get bone meal, and take all this moss as much as I have so far, and head back to the Pirate Cove. I got about 4 shulkers worth of moss after a fairly short AFK session. I think I probably AFK'd for about an hour, maybe even less, and I'll take that. That's not a bad trade. I did spend a few more minutes, too, connecting this area in the nether as well with a little bit of a nether path. Yeah, I didn't make it look all nice and beautiful. It's just a cobblestone monstrosity, but we'll work on that another time. This shouldn't be a real long grind just to get the short little path. Let's get back to work. Wrapping up hour 9, I am very happy with the amount of progress here. I wish I had a little bit more. I wish I had a little bit more progress, but I'm very happy. We're about halfway around the island, and I think I need to break away from this project before I lose my mind. So the next thing I want to work on is a little bit of landscaping. I know, right? Seriously, but a different landscaping. So I started work on this wall that's going to go around the sort of, the Smuggler's Cove part of Pirates Bay, if you will. I think it is going to be a bay, in fact. I think what I'm going to do is extend these things out into the water a bit and make this into a bay. In fact, I think I may do another terraforming project, but not for a little bit, where I remove this island, bring this out, and really make this part into a bay. So we'll have some taller houses and stuff up here, but then some like lower like docks and stuff, maybe something like that. I think it could be really cool. I do want to really get into building, and I want to get into it really soon, which is why I think this path has got to be done. And then in a couple hours, maybe I'll feel re-inspired to get back to this thing, because again, I'm about halfway done before we extend out into the water. So I'm pretty happy with that in general. This part, though, I gotta make sure I get this right. This part here is more important than that. Those can be pretty roughed in, and it's not really gonna be a big deal because it's huge, just like a mountain, basically. This part, you're gonna be walking by it, right? You're gonna be down here, you're gonna be walking through this path, and you're gonna see this. Now, I decided to go with just a combination of cobblestone and smoothstone. Now, I am gonna absolutely bring in some andesite and probably some stone brick, maybe cracked stone brick too, to make it look like it's been reinforced at one point over time. But I think this is gonna be a really nice look. So, the other thing I gotta think about is I gotta think about making sure that I have a bit of an overhang here. I don't want this to be straight up, and as you can see, the land does curve in, and I don't want it to. So we're gonna have to do a fake land coming up. So what we'll start doing after I get just a little bit higher, probably like even maybe like this high, is start coming out and just giving this that little bit of extra sort of dramatic overhang here, just like I have the overhang over there. I think it's really gonna be a nice way to tie this cliff into those giant boulder mountain sort of situations, whatever that is, and really just sort of tie the whole thing together. I think it's going to be a good, nice project, but again, it's a big grinder before we even really get to the building, the fun building part. Gone pretty well. I'm still just roughing this in, but I'm unfortunately pretty much out of stone. But let me get, oh, that's starting to look really cool, right? It's starting to. I got a couple kind of straight lines I got to come in, but once I put in the glow lichen, that's going to be sort of take care of itself. But yeah, you're starting to get the feeling like when you're walking down, you're starting to go, okay, so this is like, this has been like dug out by these smugglers, right? Like they're actually making this into a thing. Now, unfortunately, I am basically out of stone, so I need to come down here and start with, doing the grind. I do want to get down into that lush cave at some point, so I figure this is probably about the best time. I have a fully repaired Silk Touch pickaxe. I got some torches right there. I'm ready to go. So let's dig, shall we? Oh, baby. Do you see what I see? Look down there. This is the lush cave. Oh, man. It goes all the way down. I mean, we're pretty low already. You can see, like, the deep slate's kind of starting already. But, yeah, this is going to be the Smuggler's Cove. So we are now finally broken through. I'll show you how deep we got. Unfortunately, I had to move my beacon, and then I moved it. But I'm so low that it's actually, I'm underneath, right? Like at this step I can do up here, but I can't do down here. So yeah, I must be, I think it's 50 blocks, right? 50 or 60 blocks. So unfortunately I have to probably move my beacon to underground. So I want to find a spot inside there, because beacons, if you don't know the way they work, they go only down like 50 or 60 blocks, but they go up infinite. So if you put them down at the bottom of your world, then the bubble is a lot bigger. It's kind of like a oval instead of just a circle shape. So I got to move it down to the bottom. So I want to go down there and figure out exactly where to put it, and then hopefully I won't have to move it anytime soon. I'm kind of thinking like maybe close to here, because we're already sort of, I'm going a straight line. So I did a horseshoe. I'm heading right out to sea here. Now I'm way under the sea most likely, but I don't want to go too far. So I'm going to find just the perfect spot to move it to. Okay, so I did it. I opened this up basically all the way. I kind of ran out of cobblestone, so I just needed some more. And this is kind of the last bit of digging I'm playing right now. Now, when I do eventually need some more stone, which is going to be soon, I'm either going to have to go to a different kingdom, or I have a plan to maybe dig a cave like over in this area, because I don't want to dig in this area down here. This is a beautiful lush cave that I'm going to deal with at some future date. But right now, yeah, it's wide open. This is going to be nice. I have a plan for a ship getting down here that I think could be really cool, but man, that is a digging project. But look at the walls. The walls are all roughed in, and there's no detail whatsoever yet. It is an absolute boring thing, but at least you can see, look how tight it is up there. Oh, that's so good. We're on bridges going all. I really, really like the looks of how this is turning out. Okay. And yeah, the floor also needs to get done. So we'll do all that in, all in good time, as I say frequently. But then right now, what I want to do is I want to break away from this landscaping and do a different landscaping. We're going to come back and do all this stuff. Don't worry about it. But right now, I want to get up here and get some of this dirt because I want to be able to start building the city, and that requires this stuff to be a little bit more flattened. I don't love flattened ground, but I don't think we have much flat to worry about here. If you really take a look at this place, it is not flat with all the different sort of custom areas we did. We just need to fill in the size here and just make it nice and beautiful. Hey, look, what are you doing? That's a terrible place to spawn.
Oh, jeez.
What a little scabby-ass cheap-ass. I'll knock your wages again this week. The one item is lost from that lead. Why, I'll...
First mate, I think he has learned his lesson. I'm sure all the contents will make their way on board. Isn't that right, young man?
Yes, yes, sir.
I swear these vermin can't do anything right.
It's all right, son. What is your name?
TJ, sir.
Very well, TJ. Take the loot to the hold, and why don't you join me in my office for dinner tonight? You look half-starved.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, TJ, is it? How long have you been on my crew?
I was picked up a few months back.
And how have you been enjoying this pirate life?
It's fine, Captain, sir, but...
Go ahead, TJ. I invited you here. You may speak.
Well, I've never had any issues stealing or taking things, but no one technically belonged to me. But I didn't think it would be so brutal.
I still remember, though it was many years ago, when I first came on board under the captaincy of William Stargell. It was a shock to me as well.
It's the first mate, sir! He's so hard!
You should be careful, son. Words like that, if he heard you, I'm not even sure I could keep him from walking you off the plank.
I didn't mean to speak out of turn!
It's okay, TJ. I asked you to speak. As captain, sometimes I have need of a blunt tool, but perhaps old Blackbeard is harder than needed. Go return to your duties. Let me think on this.
Things are moving along quite well with all of the landscape I'm doing, and I'm doing more. I'm taking a lot of time to really prepare the land, so when I start building, actually for real, it's going to be a very smooth process. So you can see I got a little bit of overhangs going on up here. This whole area up along here is getting flattened. It's very, very nice. Now I need to move sort of over to this area, to the foot of my custom mountains here, because, well, yeah, you see what's going on here. And I do want to light these up because I don't want a unintentional mob farm here. I don't want the constant sound of zombies, as you can hear right now, because I think they're very likely in here. Yeah, they are. There's zombies everywhere. Okay, creepers, everything. Yeah, these things are absolute mob farms in there that I need to deal with. I am wrapping up this project finally. My goodness. Now I still have, there's some cliffs. There's some cliffs that we got to build, and I'm going to get to all that, but I do want to return to this because hello, buddy. I cannot continue really on the build until these are all put in where they need to go. What is this guy doing? Just standing around the edge? That's not a good place for you to stand. Okay. Yeah, all right, so we got to get back into building these things. I have all of this land here already manicured and flattened out. It looks very, very nice. I do still need to do some overhangies over here. I did some over there, and we're going to put in some bushes and stuff once we get actually the build done. But this is just roughing it in stage, and I still have, like 37 hours or something to go, so I'm still good. I'm still on track. I figure this is probably going to take a couple, though, because I want to finish this and wrap it around on the outside of this land that I just made for all the buildings and stuff, the whole way over there to the ocean. That's a lot. That's actually not, I'm not quite halfway. I thought I was, but I'm not, unfortunately. So let's do another time lapse. I did some more building, and I can't time-lapse everything because that's going to be super, super duper boring, but I came up with this one, and I think this is going to be really cool because what this area is going to be, this is going to be the way to get to the docks. I decided to put the docks over on this side because I think it'd be cool since this is sort of the, between the mesa and this awesome pirate island. I just feel like maybe having maybe a bridge, like who knows, we may end up doing an Old West theme or a bandits or something over there, and maybe these pirates could be sort of teaming up with them or something. I think we could work out some really cool things. So I decided to put the docks here where they're going to sail down this little strait, and that's where you're going to get to the little docks. It's not going to be huge docks because it is a pirate. This isn't a giant port city of the world. It's a pirate cove after all. They don't want to be caught and busted and everything, but it's coming along. It is coming along. I want to get into some city building though, and I'm going to start with the storage building because I have almost gotten killed about 1,000 times while I was standing here at nighttime putting stuff away. I think it's time that we do storage. So I'm going to do storage right in the dead center of this building, or island rather. So this is the overhead view using my free cam mod, which is so awesome. If you guys play Fabric, you gotta get the free cam mod. It's so great. So I want to do the storage right in the middle of this big central area, and then we're gonna have a windy road. There's not gonna be a way from the southern part up to the island. The only way to get to the island is you're gonna have to walk the entire way around up to the very top and around to the right, sort of in a clockwise fashion, and then come up that way. The reason is this is going to be where the leader of the pirates, Pirate Blackbeard or whatever the heck his name is, lives, and he's going to want to make the hardest possible route for any invaders. Again, pirates are stealing everyone's stuff. They probably want to be very, very cautious with their own stuff, right? So we're going to have a big, long sort of path that any invaders would have to follow to get to him. Normally I would do the road first. That's sort of my thing anymore, is I always do the roads first, but this time I'm not going to. This time I want to start with the storage building first, and then we'll do the roads and figure out sort of where the layout of the rest of the entire city is going to be. I'm working on this house, and I think it's coming along well. The pirate thing, it seems like it's mostly wood, almost exclusively. Maybe that's what they have access to. So I'll probably have a few stone buildings, but for the most part, it's just going to be a real mixture of wood. Like this house is just going to be oak and jungle, make it look like some of the jungle wood is maybe dried out or hit the sun pretty hard and stuff like that. I think it's a good beginning. I'm going to go a second floor for my new storage building. I'm very, very happy with it. One thing I need to avoid is making sure this doesn't look like an Old West. And I think the way I'll do that is with a lot of leaves. Like make this a super lush jungle sort of look with a lot of palm trees and all that kind of stuff. It's got to be very, very lush. Otherwise, yeah, it's quite Old West, and that is not the look we're going for. Am I right? But no, this is good. This is the end of my hour, and I am going to go get some coffee. It's the following morning, and I'm looking at this place with fresh eyes, and I feel really, really good about it. You know, I gotta admit, at the end of the last clip, which was for me like a day and a half ago, I was like, I don't know, this doesn't feel that good, doesn't look that good. But when I logged on just a few minutes ago, I started looking at this place, and I thought, no, this place is going to be super cool, because you know what I was seeing? I wasn't seeing what we have right now. I was seeing the potential. And whenever you start seeing the potential, that's when your creativity flows. And man, it is flowing. I am super, super excited. If you're ever in a place when you're building your own Minecraft world and you just feel like, I don't like anything, take a break. Walk away from it, play a different game, do something else, because when you come back, you will be freshly inspired. That's a fix guarantee. What I'm doing right now is I'm moving all my stuff finally from those sort of chests on the beach to over here. This may take me an entire hour right now. It's really, really going slow. So I'm trying to organize things a lot better than I had before. So yeah, it's just gonna take a little while. I'm gonna do some planning here on how I'm gonna build this house, and I have an idea. You know, I've seen this a bunch because I Google a lot of concept art. That's my secret for finding inspiration. I don't Google Minecraft art because if someone already built it, I don't want to build the exact same thing. But I Google concept art, and one of the things I found quite a bit with Pirate Bay builds is upside down boat roofs, and I think I could do something really cool with that. But I want to go not symmetrical. Right now we have a very symmetrical build. I want to do a roof that starts down here and slopes up and is half a hall. And yeah, that means this end over here here is going to be sort of like wide open. I think that's going to be really cool. And I think what I want to do is I want to do dark oak and spruce. So I've been harvesting a little bit, planting some more dark oak over here. And I think I'm going to go with dark oak for the trim and spruce for sort of the main parts. So that means if I'm going to do it, I need to start over on this side because this is going to be the very low side. And we're going to go right about, let's see, I'm probably going to have to use dark oak first, right? So we're going to do dark oak. I have no planks. I have no dark oak planks. Okay, we're going to do dark oak right here, and this is going to be the lowest point and the trim area, right? So we're going to go, this is going to be flat out here. Then this will come up, and it's going to do a little hourglass shape, because I always do hourglass shapes. If you never saw my boat builds before, it's kind of what I do. So why don't we time-lapse it? Because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of trial and error here. So let's do a roof time-lapse and see what we can come up with. I gotta tell you, I am super happy with this place. I mean, is it the most piratey place ever? I don't know if it's the most ever, but I think it's pretty darn piratey. I mean, would you look at this? Everything from the jungle shutters. I like how this sort of goes down with the landscape. I think that was a nice little touch. And yeah, I'm going to feather it all up. So this is sort of the back of the hull of the ship, which I think works really well. I actually kind of like I like the one side over there probably the best, but I really do like this side too, where you can just see sort of the side of the ship. I think it works really well. I thought about a chimney here, but I got to tell you, I don't feel a pirate would have chimneys. I don't know why. Maybe they're just like yo ho ho, rough and tumble, don't need chimneys. But look at this front view. Is that not cool? Man, I think it's cool. I have a little bit more that I want to do with it, but I'm going to stop for a second because I want to work on the roads. The other thing that I'm very excited about is, well, where this place is, which I gotta admit, I didn't know. I didn't really know where this was whenever I first planned this Pirates Bay. This is the map, and firstly, this is looking so cool. I only need to keep these sort of things going out to about here, and then this is going to go out to about here, and then I'm going to do some stuff on the top. But you can see sort of the layout is starting to work. It's starting to come into fruition here. But if you back out just a little bit, you're going to see this over here was Maple Vale, and up here is Sandgull, and this is the Arcane Receptacle. So if you follow this down along here, I already have a road that goes to this desert. So what I'm going to have to do eventually, this is not this period here, but we're going to bring a road down here to the mining desert right here and to the mining mesa over there. These are going to be eventually sort of hamlets and stuff like that. And since we're getting some new stuff in 1.20 for the deserts, I'm probably going to end up resetting these chunks anyway. I'll just use like a chunky or some sort of program to get rid of that stuff. But we're going to wait to do the roads until probably 1.20 comes. But this is going to be a really cool Pirates Cove. It's just the perfect size. I've made some other decisions on what I want to do here with the landscaping, and one of it is I want to collect all the sand and then actually use sand as sand pathways. I just feel like that would be a cool look. I already have a bunch of sand here, and I want to keep some of it for right along the shore, like down maybe there, certainly outside of these stone pillars, but I don't necessarily need all of this to be sand. Now I could cover it up with grass, or I could collect it all because I always need sand in this world. And if I'm going to be making sandstone and all that kind of stuff, that couldn't hurt. So I'm actually going to take the time. I'm going to strip all this sand down to pretty low, like either rock level or whatever, and then replaster over it with probably just grass for right now, but eventually maybe I may end up doing a bit of a hodgepodge. But I think that having these sand pathways is just going to be a really cool piratey sort of thing. I've never done sand pathways, so I think I'm going to have to find some sort of combination of sand and sandstone, and maybe even like the rooted dirt or something that's going to fit in sort of with that stuff. But it's going to be really cool. So I got a lot of sand to collect. I will see you in a little bit. I gotta tell you, working here in this jungle biome is so nice. I've just been doing this area over here and just like looking across the water and all this, and oh man, I mean, it is beautiful. This little shipwreck, definitely we're gonna have some shipwrecks here for sure. Maybe the sign a place of an old battle or something along those lines. But look at this. I mean, the area is just so nice. Like, I never want to do anything with this around like across the water. It's just so incredibly perfect. I love how lush this is, the whole bit. And then you look over there, and you see these Badlands. And at first, this was sort of one of the things that made me hesitate about choosing this location. I was like, there's this other biome, and I don't really like building in one biome when you can see another biome. I think it kind of takes you out of it, but it's growing on me, and I really think it's cool. Plus, I am going to be putting up more mountains over there. But the next thing I want to do, now that I have all this grass put in, and yeah, this was a lot. I actually had to go back to New Hope to get more grass because I used all that I had and I ran out, is I'm going to pull up some of the grass that I just laid, I know, and then I'm going to put down all the roads. So we're actually going to start from the middle here, right from the storage building, because I think this is probably the most important place of the entire, well, at least from my perspective, probably not lore-wise. And we're going to do a little road, a main road first that goes around and then splits. This way is going to go to the docks over there, and this way is going to wrap the whole way around to the actual front of the island. And that's where we have to figure out where these big pillar things are going to end. And I think they might end. See that little sand island? I think that's where they might end. So that means that the big entrance to the bay would be right about here. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is we're going to wrap it all around here, go all the whole way there. I think it's going to be a really nice road. So let me get working. I'm going to be using sand and sandstone primarily, and then maybe we might dot in some other things later. But let's just start with the sand and sandstone. I see you, missing block. I'll take care of you later. All right, well, I think officially in hour 22, it's time to actually start building outside of this beautiful little storage shed, which actually I forgot to do that little detail there. I will get back to that in a little bit. But I got the roads all laid out. It is pretty nice. Take a look at the map. Everything is all set, and now we can just start dotting little houses. Now, I want these pirate houses to be very ramshackle and just crazy. So they're all going to be built in layers. So we're going to do a very simple little house in the bottom, and then on top of it, another house, and then on top of it, another house. And we're just going to go up and probably do like 4 or 5 tiny houses. I mean, I'm talking like 5 by 7 at the most size houses as we go up to roughly roof height or so, maybe even a little higher. It depends. Some will be higher, some will be lower. I just want to be ramshackle with sort of stairs that lead up and down to all these different porches and all around. I think it's going to be really cool, but it's going to take a lot of figuring. Now, I do have a lot of terracotta that I got over at the mining desert, which, by the way, is like right there. I said mining desert. I meant mining mesa. That's just right over there. It's really cool. In fact, actually, if we fly up here, we can actually see it. It's just right there. See that flat area? That's the mining mesa. So eventually I may have to move that or change it or something, but I guess that'll come in 1.20. Let's get building and figure out how this old ramshackle house situation is going to work. I might start maybe off the beaten path, like over there, in case the first one doesn't work out quite so well. You know what I mean? Okay, it's been like at least an hour, maybe even an hour and a half. You ready to see it? I'm going to move my head. You ready? Here it is. Oh, this is the beginning. There's going to be so many of these. And yeah, it's not leafed over. That's the missing ingredient. Like, it's pretty good. If I look at it, I like how ramshackle it is, how crazy. I actually want to make it crazier a little bit. And I didn't go quite as high as I thought because I got to build a lot of these. And I'm thinking about how much time it's going to take. So, you know, it is what it is. But this is nice. This is a really nice beginning start. So let me take you up. So there has to be outside access to each of these houses because these are each for a different pirate. And, you know, if you have stairs on the inside, the people who live here wouldn't really want the people who live up there walking through their living room just to go home. So there's stairs here that are going to go into this apartment or this house or whatever. Then more stairs over here, they're going to go in this. Now, here is the problem. There's no door on this. That's actually part of the problem. There, I got a door. Okay. Here's the problem is this stairway that I have right here is kind of just floating up in the air. Is that ideal? That's not ideal. So I'm going to need a pillar, but I'm waiting because I don't know exactly where I'm going to put the next house yet. And if I put it near here, I might be able to connect this staircase to the other house, you know? So I think this is good. I think it's a really good start. And I'm just going to do another one kind of right beside it. Totally random, just as ramshackle as I can get it using a lot of these terracottas. I think I'm going to stick with the 3 terracottas I have. The orange and the light gray and the white. I think that's probably enough combined with all the wood. I started with the orange because I wanted to take a look at that and this. Yeah, this is good. This is obviously more of a structure that is really well done and purposed and symmetrical in some ways and all that kind of stuff. This is just like someone said, hey, I need a house. Oh, build it on top of my house. That's what they said. That's the conversation they had. Okay.
them up. I am only going to ask one more time. Where is the rest of your food? Last chance.
First mate, I searched their houses. That's it. They're not lying.
Well, if that's it, I guess there's nothing else you can give us.
No!
Lock the kids in the house and load up the ship. It's time to go.
Let's go take a look. 2 more houses done. Oh my goodness, the grind is real. Yeah, doing the houses, that's a whole thing, because you need so many houses. Like, you want to build the cool stuff, right? You want to build like the storage hall and maybe a blacksmith and a shipbuilding yard and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, people got to live here, so that does take time. It takes quite a bit of time. So I did 2 more houses. I don't think they're quite fully detailed yet. But some of the detail that I'm kind of leaving out is I want to have some sort of hanging, like clotheslines and stuff, like fences or maybe iron bars or stuff, stuff that kind of connect the houses. But before I can really do that, and also, of course, tons of leaves to make this really lush and not just look like a junkyard, right? But it looks good. I like it. So far, I'm very, very much liking this. I really like this roundhouse I put up on the top of that. I think that's really cool. The only way to get up to this one is you have to go up these stairs, and then these brave people have to walk here and go up this ladder, and then duck under, and then duck under even more, and then crawl up. This is their this is their house. Okay, that's fine. But I feel like we're in a good place to break away from this because we're officially in the 25th hour, which means we're halfway through this build, and yikes, I only have 4 houses and a storage building. I need really to get moving. I think it's time to get on to the water. Hey, what's this guy doing? Hey, get out of my pirate town. You're not a pirate. I want to build quite a few ships in this area, and I think that the first ship I want to do is going to be right here at the dock. So before I can actually build the ship, I need to build the dock, and I have an idea. I think this road's going to lead perfectly to it, and what I want to do is build the dock over this sandbar right here, but not super high, so kind of medium. So I'm thinking we're at like this level here. Maybe the best thing would be to come down, that's like 2, maybe 1 more, and just go right here for the dock. I feel like that's like going to be a good height, and it's going to allow me to put up pillars sort of that are actually on the land. So we're going to go from right here, the end of this, a dock right along here, out as far as this water, which is going to allow us to have maybe some little places to offload stuff, maybe even a couple little houses, and that should be it. So we'll just curve from here over to there. Okay, real easy. Oh yeah, we're underwater. So the docks are in a good state of kind of done-ish, and yeah, I'm starting my first pirate ship. This has got a long way to go, but I enjoy building ships. The only part I don't enjoy is draining all the water, but that's pretty, it's just kind of grindy. What I am doing, though, that's a little bit different on this ship is I'm making it quite shallow because if you look at the ground here, well, we have a bit of a problem. This thing's going to bottom out, and that's not great. So I'm probably going to have to come in here and edit the ground later on. I've been saving up for a conduit. Every time I find a wandering trader who actually sells, what are those shells that you need? I forget what, Nautilus shells. So every time I find a wandering trader selling one of those, I do buy them, but it's taken some time to get those. As long as I've had this world, I still don't think I have enough for a conduit. So hopefully we'll get one of those at some point, but I can build the ship now and worry about it bottoming out later. All right, well, let's get to some shipbuilding, shall we? I'm listening to the final book on Era 2 of Mistborn, which I have just sort of put off because I was like, well, I really want to read Stormlight. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't even worry about it. It doesn't matter. But I am loving it. The 4th book of Mistborn Era 2 is so unbelievable. Oh, it's so great. Anyway, excuse me. I came up with some lore, some ideas. See these things right here? This is the pirate flag of this world. I don't know why I didn't think of it before, but, pillagers just kind of always walk around like pain in the butt and just, kill you and take your stuff and whatever. Yeah, they're pirates. This is the pillager base. I don't know how that most obvious thing in the entire world didn't occur to me until just like while I was building the ship. But yeah. Welcome to the pirates or the pillagers. So anyway, anytime you see a pillager, you'll just know where they come from. This is their home. I may name tag some pillagers, maybe keep them here. Regardless, the ship is coming along pretty well. I'm going to have to do a lot of texture variation, all that kind of stuff. I'm just roughing it in right now, trying to get the shape right, and I think it's okay. These sails are a little weird because they're going to be, well, they're just naked right now, but once you add in 3 rows of wool, which is what I usually do, I'll probably do 3 rows of wool up there, maybe even 4 up in the top, and like 3, maybe 2 over there and 3 over there, something like that, just to mix it up. I think it's going to really turn out quite nicely. So far so good. These are going to be, those are windows over there. Actually, no, I lied. That one's a window. These are going to be cannon holes, which we'll get to in a little bit. I'll put some trapdoors and all that kind of stuff. But things are going really well with this. I got to go sleep. Okay, I worked out another house and things are coming along quite well on the building front. That's 6 houses if you include this. Actually 7 builds if you include the old ship over there, which I just realized. I was thinking like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the ship. Doesn't look that great. I don't know. I started kind of feeling bad. And then I remember, oh yeah, I forgot all the rigging, which is an enormous part of a Minecraft sail. I just forgot. I've built like dozens of boats and I literally just forgot. So I gotta go do the rigging. I guess I might as well go do that now, but I'm gonna need a lot of spruce logs because that's all made out of fencing, and so I have been cutting down spruce trees whenever they grow. So I'm gonna grab these spruce trees and get working on the rigging for my sailboat. Okay, let's go take a look at this ship because it looks way, way better with the rigging of. I can't believe I forgot that. So weird. I was like, wow, this is kind of barren. But okay, yeah, it looks great. So much, much, much better. I like it. There's still some more things that we could add to this and probably will in time, but I really want to get back into the landscaping. And do I mean that I want to get back into it as much as I really need to get back into it? Because I need to finish this ring around this place. So I'm going to do all of the rest of these blocks. It's probably going to take me a couple hours. It's right now 11 p.m. and I am wide awake. So look at these floating trees. Was Tanisha on my island? What? Step, now that I think I have all of these pillars done, is going to be another landscaping thing. This is going to look really cool in my mind's eye, but right now I still have a lot of area to go. I need to cover the tops with grass, and I don't want to just do regular grass. I want to really overhang it, and I'm going to do a combination of 2 to 1 podzol and grass, just to give in that extra little thing. I could use coarse dirt, but I have so much podzol, why not? I have tons of podzol, and I can always pretty easily make more, right? So yeah, I think it'll turn out to be really nice. Just give it that extra sort of spotted, sort of jungly look, which I think is cool, because under trees often there's not a lot of grass, and these are going to be really covered with like lots of palm trees and foliage and all that kind of stuff. But before I get to that stage, I need to do this stage. So all of these got to cover in grass. There's no way I have enough grass either, so I'm gonna have to go back to New Hope and get some more. I have tons of grass there. I probably will have to get some grass and then cover it and then plant in some spruce trees to get podzol, because I have a lot of podzol here, but I don't have nearly enough. I mean, these rooftops are pretty tall, and rooftops, pillar tops, and they all need to be covered. The next step is basically done. I like it. It's, there's still a lot more to go, but I do like it. It really adds a lot. It makes this feel a lot more complete. Now, what I'm going to do, probably not next. I think next thing I want to do is actually do a building just to break up my time here, but I do want to get rid of this island. This island's got to go, because what I want to do is I want to make kind of a wall, like an ocean fence, going right from the edge of that pillar. That's going to do a little bit of a semicircle out here, but I want this to be an open water bay. So, unfortunately, this thing is got to go. So I'll do that maybe down the road just a little bit. Next thing I want to do, though, is I want to build a bigger building for the pirate pirates to actually eat and drink. I want a restaurant, bar, tavern thing, and I'm thinking right there is just a perfect spot for a nice big place. We're going to do an open air tavern, but to do that, I'm going to need a lot of clay. So I'm thinking maybe I should head down to this lush cave that's right down here and go harvest as much as I can get my hands on. Oh, geez, I got to do this road down here too. I am so thankful that Mojang added in these lush caves. Not only do they look absolutely amazing, because they do, they're so awesome just to even just look at and find, but they actually have a giant source of clay, and clay was always a huge problem. Like, for anyone fairly new to Minecraft, you might not know the clay river grind that was a very real thing, and just how incredible much time you had to fly around, destroy all the rivers in your world just to get a decent amount of clay. That's what, one of the main reasons why I even still hesitate to build out of brick, because it was so hard to get. But now with these lush caves, you find one of these and you're good for a very, very long time. This is just super cool. I'm not even destroying the ground. I'm just taking out like a wall cave sort of area. This is great. I'm always planning for the future in this world, and one of the things I want to do in the future is have a giant armory sort of thing, because there may be a war budding here in the lore, and look what I just got. I just got 2 more pieces of chainmail from just 1 kill. It's pretty sweet. I'm taking all my clay, and I am heading over to the arcane reception coil to use my super smelter. I don't know why I didn't go to Steelport. My arcane reception coil furnaces are like half the size of the ones in Steelport, maybe even less than half the size. I wasn't really thinking about it, but regardless, we did all the smelting that we need to do, and oh, look at this place. It's starting to come together. It's slow. It's slow, but it is starting to come together. I'm really, really liking it. So here's how much brick and cracked stone brick I was able to get, which that's a pretty decent amount. I mean, that's a lot of clay. Remember, that's each one of these is 4 stacks of clay balls. So that's not bad. Hey, I see some leather armor. I'll take that. So my basic plan for this restaurant, bar, tavern area is going to be use diorite. I want it to be really nice and bright, and I think that would be a really cool look. In fact, actually, I've been thinking more about it. I might end up doing another bridge, because the area that I thought I saw from over there is actually a lot smaller because, it's broken in half. So I was kind of thinking, what if I built the house literally over top of this? Would that be cool? Because I kind of feel like that would be cool. So I'm going to actually start by just building the house first, and then later on, after I build the house, then I'll work out some like sort of wood beam supports. But I think that's just going to help for the whole rickety thing, and that's going to give me all of the space to work with. It should be really cool, hopefully. I'm going to be bringing in all these chains to light it up, and man, I think it's super cool. Brought in some of the terracotta. I like that. Some open windows. Then I'm going to have some glassed windows just to add a little bit of variation so it's not all the same. Out here is going to be a seating area. Very, very nice. I mean, this is super nice for pirates, right? Let's say whoever owns this place just really cares about it just being extra special nice. We'll light that up later. Along here, this is going to be more of an indoor seating area, but again, wide open windows with these bushes on the outside, which I think really help a lot. I think they're really, really cool. This roof is a little higher, and actually I like it more. I kind of wish that roof were a little higher, but I think probably having a little bit of variation is probably a good thing. This place is coming along so well. I'm super excited, even though I am keeping an eye on sort of the final timeline here, because I don't have that much time left, even though it is like 20 or well, almost near, just a little less than 20 hours, right? So I still have a lot of time, but we haven't done as much as I had hoped by this point. So really got to get a move on. Look at that ship. Look at that ship through the window. Ah, it's so cool. This is looking really good. I really, really like it. Okay, so it makes me think about how I'm doing this thing, because I really like the ramshackle builds I've thrown together, but I think I'm not going to do all of them. I'm going to do some that are a little bit nicer. Like maybe here's my lore reasoning for it. Maybe the people who first settled here just built whatever they could build. They just built house on top of each other. But the longer it's been here and kind of turned into like a real sort of civilization or kingdom, maybe they've started to build some slightly nicer places like down here. I think we could have a bit of a mixture, like more houses like this intermixed with houses like this. I think as long as there's not like a district of all this and then an area of all that, I think it's going to work out really, really well. That all being said, I need to get to landscaping because I'm looking at the clock and it's time to go. This island has got to go, and then I want to work on the wall that's going to protect sort of this area. The reason why I want a wall is because invaders would love to pull their ships right up to here and just, you know, storm the beach, right? So I want to put up a big wall. That way, the only way that these people could get invaded, because this is a warlike people, and these are the pillagers, these are the pirates, is through that little area right over there. So we can build also some real defenses into that one area, because that's the only place that invaders could possibly get to this place. It's unbelievably well protected, especially once we get all the real dense foliage and stuff like that up in those plateaus. So this thing right here, this has got to go. All right? I don't want to do it. Okay, let's do it. Let's go. I'm very tempted to leave this last little bamboo stalk here because I did clear the island and I took it down not very far. You can, up here, it's all gone, but if you look down here, it's just right there. But that's okay because no big ships. Hi, phone. Hi, phone. How's it going? Nice recording, interrupting session there you got. No big ships can come here. We're going to... oh, my goodness. As I was saying before a flurry of text messages from the wife came in, the island's gone, and it's okay that this is shallow because the only boats that are going to be able to come in here are like Minecraft boats. So goodbye, last bamboo stalk. Don't worry, I'm going to be replaying bamboo like crazy. But down here, this is, as you can see, not very deep, and I think that's going to be okay, and especially because I always run this world with shaders, so you can't really see through the water as well with shaders, so it's not a real big deal. I'm going to finish cleaning up some of this land, and then I think we're ready, finally, to move on to this giant ship fence that we're going to build. Now, I did a couple things. I did a couple of real little things. I actually took the time to repair my tools, and I finished up this path. So there's just sand. There's no, you can see right there, there's no detailing at all. Yeah, I just threw sand down, but at least now that is kind of sort of done. The next thing I want to do is I want to do this fence, and I decided how I want to do the fence. I'm not going to do a fence with like fencing, or I'm going to do it a big custom fence. And what I want to do is I want to use, sort of make like stone teeth. I kind of want to make stone teeth coming right out of the ocean. So I got to find the most shallow point of the ocean because I don't want to go up forever. That's not terrible. And I'm just going to make a circle. And I'll be using just a combination of stone, cobblestone, and that's it. I'm not going to go crazy detailing this. I may end up detailing it later if I want to go that far and put in some mods and stuff. But as far as just getting it done, I'm just using stone and cobblestone. And we're just going to do a few pillars that then I can use to support the fence, if that makes sense. Okay, I've done some work. I've done some off-camera work, and look at what I came up with. So these pillars, yeah, baby, this is going to be the beginning of what's going to keep this area from getting attacked. And oh, do I love it. Now, see, these are the prototype. I wanted to try these out because this is what I'm planning on putting on top of these things over here. So that's why I did these very flat tops so that I can put a bunch of these littler guys up on top of there with a bunch of sort of grass hanging off it and all that stuff. We'll do, obviously, a lot more organics, too. I did a little bit of a sort of quote-unquote natural bridge that's going to go over there. That's going to sort of be a way to walk out there. And then in between these two, and in between these two, and then also probably this one, though I guess I don't need it. Probably just between these two and these two, I'm going to put chains. And the chains are going to be what stops boats from just sailing right in here with their cannons. This is going to be so cool. Oh, man, I am loving this build. I cannot tell you how excited I am now that these are in and now that I'm seeing the whole project start to shape up. Yeah, I still need a lot more houses, and we're going to get to all that. But I am too psyched about this landscaping stuff right now to get into the house building. So we're going to take a little bit more of a break from landscape or from building houses and get in to some more landscaping. Let's do a time lapse and work out some chains, shall we? Let's do it. My goodness, it looks so good. Oh, yes. I love these chains. Oh, I love that little wall of it. Very simple. And yeah, this whole thing is so cool. So the idea is going to be, and I think what I may end up doing is doing something on the bottom, like maybe logs that come up that just stop any even little boats. Because what I want you to have to do if you're coming in here, I want you to have to weave in, right? So that's going to stop the big boats. Let's land on this little shipwreck. Oh, why not? And take a look. Yeah, oh man. Look how cool this is. I mean, this is so cool. I can't wait to work on the tops and things like that. But I feel like building a little bit, because I've been doing this landscaping and stuff for quite a while. The chains look really good. I really like that broken one. I think that just adds a lot. And yeah, I want to do some building now. I don't know if I want to build houses, or if I want to build like a stockade, or if I want to build like a fortress, or I don't know what I want to do. But maybe I'm going to start with a couple maybe simple little houses sort of in this area, like be near the ramshackle houses. Kind of fill up some space. There's this giant big space over here that I could put maybe 2 or 3 just kind of simple regular old houses there. Something like just like one of the 3 of these things that could be maybe some of the newer ones, and then maybe put something over top of them and make it work. That should work okay. Over here I want to do like a little bit of a lake fishing zone. I still need to work on this path. Oh yeah, we got a lot to do yet, and I'm running out of hours. I finished 2 of these little houses. Very simple, just easy. Using the mangrove wood, which I flew over to Gabor and picked up since I have so much of that. I'm going to do a couple... Hello, you zombie jerk face. Yeah, I'm going to do a couple like extra details there. I just ran out of red. So to get more red dye, I actually planted a field of beetroot. I'm going to do more of these little fields. I like these sort of Minecraft-y kind of little fields. Around here, they're nice space fillers, and they're bringing some color to this Pirate Kingdom, which is something I really want to add. But I started something else, speaking of color, and lack of. I'm going to do a little pirate fortress. This is a really perfect location because you can see it from where the ships will pull up. So you got the ships coming in over here, and they're like, oh wait, these pirates have a castle. It's not really a castle. It's just going to be a pirate sort of garrison where they keep all their tools and stuff like that. I think it could work really well. But yeah, I'm just going to make this look like a castle. You know, I was going to do something really fancy and everything, but nah, I think I'm just going to make it look like a little mini castle within the Pirate Kingdom that could be really cool. The sort of, I don't want to call it a castle because it's so little and tiny, but it's looking really good. I brought down some fencing. Except for the windows, I'm going to go with just fences. I think it's going to be a lot cooler and just look a lot better. So we're just going to go like this, and then just like that. I think that's just going to look more piratey and stuff like that. So we're just going to dot in like 3 or 4 windows around here just to really spruce up the place and bring some light in and everything, some interest. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. I had to go deep slate. Mine didn't get a bunch of deep slate. But if you look at it from the outside, yeah, it looks super cool. It's not totally done yet. Still some more things I want to add in. I got to break up some of these spots with some windows. I don't want to go window crazy because this is, after all, a fortress, and I don't think you would have a million windows in your fortress. But maybe some places here where they could shoot arrows out of the holes, but also kind of protect them. It's kind of like arrow slots, I guess, kind of, right? I mean, I could actually do arrow slots, but that's okay. So going out here, you have the bay where they could potentially be attacked, and let me show you what I came up with. And I don't know if I like this or not. I mean, I wanted to do a diagonal cannon. Diagonal is really hard, so this is kind of what I came up with. Does that look like a diagonal cannon? I could probably use some maybe texture variation to really help spruce up, but I don't have a much better idea. From a little further away, it looks pretty good, but up close, it's a little questionable. The idea is that this platform on the bottom, it can kind of like pivot, it can kind of turn like a big wheel sort of situation, and this could turn to shoot out over the wall at any ships that are in this entire area. This is a big cannon, right? So it could probably hit a lot of stuff. I don't know. Do I love it? It's just about nighttime, and I've been a fairly aggressive sleeper here this session, this build so far, but I do want to show this off at night because now that it's all lit up, it looks pretty darn cool. I really like it. It's definitely the smallest quote-unquote castle I've ever built, and it looks really nice. I am looking really hard at the map right now, and I gotta tell you, I think there's only room for about maybe 3 more sort of house areas left. And I want to make sure that there are 3 houses that are going to be really cool. So they're going to be up here, at least 1 or 2 up here on the top, 1 sort of back there, and then down here, this is going to be kind of like a market sort of area. So I do need places to house more people. So I'm going to do a big stacked house right here as soon as it's morning. I think maybe one of these, like 3 or 4 levels right here, something that's going to be taller than the storage building, just to help break up the skyline a little bit would be really nice. So yeah, let's get building this one. It's going to be a big one. I've really figured out sort of my system of building these houses that works really well. So I just come up with 3 distinctly different palettes. I don't usually do this exterior framing thing, but I thought for maybe this one it might look cool. And so I just came up with granite with some brick, the 2 different kinds of terracotta, just a sand and sandstone mixture, and then up there, of course, mangrove. And then after I get that sort of laid out, this one actually I went with the double-sided, 2 different sort of buildings on top of one that I thought was kind of cool. Generally putting stone in the bottom I find looks a little bit better. Just I think to your subconscious mind, you're like, yeah, okay, that could happen. Then I'm going to come back in here and get all of my wood, mostly slabs. I don't want a lot of giant peaked roofs, so I'm just going to grab like basically all the slabs I have and start putting down some roofs. So I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty obvious, but I think maybe just kind of seeing it in stages might make sense if you want to try this sort of ramshackle build yourself. Next up is you rough in the roof. So I put the roofs up there. Nothing is really in. I just tried to mix up the colors, use a couple different mixtures that I've used over the whole place just to tie the whole island together. Still looks absolutely terrible, right? But the next stage is you got to figure out how to get into these places. Because again, like we talked about way over there, I don't want you to have to go through this house to get up to that house because these are different people who live here, right? So these people would not take kindly. This isn't like their second floor. These are like literally different houses. So how do we get up there? Let's figure out some stairs and some pathing. I could connect it over to this house. I did that a couple other places, like over there. I think this pathway actually connects to a different sort of walkway that goes up over the paths, but I think this one I want to be disconnected or connected in a different way. So let's go stairs over here for this house and then stairs over here for this. So just make 2 completely separate. I think that'll look a little bit nicer and add some interest. I got home from a gig and I felt very inspired to do some pirate stuff, and I built another house, and I really love how this one is connected. I really think that one's just perfect. I want to do more of that. So the way you get up is, well, this is the ground floor. This is floor 2, but floor 3 is actually coming from over here. I think that's just a cool thing. I definitely want to do more of that. I love how this is over here. And you can see okay. Apparently you cannot get up there. That's fine. That's gone. Yeah, this is how you get up to the other floor. What I want to do here is I want to definitely do more of that, and I also want to kill this creeper, and I want to use glow. What are these glow berries for a lot of lighting in the place. So I started hanging these over and using some bone meal just to get these. I still don't actually know if these grow or not, and that's something I would like to investigate over here. It appears they do, because I don't think I had made that one that long. I just don't know. I still don't know if they grow or not, and I don't know if they grow berries over time or if you have to actually bone meal them and place them. Like, if I don't do any of these for a while, will they all be glowberries? Because that would be maybe a little bit much. I don't know. I'd like to find out how they work. Regardless, the next thing I want to work on is how the heck do pirates eat? Well, they need a couple farms. And yeah, most of the food pirates steal most of the food pirates eat is stolen, right? They're going to plunder and loot and all that kind of stuff. But they're going to want to grow some of their own crops here. So I think that we're going to plant some fields, especially as kind of space fillers, like against those big stone things and all that kind of stuff. I still don't want to put anything on top because I still have plans for that. But we are very quickly running out of time and I need to get a move on. So let's do a planting time lapse.
So then he just killed him.
Why? We already stole their food. Did he kill everyone?
No, just the adults. We locked the children up and left.
What did the captain say?
I didn't tell him.
You have to. Blackbeard is so scary. Maybe the captain will make him go away.
He did say he wanted to know what's happening. You're right, I'll go.
It was a good haul, Blackbeard.
Still though, I was sure there was more, but the farmer wouldn't have talked.
Well, the pressure from the fist is getting more intense. Did you make sure to hide our tracks?
I did. We burned the storehouses and killed the adults.
The adults? What about the children?
Well, Captain, they were just young ones. I'm sure they couldn't identify us.
You left witnesses?
I wouldn't say witnesses, just kids.
First Mate Blackbeard, you will take a small boat back to the village and eliminate anyone who could identify us. Who's there? Blackbeard, go see who's outside my door listening to us.
I have started the big grind, and yeah, you see what I'm talking about? I started putting up the palm trees, and we are going to need to build about maybe 1 billion or so of these, because they are going to need to fill in all of the empty space, along with some bamboo and some other nature and stuff. But yeah, so just very standard sort of looking palm trees, a lot of leaners and stuff like that. I built one that's a real leaner down here that actually worked out really nicely here. Let's see if you can get a good angle of it. Yeah, that one. Definitely more of those. I'm using all of the wood, which kind of stinks because every 4 stacks I use only gives me 3 stacks of the wood, but it looks a lot better. So, it's just the cost of doing business. So yeah, I'm going to space them out around this big. I think this is a nice distance where there's a little space in between them to see the sun, because I do not want a canopy of leaves here. But yeah, all this space here, this is all going to be filled with palm trees, little paths and things like that. But I have to build so many of these. I would do a time lapse, but honestly, I think I'm just going to kind of hit this in little tiny segments, do a few here, do a few there, and not try to do about 100 all in one play session. So, see how many I have now, and next time you see in 1 second, I'm gonna have a lot more, I hope. Okay, then I have added what feels like dozens and dozens of trees. I don't think it's really that many, but each of these takes quite a while. Building down in Minecraft is kind of painful, but you can feel the ambiance just coming through this whole area. These leaning pine trees change everything. I actually tried to use just like a vanilla jungle tree and then sort of edit it by taking out some leaves. It's not even worth it. You can just build it faster just on your own. But I want to put some leaners over the water and leave this area right here empty, because we're going to do something special there later on. But right now it's just where I'm getting all of my leaves and my wood too. So now it's just a little bit of a farm. Another thing I want to do, and this is really important, is I'm spreading out farms throughout all the kingdoms of this world, and I want to have a big bamboo farm here. So anytime I want bamboo in my entire world, this is where I want to come. So I got to build a pretty big one with a collection thing, and this is sort of the design I went for. I do want it to look really nice and really cool as well. It's actually directly under the storage room. I think we might be able to do something with that as well once I figure out exactly sort of where the drop down is. Oh yes, and after an epic grind, you can see my little tiny bamboo farm is done. Now look, I forgot when I first started this that 1.20 is on the horizon, and with that comes bamboo blocks. So, instead of just use bamboo for scaffolding, I'm going to be using it to build a lot. So I need to have a very, very large bamboo farm, and look at this puppy. I mean, seriously, have you ever seen anything so gorgeous? This might be one of the biggest farms I've ever done. I'm not generally a huge farming guy, but yeah, this one, not only does it look cool, but I have a collection thing already working, and just while I've been building it, this is how much bamboo I have. I think I'm actually wasting a lot because it's not even picking up because the whole system is so clogged. Coming back up topside though, we are officially day 45. That means I have 5 days left to finish. Now while I was working on that bamboo farm, I went ahead and planted a bunch of bamboo here. And I know, I spent the first 3 days of this whole series clearing all the bamboo out, and now I put it back. But I had to get rid of it so I could build, and now put it back along the edges. But it's just absolutely crucial to the style of this build. I've been watching a lot of Mythical Sausage recently, and just his sanctuary, his whole city, and just using so much bamboo and lushness. And yeah, that's what I want this to be, only except for a pirate vibe. Lush pirate, if you will. huge progress. These spikes that I decided to add to the top of those plateaus, because I'll be honest, I built the plateaus and I was like, okay, these aren't finished, but I didn't really have a set idea on what I wanted to do. I wasn't sure if maybe I wanted more plateaus, but these spikes are absolutely epic. I mean, it almost reminds me of like Jaracraft or something, except for it's survival, you know? I mean, I love this. I put up a picture on Discord saying, hey guys, check this out. If you're not on my Discord, by the way, you should totally join. It's a very chill, relaxed, not spammy community. It's a little older than maybe some other Discord communities that you may have joined before. It's very cool. Anyway, I put up a picture and I think someone said like, whoa, is this a creative build? I'm just joking because they know me and know that I don't do creative really, but that's the feel. It feels like a giant creative build. Build this little land bridge over here that's just going to be really, really cool. I actually took the cobblestone and stone mix all the way down, which is really important. I got a couple more little plateau areas that I need to do though to fill it in, so I got to get working underwater. Oh, I'm out of leaves again. So I cut down one giant jungle tree with the silk touch hoe, and that's how much I got. So I'm getting like, what, 4 stacks of leaves and some wood. I'm actually really good on wood, but I need a lot of leaves. I want to put up palm trees on all these plateaus that I have around, and that's going to require just a tremendous amount. So I got to get seriously like planting and then shearing these jungle trees. Oh, I'm so grateful for Fortune Hoes because that actually makes this possible, where before it was very likely that you would run out of saplings. So it's a great change, but still, it's a painful process. Well, I have a big important decision to make here. It is officially hour 49, which means I have 1 hour left, but I'm not done. I'm getting closer. We're getting close to the end product here, but all these palm trees are in, but there's still a lot more work to go. These palm trees have changed so much. It's really made it start to feel like a finished product. A couple things I don't really love. I don't love that there's a savanna biome that's sort of cutting into the edge of my island. It's just a little bit. It's just a few blocks, but it really discolors the grass and those leaves, and there's really nothing I could do. I know I could use moss or something. We're just going to go with it. We're just going to let it go as the natural Minecraft terrain gen. Oh, I love that. Shipwreck right there. I wish I could have a few more or build them maybe, but regardless, building shipwreck right now is not my number one priority. I got to finish this up. So we're getting into bonus content. On hour 50, I had to fly back to our hamlet of Harrowdale, which, by the way, great name. That's a new name for this little hamlet that we did a couple episodes ago, and I am going to collect wool. It's really great to have an automatic wool farm, but this wool farm is not great when you need a lot of anything. Now, I don't need a lot for what we're doing right now, just doing a little bit of a market kind of build. I can just use a couple stacks of this, couple stacks of that. Building a ship sails, yeah, that gets to be a little bit more of a problem because I need a lot of one color. Regardless, that's not what we're doing now. I'm going to have to address this wool situation maybe down the road. Maybe we should have wool farms for each color or something like we did way back in Realm of Vastin. After I'm done dealing with this little mob party that is waiting for me, I gotta clear this area of trees because it's time to build a pirate marketplace. And we're gonna do a typical sort of medieval, you've all seen it before, marketplace. So I wanna bring color, I wanna bring some pop in. So when you're looking at this area, you're gonna see some bright red and some bright yellow and all that kind of stuff. Right now, it's all like green, brown, and gray. I gotta bring in some vibrancy to this build. This tunnel, I might do something with it. I haven't decided yet. I don't know, maybe a mine shaft or something. Regardless, these trees, they gotta go. A very simple little build. Later, I added in some of the sandstone slabs so the road actually connects and made this rickety little staircase that goes down here. Everything's got to connect as everything in this world, but it's all got to connect within the kingdom, certainly. And just random stalls, sort of. Added in some palm trees, some bone mealed up some grass and all that kind of stuff. They're not really selling anything specific. There's some melons and some looms and, you know, whatever. This isn't exactly my forte and not something I'm terribly interested in. I had a tiny little dock over there just for like rowboats because there's no way for big ships to come into this dock. The big ships would have to go into the main dock, but maybe rowboats might bring in some melons or whatever. But yeah, that color, it helps so much. This place is looking really good. Oh, that freaking savanna, it really kills me, but I'm just not going to look at it anymore. Or that one. I'm not looking at it anymore. But with all that building, it's time to break away from this island a little bit. What? We're doing something else in bonus time? We are. I want to have 2 farms here. One is the bamboo that's already done, and then I got to build one more, and that's going to have to go on a boat. This island is looking really, really good, but I think it's time to give these pirates another ship. One of the reasons why I picked this location is because on the way between Maple Vale and the Pirate Cove Island, there is this warm ocean biome with a coral reef. This is the perfect place for a farm that I'm going to desperately need in this world in time. Not yet, not right now, but I want to set it up now so that I can always come and utilize it anytime I want a bunch of coral. So we're building a coral farm, and we're going to do it on a pirate ship. Yes, as the sun comes up in the morning, mobs are burning, and we have a coral farm, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. I made this one a long time ago, similar, but this one's even better. So once you flip the switch, all you do is you just hit it with a silk touch, anything, I think, silk touch anything. It's instant break, so it doesn't even take durability, and you just go to town. And it is, I believe it's a Raised Works, I think, design originally. So turn that off, and let me just show you real quickly how it works. It's very simple. If you've never done one before, it's a great way, because I have a plan for all this coral that I'm going to need. And I thought, well, what the heck, may as well get a pirate build here involved. And this is the results after about 15 minutes or so. So we have a pretty decent amount for 15 minutes. If I AFK'd here for a couple hours, it wouldn't take any durability or health or food. So as long as mobs aren't beating on me, I should be good to do this as long as my bone meal lasts, really, honestly. And the way it works is there's 2 blocks of water source blocks down there, and then glass panes with a flowing water going this way, so all this stuff just drops right down there. Very, very easy and awesome design. As long as there's bone meal, this is good to go for basically ever. This design for the boat is a little weird, I will be honest. It's a little stubbier than any boat I've ever done before, but I think I can live with it. I wanted to make it wide enough because I wasn't totally sure how big this farm was. I could have checked, but I didn't. And I wanted to make sure I had enough room. And I do. And this way we can polish off the interior down the road at some point. That's right. I said interior. Now, before I get into building more of this, a little stubby boat, I do need to get more dark oak. I don't have that much remaining. I brought all the dark oak I have, and it's well, this much, so not a lot. So I'm going to take my axe and I'm going to go find a spot, maybe right over there. By the way, this is Maple Vale. If you're wondering where we are in the world, Maple Vale is right here. The pirate boat is right there, and the Pirate Kingdom is actually just right over there. I'll show you on the map just so you can see where everything is. This is Maple Vale right here. This is the pirate boat right here, and this is the Pirate Kingdom. So, I mean, it's all, my whole world, again, just continuing to be connected. There's Gabor over there. Here's Sandgill, the Arcane Reception Coil, and all the way up to New Hope. Steel port over there, and so on Perseverance. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. Yeah, I can't wait to get back to that build. Yeah, so, I mean, everything's right here, and I really, really like it. But would you look at the detail? Would you check out the detail in this pirate build? It's awesome. It's probably the most detailed build I have in this entire world so far as every little block has something. Basically, there's not a lot left to do. I do want to come around the outside and put in some palm trees and some bush and stuff outside of this sort of stone natural thing that I did, and I got to work a little bit on the docks over here. Not a lot because I already did a marketplace, but just something so the docks aren't completely barren. Regardless, that's neither here nor there. It's actually over there is where it is, but I need to get to building now. So I'm going to go take my bone meal, go over here to Maple Vale, I guess, and start chopping down a whole ton of dark oak trees. Then we'll get building. Okay, let's do a time lapse of the shipbuilding, shall we? So I'm not crazy about the absolute shape of this boat still. I know I said time-lapse, I think, and it did cinematic instead because there was a lot of hemming and hawing about trying to get this right. Now, I've done a little bit more work on the outer hull, and I'll show you that after I get a little bit more done here. But I went and sheared a ton of sheep, and I grabbed my ink from my ink farm, and I'm starting to work on these sails. I want to do a little bit of a different furrowed sails this time, where I think I'm going to try sort of this basic design, again using the black and gray because they are pirates after all. And I don't want to go all black because that will just blend in, you won't be able to see anything, but I think it's going to work really well. Up here I tried the single layer, I didn't like it at all, and then up here I tried the double layer and I like it a lot more. I think I'll end up doing maybe some like attachments, maybe, I'm thinking maybe blackstone attachments or something to keep them up there. Maybe that chiseled blackstone or something along those lines. But yeah, this is going to look really nice. The other thing I think I'm going to do, I don't love this texture, but I think if I strip it, yeah, that's going to be a lot better. And that'll be a lot easier after I get a ladder. I'm going to put a ladder going up to the top because you're under a crow's nest at the top of each of these masts. Now, these days when I do a ship, I don't generally go straight across, straight on the X and Z axis. I usually do sort of a side thing, but for this one, I wanted to do something very simple. Oh man, these are in the way. I wanted to do something very simple just so I could work on this new mast sort of sail technique. So for future ships, I'll still continue to do the more diagonal, but I think for this one's going to be okay. Now, the reason why it's here is because it is anchored at port because they are farming coral. And, you know, is this exactly how they farm coral? Sure. Okay, I guess so. But yeah, it is anchored. It's not actually sailing. This is such a perfect location because if you follow this river, this goes right to that arch that we did several episodes ago in this survival series where... Now, there's an arch that goes from the open ocean into this sort of sea. The problem is the arch that I built is way too small. So I'm going to have to make that arch a lot bigger to fit any of these ships. Look how tall that is. It's way up there, right? So we're going to have to make the arch bigger at a later date. Not now. Maybe whenever we go back and work more on Maple Vale in the future. But I'm going to keep on working on these sails, stripping these logs, build up some crow's nest, and hopefully we'll have a really nice pirate ship here. I think it's coming along. The detail leaves a little to be desired yet still, so we'll get to all that. I want to try something here on camera and see. That's not what I thought was going to happen. Okay, I just broke it. I tried to break it real quick before it died, but I forgot you have to use Silk Touch. So I have all these fans, and I know a few of them will spread out, but I don't know if they only spread out like on the ground. They do. That's what I want. I want the sort of one on the side. Are they all the same? So that one spreads out real nicely, but then on the wall, yeah, it does that. That's okay. Okay, we're going to do this. So these are going to be, I was going to use trapdoors for wheels, you know, but I thought, well, I have all these fans and they're going to turn gray when they die. So maybe they'll kind of look like wheels. I just wish they were that circle texture. I actually have plans for these that is probably going to make this thing that I'm doing right now not look great. But for right now, it's going to be okay. These are going to be actually secret for my texture pack coming up here. These are going to be a new crop. I'm going to be adding 4 new crops to Minecraft, which is going to be super cool. All in vanilla, just with a little bit of resource pack magic. And so I think it's going to be really, really cool. We'll get to that down the road, maybe even next episode, depending on what I decide to do. But okay, so I got some cannons put in there. The only thing I don't love about these cannons, and it's very simple cannon design. It's more meant to be seen sort of from afar. The only thing I don't really like about these is that you can't, I put up this sight, you know, using the chain and the lever thing, but you couldn't see because there's wood in the way. So I got to take off, unfortunately, I kind of got to pull this back and move it here, but then this one's also kind of messed up. So I don't know. I mean, should we just do like this? Is that okay? Is that better? I guess it kind of is. Because they have to be seen. Like, the guy who's standing here has to be able to see what he's shooting at, right? I mean, I assume these cannons can move a little bit. I don't really know the logistics of pirate ship cannon warfare necessarily, but I guess, I think they can probably swivel a little bit. I don't know. I really don't know. If you've played Sea of Thieves, you probably know more than me, because I think that's a very piratey kind of game. A lot of my friends over on Dominion play that frequently, and I always think like, oh, that'd be a fun game. I should play that one day, and then I just never have. Is it good? Has anyone played Sea of Thieves? You have to let me know in a comment down below. It's something that's always kind of interested me. The only thing that has stopped me from playing it, I think, is actually that it's a set map and not like a procedurally generated world. And I'm all about procedurally generated worlds a lot. I really love them. But I think we're kind of nearing an end on this pirate ship. I think it's pretty close. It's not too bad at all. I like the beginning of it. The deck could use some love and stuff like that. We may end up doing that in time. I do want to come back here one day and work on sort of the bottom here and make this farm look a little bit nicer. But for right now, it's not terrible. It's not terrible at all. I don't even actually know how to get down there. I need to build some stairs. Maybe I'll just do some stairs right here. This seems like a good place. Yeah, we'll just have to have a way down. And yeah, this is the coral farm. It looks really, really cool. I love that you can see it from the outside. I think that's just an extra burst of cool. Yeah, this is cool. Oh, baby, flying back to this place. Would you just look at this? I kind of forgot how cool this is. This is an awesome place. I only have a few things left that I really want to accomplish here in Pirates Cove. I haven't rendered up a lot. It's getting a little framey here because there's a lot of detail here in Pirates Cove. you know, I've been listening to a book while I've been doing this, so I've spent, 56 hours and counting so far in this project, so I've listened to an entire audiobook. I'm just finishing up the very end of On Stranger Tides. So I had been listening to Cosmere by Brandon Sanderson, which is so great, and I, just before breaking into book 3 of the Knights of Radiance whole series, I decided, oh, you know what, let me listen to a pirate adventure, because I don't think I've ever read a pirate adventure before. I think that would be really cool. So I looked on Google, because I don't even know what a good pirate adventure is. So I looked on Google. I thought, okay, what, you know, Google, tell me what is sort of the most classic pirate adventure. So I found On Stranger Tides, and I've been listening to it while I've been doing this. It's good. It's very classic pirate. I don't think it's that old, but boy, it feels like kind of like an old pulp book a little bit. But it's really inspired me, because it's very like high sales. I think it's sort of what they based one of the scripts for what do you call that series? The Pirates of the Caribbean on. I think I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that they based one of the movies on sort of it, like loosely. It's good though. I've enjoyed it. I haven't loved it. I've liked other books I've read more, but yeah, it's been kind of fun to listen to that. What I'm doing over here is I'm going to be building a lookout tower, because I left the top of a few of these free. Let me show you which one I'm talking about here. I was just thinking the pirates that live here would want to have lookouts sort of on all sides. So I left 3 of them on sort of 3 sides of the island, 3 of the 4 sides of the island, I guess, free, just so I can build a nice, fairly tall lookout tower, and then keep pirates up there. And maybe we'll put like campfires at the top to release smoke signals if they see an invading enemy force, which that is going to be a storyline point whenever we get further into the series and stuff like that. There's going to be some sort of conflict here between the pirates and the people of New Hope. I think that'll be really fun, but yeah, the lookout towers are just going to cap off the top of this just absolutely perfectly. I got this done. I decided to go with 2. I was going to go with 3. I have one over there, and over here, the only place that I left to do it would be out there, and that's right at sea. And I just looked at it, and I think it's going to detract from the chains and stuff. And I don't really want to detract from the chains. I just think they look really cool. So I think the best move is to leave this guy just sort of there, because I think that is a really imposing sort of front view, right? And I think that anything I put there is just going to take away from it. So I think it's good. Look, I think we are 99.9% done with this. I was kind of hoping to have maybe a 3rd or 4th ship, but honestly, I'm gun shy after I don't love how the other ship over there came out. So I think I'm just going to call it there. But there's one more thing that we have to add to a pirate kingdom, given that I'm from Pittsburgh. Yeah, okay. All right. So it doesn't fit exactly in the lore 100%. We're gonna make it fit. P is for pirates, after all, and P is for Pittsburgh Pirates. That's a sort of my version of the Pittsburgh Pirates logo. I think it looks pretty sweet. And so when you come down in here, you're gonna get greeted with that little thing, and then come in here, a little seating area, so you can sit here in AFK to your heart's desire. I have one small issue, and you notice here. Let me show you the issue. If you come down here in my little walkway, I can show you what is going on. The cart is always full, is actually the problem. And with that, I can't get up there. There's no way to get up right now. But yeah, with the cart always being full, yeah, I'm getting more bamboo than I can possibly take out is, I guess, the problem. I'm not really sure exactly what to do with that. I don't know if I need to, I guess I need to have an unloading station. I just thought this would be a slick resolution to have a fairly even split here, but I'm getting way more bamboo than I thought. In fact, actually, we're getting close. Am I getting... All these are started. This one, the bottom chests are completely full. I think this chest is getting there. It's getting there slowly. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I should do exactly. If you have any ideas, maybe leave them in the comments down below of how I can deal with the sorting situation. Because right now I'm just wasting bamboo. Bamboo is just falling and just despawning. It's probably creating some lag too, because you can just see it's just sitting here. And very obviously, the cart's going this way, right? Because this bamboo gets picked up, and then by the time it gets over here, it's full. So I'm not sure what to do about this. Okay, heading through the market, I grabbed a bunch of wool and other things because I do want to finish up the docks. And that is something that I don't really know exactly what I want to do with. Man, I'm seeing this boat. I really like this boat. It's really making me think I wish I had a third boat like that was right here instead of because the other boat's like way over there. It's out of render. It'd be really nice to have another boat here. Should I do another boat? No, I gotta stop. This episode is going on for all of time. I gotta stop. Okay, let's just do this. So I want to do a tiny little house here that's just gonna house just a couple little things. Okay, like I was saying, just a couple little things. We're going to do a little house right here. Just a very simple little square house with just a slab roof. Just something that like maybe the pirates here threw up very quickly to keep anything dry. Like if they're bringing maybe wheat or something like that they don't want to get wet in the rain, then a little house right here would be cool. Maybe some little piles of stuff. Very simple. This is going to be a very simple little dock, and then we can move along. But we're getting close here. What do we think of this? It looks like kind of like a dock, right? I mean, it looks simplest dock ever, but kind of like a dock. Got my ship over there, one cannon for some reason. I don't remember why I put that there. I did bring this road down because there wasn't even really a road, and now you can actually walk through all of Pirate Cove. We need a name for this place. So again, like I always ask, if you have a great name for this Pirate's Cove or Pirate Island, whatever, I don't want to call it Pirate Island. I'm looking for a real name. So if you have a great name for it, definitely leave it in the comments down below, and I will pick something from the comments, someone from the comments to name this area. I'm not great at names, and I really love involving the community in that, so that's going to be a really fun thing to do. So put your best name down below right now, because you know what? That's it. We're finally done with this beast. Let's check it out. This has been a super fun project. I might do more of these 50-hour sort of projects in the future. You'll have to let me know down in the comments if that is something you'd like to see on the channel, or if you prefer sort of the less done, more frequent upload schedule that I was doing before. Let me know. I'd love to have a dialogue in the comments. Regardless, we're done. It's time for the epilogue. You don't want to miss it. Let's do that right now.
I still can't believe I got away that day. I swam for what felt like miles before pulling my shaking, scared ass out the water.
It must have been terrifying.
You know, as bad as I thought the first mate was, when I think back, there's just no way he didn't see me swimming away.
You think Blackbeard let you go?
I don't know. He was truly the worst of the worst. But he wouldn't kill no kids. Maybe he looked the other way.
So, you believe these pirates are back and resuming their looting and pillaging?
There was a terrible war between the Fist of the Dragon and the pirates. From what I heard, the Fist wiped them out. But I just don't know.
Well, I guess we should get to the bottom of this. Baron, let's go see the Breath of the Dragon. Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Survival with Fix. In today's episode we are building something totally completely different. Last time we built a bamboo farm and a coral farm and this absolutely amazing pirate cove. But today we're branching out from the medieval thing and we're doing a theme park. It's going to be a huge episode. There is no time to waste. Let's get started right now. We're dealing with a raid today because I forgot that I had Bad Omen and I came back to New Hope to kick off this episode and boom, a raid started. So I'm actually on the second wave of it, and I fighting a raid in New Hope is awesome because the atmosphere is really cool and it looks really great and everything, but it's kind of painful because I can never find them. I can never ever find them. And then the later stages, what happens is I can't keep my distance and sort of shoot with a bow. I like just walk around the corner and boom, there's one right in your face. So it's a little dangerous. But last episode, we worked on 50 hours. It was actually 58 hours in a pirate kingdom. Hope you all enjoyed that episode. Building a whole kingdom from the ground up in a single episode, and we're going to do something kind of similar today. Last time we built 2 farms, and I do have a farm planned for today's episode. I love the Pirate Cove Kingdom. It does need a name. If you have a great name suggestion for it, make sure to leave that down in a comment because I would love to get that named by the next episode. So what we're doing today, after I finish this, is we are kicking off a brand new area, kind of a kingdom to itself. It's going to be a theme park. I've been very, very, very inspired by Disney World, where I just spent a week with my family. It was really fun, and I was just looking around and just seeing all the possibilities and all the things that we could potentially do, and I want to do that. There's some lore. There will be lore segments in this video. I'm not sure how many, but a few. They're going to kind of explain why the heck we're building a Disney World, sort of, not Disney World, but a theme park in this world. Like, what could the reasoning possibly be? Well, I have that all sort of figured out. So there will be some animated lore segments throughout this video. I hope you enjoy it. I'm going to finish out this raid, and then I'll meet you over in the area that we're going to be building in. Well, believe it or not, I was just trying to head out there. I can't find the last wave of the raid. It's just gone. I don't know where they spawn. I've been looking for about 5 minutes. I give up. We're moving on. It's time to start building. So if you follow from New Hope out this imaginary road, which we will be building at some point later on, maybe even this episode, then you get to this woodland mansion. And this is going to be the hotel for the theme park. And I don't think we're going to do that now. I think probably eventually what we'll do is do a full hotel overhaul where we just sort of do the whole thing all at once. I don't know. I don't really have a great plan for that necessarily, but we're going to be coming over here. And if you check out this area right here, this is going to be the theme park entrance. And I am so excited. The only thing I'm not that excited about is the sheer number of trees here. And there's a lot of trees. There are just so many trees. But I think this is just the perfect spot. Everything lines up. Everything's screaming, yes, this is the place to do it. Do it right here. So I'm going to. Got to start with clearing out all these trees. Oh boy, it's going to be a lot. But hey, you know what? This way we won't have to worry about oak or birch for a little while. So that's kind of cool. So let's do a tree clearing time lapse and get started. My goodness, that was a massive epic tree cutting down time lapse, and I only did one little island here. I still have a lot more to go, but this is going to be the main entrance. I think what I'll do is I'm going to end up bringing a road that's going to come down right in between this mountain and that mountain, come right over here, and somehow we'll do like a bridge or a landmass or something. Actually, this is not going to be a land bridge. We're definitely going to make this into a river because this is going to be where the upcoming river boat goes around and all that kind of stuff. But I think the main gates are going to end up being right about here, somewhere right in this area. I think this is going to be really great. Now, let's talk about the elephant in the room. I'm aware that Good Times with Scar is doing a theme park thing on Hermitcraft, and I'm probably inevitably going to get some comments that I'm copying Scar. I love Scar. Scar is one of the great builders that Minecraft's ever seen. I'm trying my absolute best to not watch those videos because I don't want to be influenced by it. However, of course, this is Minecraft. We're doing theme parks. We're both, in love with Disney World and other things like that. So there's going to be some similarities that just can't be avoided. But I'm going to try my very best to not copy anything that I've seen Scar do in particular. And I'm going to try to go out on my own sort of way. But that being said, I was very influenced by Disney World whenever I was just down there last week, and I would love to do some of those elements here. Now, also, my favorite park in the world is Cedar Point, more so because I live in Pittsburgh and we go there a lot. We have season passes, and I love roller coasters and all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably be taking a lot of ideas from Cedar Point, particularly Cedar Point around like 1940 sort of style. I think that might be the main style we go with for this main island. Speaking of islands, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Now, this is my map, and I want to show you just kind of where we are, because again, I'm trying to keep everything really close. So you see New Hope is right here. Here's the new castle, which I almost did this episode on that, but I've really been inspired for the theme park thing. And down here is like Sandgill. This is the new place of Harrowdale, I think it's called. So there's going to be a road that's going to come down along here, and it's going to go right along this edge, because this is all going to be the hotel, this hotel resort, probably big resort. And then we're going to get right here. This is going to be the main gate. And then over here is probably going to be, I know I hate to say this, it's probably going to be a castle, because that's what they have at Disney World. So I'm probably going to end up doing a big castle here, a giant castle. And then from this part, we're going to go out into different worlds, right? So there will be like maybe Fantasyland and maybe, I don't even know, Sci-Fi Land or something like that. So there's going to be probably the main area, which is going to be this sort of main island here, and Animal Kingdom and other stuff. So, but this is going to be what we work on today, this main street. And Main Street's actually going to be kind of weird because of the formation of the land. I want to keep the land kind of how it is. And the land's going to, so Main Street's going to come up here heading towards the castle, but then it's going to divide. It's going to go this way and it's going to go this way. And those are going to be the main streets with some rides and stuff like that. But this is going to be where a lot of the shops are and all that kind of stuff. So I think probably I should start laying out some of the ideas. I might flatten the land just a little bit. I'm flying out to the Pirate Kingdom to get my beacon, because I'm going to want a beacon for a lot of digging. I'm going to be, I think, probably using Deep Slate as one of the main sort of blocks for the road. Probably just because you get all the variants with Deep Slate. So I'm probably going to use a lot of like the cobbled Deep Slate variants down on the road. And then probably, I'm looking at pictures, probably like a granite sort of sidewalk, at least for the Main Street area, just to bring in some color and make it look really cool. Might change that up later on, but first I gotta get this beacon and get it back, because I'm gonna have to dig just so much. Oh man, so much digging. Man, oh man, I do not want to do this. I'm kind of kicking and screaming my way into doing this next part, and I'm gonna have to basically flatten this. The more I look at this terrain, the more I love it, and also the more I realize that this amusement park's got to be not flat, but it's got to be gentle rolling hills. And look at the difference. Look at the height difference. It's like 6 height, 7 even from water. So yeah, I'm gonna have to bring most of these areas down. Now I did get my beacon, so I can put this down wherever is sort of in the middle, but unfortunately all these high points here for this whole entire area have got to be cleared. So I think man, I hate to do it, but I think that's going to be probably, let's do a landscaping time lapse. All right, well, let's do it. I think I have most of the ground spread out. There's a couple things I didn't do, like this mound over there, and there's one over there that I didn't, because these may end up becoming like features, because they're far enough off the main drag here that I think that it would be okay. The next thing I want to do is go get some Deep Slate and start the main road. I'm going to be building the main gates here shortly, but I want to have sort of the main road laid out, because the main road has to be straight. This nether portal, by the way, I made a nether portal. This goes back to New Hope and now connects to my nether pathway. So this is probably how you're going to zone in. We'll probably make a little bit more of a dramatic portal here, but this is going to be the idea. Portal there, and then you're going to come in here and go through the main gates. It might be like ticket gates over there, and then like the main gates here, and then it's going to be a straight shot right to the end of this little island with sort of offshoots over there going to different areas. But this has to be a straight shot. And I want to make sure it's big enough, because one of the things I want to do is I actually want to do a cable car. I'm not sure if I want to do the cable car going sideways or straight. Either way, I need to go get a ton of Deep Slate. So yeah, go mine up some Deep Slate and come back here and start to begin to think about how the design for this main strip is going to be. Boy, oh boy, this island, I thought this was so big, but it's not that big. I've done a tiny little bit of Main Street here, and I'm almost to where, well, the eventual bridge, I think, will have to be. I could probably go a little bit further, but you can see, yeah, it's not that big. It took forever to clear, but if you look at it, yeah, we're going to deal with it. It's going to be okay. So the next thing I want to have is I want to have a major cross street here. And I don't know exactly how big I want it to be. I do want the corners to be, this one to be fairly like perpendicular, or 90 degrees, I get, right? Yeah, that's perpendicular. So I don't know, maybe like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 wide? Does that seem right? And then we're gonna have shops and stuff on the sides of Main Street, like shops over there coming around the corner, and then we could start having some rides and things like that over there. Designing the rides is going to be a real headache and a real problem, but we'll figure that stuff out later. That'll be fun later, I think, something like that. I've done some serious grind here, sort of intermittently through the day, and I built a storage building, and it looks okay. I'm going for amusement park like it was back in the day, like sort of coming out of the Middle Ages, kind of. It's like it's a mixture, right? It's a mixture of different styles. In the side here, nothing, because this is going to be another building right up next to it. Over here, I'm not totally sure. This may end up being the main gate or something. I may need to finish this building because this is kind of where the gate is going to be. That's going to be the next thing I work on. I did separate the path here. I put a little area here. I think I'm going to put a big flag here, but I'm not 100% sure. I want you to have a view of what's going to be the castle when you first walk in, but I do think a flag right in the middle would be cool. So then you just see it sort of off to the side. I really think that's going to work out really well. I'm starting to get a good feeling about this. I'm starting to really like it. These sidewalks are way too narrow. They need to be expanded quite a bit, but the beginning stages of this, yeah, okay. It's all right. When you come in here, it's just regular sort of storage building. This is going to be sort of my, what do you call it? Customer support. This is my customer support area here, just like where I can keep all my stuff. The rest of the other places probably won't have a lot of finish to them on the inside, but yeah, this is okay. It's a good start. Next thing I want to do, though, is I want to do the gates, and I want to plan for the future on these gates. So I'm going to do gates, and then I want to able to be added a railroad to the roof, because we're going to have a railroad that's going to go all around this land. I don't know when we're going to build it necessarily, but I want to be able to put it. So the main gates here are going to have a very flat front. I'm kind of thinking maybe a sandstone mud kind of texture. So that's going to require me to go elsewhere to go get that stuff. I'm just about ready to start into my build here, and look, I got 2 visitors. I can't remember this ever happening before. I got 2 wandering traders in the same place. Weird, really weird. I like it. I'm not totally sure. I went ahead and put this mud brick right here. I'm not sure I love it. I think I may end up taking that off of the arch and then doing something else with the arch. I think that's probably a little bit better. But the idea is pretty sound. Now, the next thing I want to do is I'm going to have to expand out to put where the railway will eventually go, because I want the railroad to pass directly over the heads of our incoming patrons. I think that's going to be a really cool look, and also really fun for when you're taking the railroad all over this kingdom. You'll get to see sort of the front gates and everything else. I really want to design the railroad to be really the major sort of sightseeing bit of this whole thing. So like anytime you want to see everything in the park, the railroad will show you everything. It's going to go through all the different districts and all that stuff. And you can just jump on and take it everywhere you want to go. So yeah, I think that's a good start. Next thing I want to do is start expanding out for the railroad. I think I'm going to go Blackstone, though I may regret that because it's so painful to get. That brings me up to a farm. Oh, should we do the farm? I guess we probably should. Let's take a break from this and do a farm. Yeah, that's right. I'm here in the Nether doing the thing I've been dreading ever since I sort of envisioned this project, and that is a gold farm. It's time to do a gold farm. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and it's time to actually just go ahead and bite the bullet and do it. So to do that, I'm going to need a lot of magmas, and a lot, like thousands, I think, maybe at least hundreds, many hundreds. And so I'm just going to follow a couple nether lakes around. I did not bring any potions of fire resist with me. I probably should have, but I'm just going to try to be really careful. We'll see if I regret that. I think I probably will. But yeah, I'm going to gather a ton of this. I have 5 shulkers. I'll fill those up and then see if that's enough. I have not looked at the material list that I'm going to need yet. I don't know. I'll probably end up just using one of the very standard sort of ring nether farms up on the roof. That's one of the reasons why I picked this location for the park, is because if you remember, I built a gas farm a while back, and the gas farm actually is on the nether roof. So I'm going to use that same portal to do the gas farm and the gold farm, and there's going to be actually a roller coaster that's going to get us there. So I think that could be a really cool thing. But unfortunately, yeah, I got to build this thing. So let's gather materials And we'll see how it goes. My goodness, the grind is real. So I got a whole bunch of materials. I have 3 full chests of magma blocks, a little extra too, and I have, I think, hopefully everything I need to take with me. Now we are headed to the nether roof. I'm not sure exactly where this farm is going to go because I want to put it near my amusement park. However, I have learned that this farm must be in a nether waste biome. So I'm going to go up on the roof and start to just search around looking for a big, long nether waste biome. Oh, look, this is going to be... Oh, man, I can't wait to get this amusement park going. So my portal for the nether roof is just over here somewhere. And I can move this around a little bit as needed. I think it's like right here. Where the heck is it? Okay, the nether portal is a little further away than I wish it were. Let me show you on the map here. The nether portal is actually like way, way over here. And I wish it were kind of like here. So I'm going to actually move it. And to move it, I need to get obsidian. So I found a ruined nether portal just because I don't want to fly the tiny little bit over there. I don't know why. I could have easily gotten this elsewhere, but I'm just being lazy. I'm 1 obsidian shy. So I'm going to fly around and find another used or another ruined nether portal here. And then I'm going to move my portal. I'm going to leave this one open and make another one actually kind of over near the amusement park. So that's going to be a better way to get up to the nether roof, I think. I just have to have the stuff. Eventually, we are going to get the amusement park probably over to this area, but not quite yet. Okay, I think I have everything. Wish me luck. I'm headed to the nether roof. I mean, what could go wrong? Nothing, right? Yeah, so over here, this is my gas farm, which is actually really, really good. It's a really awesomely effective gas farm. I just realized, because my render distance is cranked, that right there, that's the nether side of my guardian farm. Remember this? It's funny how close everything is in the nether. It's right there. This is what sends the guardians from like the farm up to the airship. I totally forgot. Okay. Well then. Well then. I don't even know. What is this? I don't even know what is this? What is this thing right here? Oh, this is my AFK spot, right? This is my AFK spot for the gas farm. So what I need to do next is I need to find a nether waste. And I would like to find it near the coordinates of my farm. So, I may need to go back to the overworld and write down some coordinates. Goodness, the grind is finally over, and I can't even use another rocket right now, but yeah, I got a gold farm and it's working really well. This was about, I don't know, like maybe less than 10 minutes of grind. And the next thing I'm gonna have to add is an auto sorter so I can start to get sort of all the pieces that I want in the right places, because I did learn that I can AFK there after I get started. Entity cramming is a thing, and that's going to be sort of my secret. So I'm going to head back and get all the things I need for an item sorter, and then I guess come back and make an item sorter, and then we're going to have to break a hole in the ceiling, and I'm going to have to set up a piglin trading farm. Well, the next phase of this little project is I have got to figure out an automatic sorting system for this, and I think I got all the materials I need, I think. This is, by the way, I'll be following a miniature. I'll link it in the channel description for all this stuff. So I have everything I need, I think, because I want to get rid of all this stuff because it just compiles so quickly. I'm going to head on up there and get everything all laid out, and I'll show you the sorting system. This is going to be a lot of just following. Now, the sorting system itself is going to be down here, which is going to be super sweet. That way I can eventually do a road that's going to follow these flames back to sort of the nether roof hub, if you will. I mean, its own hub. There is a way to get up here somewhere. I don't really know where it is from the main ice road, but the ice road is close to here. Okay, so I think I followed the tutorial right. I hope so. I hope I did. And yeah, this is what we got. So I got this area right here all set up and ready to go. I should be getting rotten flesh, gold ingots, and gold nuggets, and then all the stuff should be smelted as long as I have fuel. And if there's one thing I have a lot of, it's coal. So yeah, I'm just going to give this a shot and see if it works. I'm a little skeptical, but you know, if it works, cool. If it works, in fact, I'll probably do like a second one right beside it and sort of separate my stuff, because it's all coming through a dropper. So I could maybe have twice as much, but I'm going to go up and kill a bunch of piglin and just see if this works. All right, we'll check it out together in just a second. Well, I gotta say, it's working perfectly, but it is way slow as far as getting rid of 3 full chests from this farm, because this farm is incredibly, incredibly fast. So I'm definitely gonna have to double or even triple size the actual smelting area. But after 10, maybe 12 minutes of AFK, I got 34 ingots and a lot. Like, well, that's about a stack per line, right? That's exactly a stack per line. So, yeah, so I got a lot. I got a lot of, nuggets and stuff. So, you know, it's pretty good. It's not bad after 15 minutes. If I AFK here, maybe with my other account, which I do sometimes, that should be cool. I did have a little bit of an issue up there where that hopper was facing the wrong way, so I was getting a lot of rotten flesh in these furnaces, but that's now been taken care of. I don't think I'm getting any more rotten flesh, and yeah, it's still dropping. You can't really see it very often, but every like couple seconds, more items are just falling down here because I had a huge, huge backlog up there. But as you can see, this sorter is faster than the actual dropper situation up there. So it has to go through a cobweb apparently, so it drops in a very specific line. I guess one thing I could do is I could just build like a glass column to keep everything right in the same line. I guess that would work. Then I could actually get rid of the cobwebs, but I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what the holdup is actually. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I mean, I'm just standing here. I was just getting ready to leave. I thought, well, I should get some more gold before I go, because the next thing I want to do is going to be a bartering farm, and I have another tutorial that I want to follow with that. I'm going to put that on my nether path, so it's not going to be really that close to my gold farm, so it's going to be kind of one of those things where I need to kind of come here and get the gold and then go back. And this is just because of my nether generation, because everywhere remotely close to a place I have built is not nether waste, and this has to be in a nether waste biomes. I'm back in New Hope now, and I'm shearing pumpkins. I forgot that I had this pumpkin farm. I was just right ahead at the end. They thought, oh, wait a second, I think I have some here in New Hope. And I gotta tell you, I'm really thinking about doing another underground farm over in the amusement park, because I'm gonna be there for a long, long time, and it'd be nice to have crops growing there, but I don't think I need to. Everything's so close in this world, I can always just come back. I'm going to take these carved pumpkins because I want to have jack-o'-lanterns. Well, no, I'm sorry, not jack-o'-lanterns. Carved pumpkins they are for the piglin, because that stops them from despawning if they wear them, I think. And I think they will like automatically put them on, I think. I'm not totally sure, so we're going to check that out beforehand. But at least the tutorial that I've been watching about this piglin breeding hall, trading hall thing, it says that if you do this, then they'll wear that. So, okay, so I'm going to grab these, get all the materials I need, and then we're going to find the perfect place in the nether to do this little bit of a farm here. I think this is the perfect spot for it. So you're just going to be coming down the tunnel, going this way to wherever. I found a spot in a Crimson Forest, which is going to be probably a little bit easier to find these piglin to jam in here. It's going to be a 3 piglin bartering farm. I feel like that's going to be enough. It's a single player world after all. I don't need to gather materials for the whole of a server. So yeah, should be good. I'm going to dig out a little place right here, get my 3 piglin in, and then do the sorting system sort of down yonder, down that way, okay? So, we have pirates. Just a few days ago, we lost a second ship to this bandit crew and has severely hampered our ability to sustain ourselves, let alone grow. While we work on a navy, I can't even believe I'm saying that, I have Baron Watt taking the airship out to search for a pirate base. He spent some time with them as a child, so perhaps he can track down where they are now. Before he left, Baron Watt told me about a pirate and Fist of the Dragon war that happened many years before I arrived here. I went to talk to the Breath about it, but he had already departed for Perseverance to check on Mr. Grady. In the meantime, we need people, like a lot of people. I had a thought. Though most of the people in the immediate area have come to join or at least ally with us, if only we could bring word of what we're doing here to the far outside area, maybe we could recruit many, many more. Back when I was a kid, before moving from original Earth to the asteroid field with my parents to mine there, they took me to a place called Disney World. It was known throughout our entire system. People came from everywhere to see it. I think I'm going to build an amusement park. It actually works. These guys are bartering like crazy. I mean, they're not super fast because I only have 6 in there. I was thinking originally about maybe getting like 30. But honestly, it took forever to get those 6, so I think we're just gonna deal with 6 and just, you know, take it easy. Luckily, I planted some food in this tunnel because I am out of food and I don't feel like going back. I did throw jack-o'-lanterns on all their heads. I can't remember if I showed you that or not, so they won't despawn. Things seem to be good, I think. Now I need to get a stairway because up there is where you put in the the gold, and then it goes down here, and this thing just seems to cycle. I mean, I'm just getting pretty constant stuff. It's going to be really awesome to get these potions of fire resistance, because I always get like too lazy to actually make it. Also, soul speed. I've never had soul speed before. That's freaking awesome. I can't wait to do that yet. And I want to get that sneaking enchant too. But yeah, this is absolutely awesome. So while this is going, because I do have like 12 or 13 stacks of gold in there, it's going to take a while. I think it's like 6 seconds per trade. So while these guys are just kind of, oh, you know what? That can go away. That's, you know what? That's why. It's been a little messed up. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's what's going on here. I had to lock that hopper because I was throwing the jack-o'-lanterns down. I forgot about that. It was like, it doesn't seem to be working perfectly, but I think it is now. Oh yeah, that torch was messing everything up. Anyway, it's working now. That's cool. So I'm going to work on sort of decorating this a little bit, and I do want to do a storage area over here for all this stuff. So that's why I put this up in the air, even though it looks a little weird right now, because I wanted this hopper to be here, so that way I can just have hoppers come down here and just go into the automatic storage into just chests labeled with what is in it of all these things. And you get a lot of things. Look at all this gravel. You get a lot of different trades. So I'm going to need a lot of different chests for all this. And then I do want to trash some of the stuff. Like, I'm going to want to trash some things. For example, string. I definitely want to trash string because I get it from the mob farm and I don't need it anymore. But yeah, this is a great start. Okay, in just the time it took me to design this little bit of a sort of facade where I hid all the hoppers and stuff in between and got everything working. Everything's working great. The only thing that I can't do with this setup is these things. Actually, iron nuggets I could, but everything else I can't because this system won't do single items. But whatever. Check it out. I have this much blackstone and a bunch of gravel, spectral arrows, which I might start using actually. They seem pretty fun. I'm gonna start using them right now. Gold ingots, leather. I mean, things are good here. The way that I decided to come up here, this is where you can put the gold in. A little awkward, but that's just where it has to be. And you come in here if you need to get to the guts. I left that open because, yeah, you gotta press this button to start the trade. And once it starts the trade, then apparently it keeps on cycling, but you need that to start it. So, that all being said, why did we do this all? Why did I start this giant ordeal? Well, it's actually because I want Blackstone for the theme park entrance for the trains. That's actually why I started this whole thing. So now I can actually start. I can go back to let's build a theme park, shall we? Working back here in the theme park finally after so many sidetracks, and actually, believe it or not, I still have one more farm that I really kind of need to do this episode. We'll see if we get to it. The reason why I want gold is not just for the piglin trades though, because I'm going to have roller coasters here and probably quite a few of them, and that's going to require powered rails, and I don't want to have to farm all that gold manually. So now the gold farm is great. The auto sorter for the gold farm is great. The piglin bartering hall is fairly slow, but it's nothing that a little AFK can't solve. Here's the main gate so far. I think I'm very close to where the train track is eventually going to be. I'm not building that today, or at least not now, but I'm going to be putting up the roof next. And I think these supports are good. These sort of blackstone supports make it really look like there's something very structural holding that in. Yeah, I think it's cool. I may end up adding in some flowers. I do want to have this very lush. Like, this should be a very, very lush amusement park. So I have the sidewalk now worked out a little bit more. The main gates are close, but I am going to need some fences. So we'll make some sort of, or do I want to use iron? No, I think, what do I want to use here to keep people separate? So I made these 5 on purpose so that I could have fences here, because you know how that is. There's like gates. There'd be a person standing here, they check IDs and whatever, you know, as people walk in. So, you know, I think I'm going to go with wood. I think I'd like to keep this fairly rustic. Again, we're not going for a modern amusement park. We're going for something that's kind of back in the day. I noticed a glaring counting error in my main gate design here, and yeah, it's that I have 1, 2, 2, and over here I have 1, 2, and then a big gap here. Yeah, so I made a mistake. So this gate actually is going to be a 1 block bigger, and that's okay. Maybe that'll be for like accessibility reasons or whatever. So I think that's going to look cool. Sometimes I have noticed in some of my pictures that I've Googled, the middle gate is actually bigger, so I think that's actually going to work out really well. So what I need to do is I need to move this blackstone sort of support beam over here. I need to move it to here. I need to move it to right here. So unfortunately, I'm making a giant mess, but hopefully it won't be too bad to sort out. I think I can probably handle it. Here at the old Guardian farm because I need to get a whole bunch of dark prismarine. I think that's what I'm going to do the gates in. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's going to be probably a nice look. And to do that, I need to get, well, you know, all the prismarine. This is just so expensive. It's so very expensive. I wish it wasn't, but it is. So I'm going to take back a lot of this. I'm also going to take the sea lantern parts too, because I'm thinking that I may end up utilizing a lot of sea lantern too, so why not? Also, my chests are basically clogged, so I guess I should just take everything. Fortunately, I didn't actually have to do any killing because I had so much materials in my chest. So many materials in my chest? I'm not sure how to say that. And regardless, I'm going to head over to the ink farm now and just grab some black ink. I may have to AFK there for a minute because I think I cleared it out last time I was working over in Steelport. I'm not sure. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful entrance to this park. Oh, I really, really like it. So, you know, one thing that I'm going to really endeavor to do in this build is not do a lot of sort of texturing like that. I'm going to make things look pretty pristine, I think, meaning a lot of solid colors, solid walls. I mean, like this, that's a little different. But as far as, you know, like doing gradients on the roofs and stuff, I don't see myself doing that outside of something like the castle or something. But this is a great entranceway. I really, really like it. I may end up doing a gate here. I'm kind of thinking maybe this should just be iron bar gate. I think that could be kind of cool. As if like maybe this could open for cars if they need to get cars, if they have cars. I'm having a little bit of a heart attack right now. This center thing is wrong. Oh no. Is my entire... Oh no. Wait a second. What? This isn't centered. I have to move this whole thing. No! Oh man. I decided to do something a little bit different. I hope this isn't controversial, but I want to do a logo right in here. And so when you walk right in the front, there's like, bam, logo right in your face. And we're going to have it shown from both sides. So I made sure that it was symmetrical. I did a little bit of a paint program on Windows, just come up with an F and a V because we're naming our park. And I did ask on Discord what the best name for a park is. And the choice that won by a lot was Fixxiland, because I do want to go Fixxiverse, Fixxiverse, something like that. I'm not going to do Fixxiland though, because I have a better idea. I want to do Fixxiverse, and the reason why I want to do Fixxiverse is because I think that since I've been calling that my sort of connected universe for some time now, I just think that would be really cool. So, yeah, so we're oh, darn it, I didn't, oh no, I did mean to, okay. So I think we're going to go with that. Anyway, yeah, so sorry about asking you like a poll and then disregarding your opinion, but I think it's better. I think it would be cool to call this Fixxiverse, because then what we'll have is within the park, the different sections, there'll be universes. So we'll have like the medieval verse, and we'll have the you know, sci-fi verse and all that kind of stuff. I think it would be really cool. So I got this thing done. I think it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool logo. So when you walk in, again, I'm going for scale. I want to go for awe. So I really like how you walk into this gate, and yeah, I'm going to work out this later, but you walk in through the gate here and boom, you see the giant Fixxiverse logo. I think it's really, really cool. I really like it. I should actually draw that. I think it's a very simple and cool logo. FV, Fixxiverse, cool. So the next thing that I want to do also, by the way, I copied it on the other side. Right there. Yeah, it looks good. I do need to light this up, and I'm going to do that later on. I do want to come up with like a lamppost design and trees and all that kind of stuff. But before we get any further, I want to work out a little bit more of Main Street here, and that probably means another building probably about here, and then I'll do a diagonal building there. So we got one building here, one building there. Let's do a couple. Maybe we'll we'll go for a different palette. All right, well, I brought in a kind of a blue-purple sort of thing. Terracotta colors are so weird, and I think it's a nice addition here. Check out the back. Yeah, that's right. We're doing the YouTube thing. No, I'm not going to do all facades. I will do some things because I don't want you to walk in here on the world download and be like, oh, wow, Fix, you could have tried harder. No, I'll do some sort of probably what I'll do, honestly, is I'll probably do a very narrow little storefront or something like that right here, and then just empty space in the back, right? So from above, it'll look like it's a full size, but when you walk in, there's just like this much space. I think that probably makes the most sense and is the most sustainable way to just do a lot of stores. But yeah, it's nice. It's very simple. Very simple. I wanted to keep it basically flush with that building over there because the next one coming in is going to be this diagonal sort of shape, and I want to make sure that it's this flat, and then the diagonal is going to stick out. Then we'll do another flat one here, and then probably a corner store over there. So yeah, we're getting there. This is starting to have a pretty cool feeling. I really like the height. I like the scale of everything. I think that's really nice. Like when you walk in, if you just pretend like that's not just empty space, when you walk in, you feel like, oh, cool, I'm in like some sort of a shopping area. This is really nice. Okay, I really like it so far. Very, very, very nice. Should we do another shop or should I get onto a ride? I don't know. Maybe another shop. Let's try to get at least to the corner. Let's do another one. Well, I think I got my first quote-unquote ride done, and let me show you, I had to do a lot of work here to get this done. The outside is kind of that marquee thing. It's supposed to be a theater. This is the exit, so if you walk over here to the entrance, you're going to walk over here, and there's a little bit of a queue. I think this is how I'm probably going to do the queue. So you walk through here. It's nice. It's hidden. It's kind of hidden inside the building, which I think is a nice touch. I may end up doing some paintings. I think I probably will do some paintings in here to show like movie poster sort of ideas. I don't have any wool here at the moment, but I'm actually AFKing on my other account right now at the wool farm just so I can get some wool saved up. And then you walk in here and there's the theater. So yeah, you just walk in here. So everyone would come this direction and then you just come in, take your seat, sit here, watch the movie. And then when the movie's over, then you just get up and you go leave this way and you walk out the exit. I think it's a pretty nice thing. As soon as I get some wool, I'll do some movie posters. But yeah, we have our first official thing, and it's cool because it's not only does it have a completed interior, but also it's a diagonal building, which is really, really cool. Now over here, hello? Wow, you got up close and personal. Ah, you're too close. So over here, we're going to be doing a nice big corner store, which is not going to be quite as big as I had hoped. Honestly, I kind of wanted it to be bigger, but this theater took more room than I had anticipated. So we'll have to work on that in just a minute here. But yeah, these zombies are, mobs are pretty relentless. But I want to show it to you at night because I really like sort of the atmosphere that's growing here. This really needs to be lit up, and I'll deal with that shortly. I don't really have a good plan of how to light up the sign yet. Still working on that in my head. Starting to lay out this next sort of corner area here. It's going to be another store. So I have I got a sort of customer support building, a store, a ride of sorts, even though it's just a movie, but you know what I mean, like an interactive thing. And then I'm going to do a store, and then as we wrap around, we'll do more things. But I think this will be the last one I do in this strip, and then we'll sort of break over to that side, or actually I want to get into a ride next. So we'll probably put a ride right next to this store. I'm kind of thinking maybe a water ride. That could be really fun, like a boat ride could be cool. So all the rides I want to do, there are going to be two kinds of rides I want to do in this world. Actually, while I'm talking, I'm going to fly over to New Hope because I want to get a couple flowers I want to be able to reproduce. All the rides I'm going to be doing in this world, they're going to be two kinds. One is going to be functional rides, so all the roller coasters are going to be mine carts that you can actually ride on, the train, mine carts, that kind of stuff. Some rides will be just aesthetic rides, like if I want to make like a Ferris wheel, obviously I don't have like the create mod in this pack. I'm not going to add it because in this world, this is a vanilla world, other than a couple resource packs that I have, that I made myself. So I'm not going to be adding create or anything like that to this world. I don't want to. I just won't want to do that. I wanted to keep this world vanilla completely. But we can do some aesthetically cool looking rides that just like look cool that you walk by. But then also we'll do some rides that you can actually get on, like a boat ride would be cool, like an ice boat racetrack, things like that. Minecart races, horse races, definitely all that kind of stuff. So there will be a bunch of interactive stuff. So when you grab the world download, you can actually go in and play and ride all this stuff. But there will be other things that you just kind of got to look at and use your imagination. You can ride it in your own mind's eye. You know what I mean? All right. So I'm here because I want to get sunflowers. I want to get all the too tall flowers if I can. Let's see. I just need one, and I want to grab a bunch of bones, which may require me going over to Steelport to get. Yeah, I think that's it. Ooh, I don't know. I have a spore blossom. Although now that I have a couple lush caves, now I can actually get more. That's kind of cool. really nice start, I think, to this turn. It was a little tricky. It was a little tricky to kind of get around the corner here, but I think it's nice. And I like how it's inset, makes this a little bit wider. I think what this might be is a restaurant. That, however, does bring up the problem of where would the kitchen be. So if I want to do a kitchen, I can't do it behind. So that means the kitchen's going to have to be here. And I do want to at least have a place. Look, I'm not going to go crazy in the interiors, but at least I do want to have like a place where, you know, a kitchen could hypothetically be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide this area into 2 areas. We're going to have a queue on the outside here for the ride that we're going to build over there, and a kitchen right here. I think that'd work really well. So this just gonna have to be like a sort of here, like this will be sort of the break-in zone, and then yeah, this would be nice. So we'll just do tables out here, maybe a little counter where they can make their order, and then yeah, we'll do a kitchen. That should be nice. I have the inside of the restaurant done. I think it looks really nice. I mean, it's very simple, obviously, but yeah, little door to the kitchen. I hate to even show you this because it's just slab. Ignore that. So yeah, this is done. Some booths, some hanging lights. I brought in the ceiling because I wanted it to be just a little bit lower. I just felt like the ceiling was too cavernous, and I think this build is really nice. So now we got officially in our amusement park, we have a restaurant, a grading sign, main gates. We have a administration building, a gift shop, and a theater. I think now finally it's time to add a ride. Let me show you the queue that I've already worked out over here, because this is the side of the kitchen over there. I'll probably do something with that wall. Right now I just kind of roughed it in. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but I'm going to need to run this sidewalk and road out along this area and then make room for the ride that's going to have to go right over there. I think it's going to be really fun. It's going to be an indoor water boat ride that I think could be cool. It's going to take a lot of time because I'm going to have to actually come up with a theme and stuff. So let's put all my stuff away, do some thinking, and then we'll come back and start designing this ride. You know, kind of like the pirate video that I did just last one, where I did, you know, 50 hours, this is more like 60 hours in a Pirate Kingdom. I feel the same way with this one. Like, I want to get to sort of the more polished stage, and I understand that it's going to take a while because we're doing a lot of building and a lot of roughing in first, where normally what I would do for a single video is I would just build one of these things and then I would detail it completely with all the landscape and all that stuff and wrap it up. But in this case, it doesn't make sense to do the detailing stage until at least a big portion of this park is done. So that being said, I'm anxious a little bit. I'm a little bit anxious because, you know, I want to make it look beautiful, and right now it looks less than beautiful, you know, but it's okay. I just got to trust the process and keep putting down all the blocks, right? I trust the process. That's what I got. That's what I tell everyone else. Everyone's like, hey, how do I get better at building? Ooh, that's going to be a mob farm. And I say, trust the process. Well, I got to tell myself that now too. So that rainbow is a sign that it is time to start building my first ride. That's right, we got to get going here. So I brought some dirt over. I think I'm going to rough it in with dirt. And I'm just planning on a simple little boat ride. Nothing extreme, nothing too intense, because I don't have that much room. If you take a look at the map right here, this island is going to be sort of my sort of Main Street USA, to borrow a Disney term, I think. And then once I go off, these are going to be different themes. Like this will be like a castle theme. This will be maybe Fantasyland. This might be like the Animal Land. This might be something. They'll all be different things. But that means I don't have that much room here to actually build this ride. So if this is where the queue is coming in, say they'll come and walk into about, I don't know, like here-ish. I'd like to have this roughly the same height as well. So if it's here, we could have stairs going up. So this could be like the water level on top of this, right? So, okay. So then what we need to do is we need to sort of work out how we're going to get this wrapped around. And I don't want to go too close to the wall because I'm going to have a different wall there so we can actually have themed areas. Now my plan for building this first, this is going to be the start. We're heading this direction to start. So we'll just come out this way and we're going to wrap around, go nice and slow. Then we're going to go up and then we're going to go down very quickly. That's going to be the drop. It's going to have one drop, simple little place. So you're going to get in your boat here and you're going to go this way. All right, I got to work this out.
I read a story today. I'll try to relay it as best as I can remember for our records. There once was a man named Suthami. The man, wearing a yellow cloth and branches in his hair, wandered in the jungle for many years until one day he found a road. Not knowing how this road came to be, Suthami decided to follow it. He followed it for days and weeks, weaving in and out of the dense jungle until one day he came to a crossroads. Rather than see the crossroads as two roads intersecting, and being a wise man, Suthami saw 4 roads, and thus 4 choices of which way to go. He sat down and thought about his choice. Eventually, he saw another figure come walking up a different road. It was an elderly woman, dressed in red. This was shocking to Suthami, as he thought he might be the only person in the entire world.
Well, that was a grind and a half, wasn't it? So I got this area all kind of set up, getting ready to get all closed in. I have some thoughts. I'm going to explain to you the thoughts after we ride, but I think we should do a test ride. Should we? Shall we? Ready? Let's go. Let's do a test ride. Now, this is meant to be a fairly slow ride, so it's not wide open. I wanted you to kind of bump against the walls and control your speed and all that kind of stuff. So we go down a level there, works really nicely. Up a little level right there. Maybe, is that going to work? It did work before in my testing. There we go. Okay. Little clunky, but okay, it works. It is Minecraft after all. Then we're going to come around here. Check this out. There's going to be decorations everywhere. This ride is going to be called Escape from the Soul Sand Valley. And once you get up here, you're getting towards your escape. And you're like, oh, I might be free. You see, it's like another waste biome. So it kind of, we'll light this up a little bit, but I want it to be kind of dark and creepy. So we'll put in some glowstone hanging from the ceiling. You know, maybe some soul fire too. But this whole ride's gonna be very dark because it's all gonna be closed in, except for right about here. And this is where there's gonna be a shock. And I'm gonna show you the shock later. But you're like, oh no, go! I gotta get out of here. That's right. A giant fall into a lake, and now you're outside. So this will actually be outside here where the sun's going to be coming down, and then you're going to come around here, and that's it. That's the ride. I think it's a great ride, right? I think it's an awesome starter ride. This is going to be where you get in. That's going to be where you get off, so we'll do a little bit of a exit platform over there. Things should be good. I like this a lot, but now I got to add walls, and I'm not really sure what kind of walls I want to add. I want to add something that looks good from out here for sure. Maybe we'll do the facade. Maybe we'll do the facade first, but if I'm going to do that, unfortunately, that means this road, yeah, I got to extend it first, and that means I got to do some landscaping. So let me get rid of this mountain hill, this little hill here, and extend the road more. The next stage of this, I'm going to need a lot of netherrack to bring in all the walls of this Escape from the Soul Sand Valley. So I'm going to do some major netherrack farming. I thought, well, I might as well go get some netherite too, since the 1.20, the change of how expensive netherite tool is going to get to be a lot more. So I came over to my farm because I just remembered before I head down there, I have a lot of potions, I think I do. Yeah, I have a lot. I got a lot of potions. Okay, so I got all these potions of fire resist, which is kind of cool. In fact, actually, you know what I should do? What I should do is I should bring an alchemy station over here. Wonder if I can I make one here? Okay, I'm going to go get an alchemy station, because then we could just brew them up and go from the 3 minutes to 8 minutes, which is a lot better, of course. So, yeah, I'll go get an alchemy station. Okay, that was a quick little trip over, and I got the blaze powder, and now I think, oh man, I hope I'm right about this, but I'm pretty sure this is going to give me 8-minute fire resistance, and now I can take my 5 shulkers, head down deep underground. I like to mine for netherite down at the very bottom, and see how many ancient debris I can come up with before I fill these 5 shulkers, okay? Well, wish me luck. Question or comment of the day comes from Dragonborn Express. So, when the Tepid Kingdom reaches the age of infrastructure, am I correct to presume one of the builds later on will be a locomotive works or something to that effect? Could even have trams running through New Hope or Sandgill, which wouldn't be that outlandish, as several European settlements already did this IRL on a regular basis and still do it to this day. So I want to talk a little bit about sort of my plans for this world, because, you know, we are getting close to 4,000 days and then 5,000 after that. And well, you know how numbers work. And one of the things that I don't plan on doing is going back to old kingdoms and rehabbing them, because in the end, this is still a Minecraft series. I mean, I think I have a really unique and cool lore take on it, but I still want to build stuff in Minecraft. So if I want to build medieval, I want to have a medieval city without a bunch of electric wires and stuff going over. Even though, yeah, in real life, IRL, people would sort of evolve with the times. I don't plan on these people doing that, because I might come up with an idea of like, hey, let's do like an African tribal village, you know? And so I might do stuff that's sort of, quote, older than where we are technologically advanced, but you know, the overarching story is going to be going sort of up and up and up and up. By the way, check out this ride. Is this cool or what? I mean, it looks so good and immersive. I just love it so much. So, you know, Sandgill will always just sort of be a sort of medieval fishing village. New Hope will always be my main medieval city or town or whatever. And then as we get more advanced, then we have the industrial city of Steelport. And then eventually we're going to have some stuff on the moon and probably even a futuristic city way further down the road. But, you know, that's kind of where my head is right now. Let's keep it fun and keep it mixing up the different styles. I just filled 5 shulker boxes, taking down a few of those big nether fortress pillars, and I have to show for it this much. I got basically 2 double chests full of nether bricks, which is really nice, but that's not all. The next thing I need is I want a bunch of basalt, because I don't want to do just nether brick. I think that's going to be boring. I mean, I know that's how the vanilla fortresses are, but I don't want to do just that. So I'm headed back. Oh, I went my shulkers. I'm headed back to the nether because I want to get some basalt and blackstone. And luckily, I know just the basalt delta to find. Oh, I hate my nether spawn. It's so terrible. I'm so annoyed at myself. I was frustrated with how long it's taking to do this basalt. And I thought, hey, you know what? I have a couple nether stars just sort of sitting extra. You know, I should just put a beacon here in the nether. So I took all the time, and it was, believe me, it was painful to find a spot that goes all the way down to bedrock and that I can get up to the nether without hitting one of these enormous lava lakes. I put the beacon down over there, right by spawn, and it doesn't reach to the place where I need to dig. I'm such a dolt. I can't believe it. So yeah, it reaches to like right there. So I've been working on, this is actually the mining desert, and this is the Fixxiverse amusement park portal. So I want to eventually do this. So I have to widen it and heighten it so I can, you know, extend the tunnel this way. So it looks very nice and beautiful. But unfortunately, I'm still, even though I have a beacon right over there, like right there, basically, I still have to dig this out very slow. I'm such an idiot. I thought 50 blocks was closer. Oh, geez, this guy's gonna blow up my my ice. Just when you thought the grind was over, I had to go grind for a bunch of sandstone, and oh, hey, creeper, and I made some walls. So before I start working on this netherite exterior here, I have to make sure that I have walls, because I don't want to have to build this thing the whole way down the ground if realistically you're never going to see it. It just doesn't make sense. It's a waste. So this is actually the beginning of, well, yeah, look how many skeletons there are. There's a million. This entire park's main wall. Now, each kingdom will have each section of the park will have its own theme, but this is the one that I started with the main gates here, so I figured it was kind of made sense to keep going here. I'm probably going to decorate these a little bit more over time, but for right now, they're roughed in. The reason why I wanted them roughed in is so I know how far down I need to bring the facade that's going to go over these giant big boxes. Also, I had to extend the railroad tracks because I got to make sure that I don't put a ride in front of them. Now, they will turn and they will change elevation slightly, but I don't want it to be abrupt, right? This is supposed to kind of resemble a real train, even though it's just going to be minecarts. So there is a little bit of an elevation change that had to happen here because I got in this weird area of where it was like kind of there and kind of on the roof, so I just brought up to the roof. And what we'll do is we'll end up doing something kind of scenic here. Who knows, maybe even a railway station, though I think I'd rather make that a little bit more of a feature rather than just stick it up on the roof. You know, we want to show off all the cool things and not just jam in something hidden. So now that I have landscaped all over here, this whole thing has a base to it. The next thing is going to be start to figure out the facade. But before I do that, I got to bring the dirt down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this dirt down just to the top of this wall. And is that a little cheaty? Sure it is. But amusement parks are all about disguising things, right? So we're going to disguise the fact that this is a big facade and bring dirt down all along here so that way I know exactly where to build this facade. Originally, I wasn't planning on having a wall here. I was going to just put supports and sort of leave this freestanding, but it just didn't really work with the way the ride was, the way the twist and the thing goes. I wanted a little bit more soul sand there, so that's why that wall is sort of in the middle of the netherite path. I'm starting to really think that I should have maybe put this in Adventureland in the upcoming like fantasy sort of section of this park, because it's very sort of mysterious and dark and creepy and stuff. But I made a change. I was going to use sea lanterns just because they're free for me. They're basically very cheap, but yeah, fire's so much better, so much more interesting. I am really enjoying this build. I really like the progress over here. This gotta work on that. That's the railroad, but I'm not in a railroad stage right now, so I just sort of roughed in something right there to make it pass between the buildings. Now, I think what I'm gonna do, and I'm not totally sure about this, but this building, I have this side completely done and this side completely done. The other sides, I don't, because I don't know exactly yet what's going on over here. And I hate to spend all the time making this a nice facade and then just putting a building next to it. So I don't know what's going on over there, because we're going to take a break from this area of the park. But there's one more thing I have to do before we tap out of over here, and that's work on this monstrosity that's gross and that over there. And I don't think I want them to be like this. I don't want too much of this, right? Like, it looks really cool. Adding it back there, I think would be overkill. And this can be anything because it's just a building facade. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe make it just look like, I don't know, like maybe a medieval sort of keep or castle or something, just to sort of blend in. Since it's going to be towering over some of these buildings anyway, we're just going to do a facade. I don't like it being just the big wall of stone and cobble. I think it's just too much. I'm trying to find a place where you can see there. You can see it right there. So I think what we're going to do is just do a regular old sort of castle facade. Very simple, just straight up castle over there, and maybe the same for right here, because I think when you're waiting in line, I don't think you want to see too much of that, especially because this building over here is not, that's actually the kitchen for this, so it doesn't need to be that. It can be anything. All right, so yeah, let's do some medieval building. I think I have these facades done at least on these sides where you can see. I love that you can see up there and see the ride sort of come out. I think that's just awesome. The glowstone adds everything. I'm really glad I added that. So yeah, I have these facades, I think, kind of done-ish for now. There's still some more things. I know the top of this is very flat. I got to work on that too, but I like this. Like, if you're walking through here, this is going to look like sort of an adventure area, you know, where the good guys in the castles are attacking the nether thing, and you're going to ride through there. Maybe we'll come up with a storyline of what, you know, what the purpose of the ride is. Like, oh, the nether people captured the princess, and you have to leave from the castle, go through here, get the princess, and then come back and save her. Something I think that could be kind of fun and simple and very Disney-esque, right? Like, where you have sort of a mission. Now, I do want to add in a little bit more detail over here, just probably some lanterns and a little bit of glass, because I thought it'd be cool to be able to like look in here and see the kitchen, like see the people cooking, or even possibly they could serve some drinks, you know, maybe you could purchase some drinks. I didn't even figure out what the economy is of this world yet or not. Is everyone paying for stuff, or is this like a communist socialism? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. We'll have to figure that out later on. I guess people have jobs, so I guess they're getting paid. So yay, capitalism. Okay, anyway, I'm going to work on more of this, adding in some lights, because it is very dark at night, and we'll see if we can get this done and move on to something new and exciting. I built some custom trees over here, and I think it looks pretty good. Just very, very simple. I can't even really get back there, and that's, I guess, kind of a good thing in a park. But, I mean, people wouldn't be going there anyway, so because that's the way you get off. Add a little nether patch over here. I think that adds to it as well. Sort of helps the immersion there. And then over here, this is where you've escaped the Soul Sand Valley, and you come down through this little sort of nature, peaceful little path. I did leave some flowers in there. I thought that might add to just the peaceful nature. Also, I moved this queue over by 1 because I finished this area here and I just need a little bit more space. There just wasn't quite enough room. I may come in here and get rid of some of this. I don't know. I wish that you could put fences on the border so it was not this way, but it might be okay. It might, I don't know. I may just wait and kind of see how I feel about it. But regardless, I think this ride is officially done. I think we're good with this ride and ready to move on to something else. What? I'm not sure yet. I need to do some thinking here. I'd like to build a roller coaster, but I don't really have a space for it yet. And I kind of wouldn't mind a break from building some of these houses on Main Street either. I need to sort of see what I'm feeling right now. I took down all of the trees on the center island. This is the Castle Island, because when you're walking down Main Street, we're going to do a sloping bridge that's going to go right up to a custom sort of, I don't want to call it a custom mountain. It's not going to be a mountain, but a series of cliffs that are going to surround a lot of this area. However, before we do that, I started digging out just a little bit of this river because I do want this river to go through. The idea is there's going to be a steamboat, and this is just not big enough for any sort of reasonably sized boat to come through. I don't care about the depth. I can always bring in a conduit later if I can manage to get a conduit in this world, which I have not yet, but I can do the sort of bottom later. Right now I just want to go wide enough so it can, we can pretend like a boat could go through here, a big boat, a real boat. Like, you've been to amusement parks, right? Where they have those boats that maybe tell the jokes or whatever. Like I think Jungle Cruise at Disney or Cedar Point has one. I can't remember what it's called at this point, but I used to love it when I was a kid, and we are, after all, I'm still a kid. Not a lot has changed. So I'm gonna widen this area up and make sure that it goes all the way around. If you take a look at the map, I do want this entire island to be completely covered. So it looks like we got a little narrow area up there, and there's some narrow areas. So I'm gonna go all the way around and take a couple buckets of water just to make sure I can get water source blocks all around. And then after that, I need to actually sort of figure out how flat I want this outer part before I start the cliff. Because the idea is I'm gonna have a castle in the middle, and then we're gonna have like a medieval village around here. It's in my wheelhouse. That shouldn't be too hard for me to knock out.
Continuing the story of Suthami from the Book of Avon. He asked the woman what her name was. She replied that she didn't know because he hadn't given her one yet. She told Suthami that rules and names are very important, and that he should think of what name she should have. She sat down at the end of her road and waited. In time, a young man came walking up a different road yet. When he approached the crossroads, he saw that the other two people were sitting, so he too sat. He was wearing a cloth of green, opened his sack, and produced some bread to eat. At last, another man appeared, walking up the final road. He was covered in blood, wearing black cloth, and dragged behind him the corpse of a sheep. When he arrived at the crossroads, he asked Suthami what they should do next. Suthami stood and saw what they had was good, and the four of them would become the first Quan.
I'm digging out this enormous amount of stone and cobblestone I always dig in Gabor now. This is sort of my new thing. I'm going to let you in on some of the lore. Now, I talked about this a few episodes ago, but I'm aware that not everyone catches every episode. So I got a comment. I don't remember who it was from. Unfortunately, this would be the question and comment of the day if I could track it down, but I can't find it because I responded to it, and after you respond, it doesn't come up. Anyway, saying something like, hey, you have this big thing in Gabor, big raid farm with no lore, it's just, blah. Yeah, I agree. But there is lore behind it. I just haven't been able to do it yet because I haven't built it yet. So the lore behind this big raid farm is this is where the pirates, the pillagers, like the split off of the Fist of the Dragon. So the Fist of the Dragon and the pirates used to be one clan. They've split, and this is all going to be detailed in lore down the road a bit, maybe even in this episode, I'm not sure. But when they split, the Fist of the Dragon went to look for Steve Teppick to really save the world, and the pirates just sort of went out for their own, right? So the pillagers, or the pirates in this world, are always after this moon rock, this giant mystical rock. And now the mystical properties are going to be explored after the 5,000 day animated movie that I'm working on, because that's going to open up some things. So once that movie happens, then there's going to be this giant rock down here. Now, to put the rock, I have to actually build it. So I got to dig up this hole, and then we're going to do this big mystical sort of place down here. This whole cavern is going to be a big mystical giant. It's going to be so awesome. I can't wait. It's going to be an absolute mega build, but it's all going to be under Gabor. So yeah, right now it's kind of boring. I agree. And there's not much to it, but it's the long game, right? Long game is at some point, this is going to be an absolutely crucial, important build. It's just that point isn't yet. We're creeping up on it, but not yet. I have a lot of other things I got to work on first. First, I just saw the movie. I went out to a movie all by myself because I wanted to see this dinosaur movie called 65. And I was like, oh yeah, I mean, I like dinosaurs and sci-fi twists and all that kind of. It's unwatchably bad. I mean, I'm not someone who scoffs at bad movies, but I was scoffing at this one in a big way. It was really, really terrible. So look, if you loved it, then, sorry to rain on your parade there, but ugh. Oh, painful. Anyway, so that's neither here nor there. So here's what we're going to do now. I want to extend this road because when any of us walk in this theme park, we want to walk in and we want to see the ramp up to not just the castle, but the entire sort of medieval fantasy sort of area here. So what I'm going to do is start ramping this up because I've decided that how I'm going to do this is 2 plateaus. I mean, an outer ring of plateau where all sort of the medieval stuff is kind of in a ring, and then in the middle we're into another plateau with the castle. So that being said, let's figure out a nice ramp up here. I want to do sort of like a bottom of a U shape a little bit. I don't want to go as hard as stairs though. So let's look at a time lapse. So it'll be easier to see than explain. I did a live stream and worked out a lot of things here. So we actually have this big center area. This is all swept up here, and now we have this nice, very beautiful thing. This will be a fountain down the road and a curved walkway up there and then stairs into the castle. So what I want to do first and foremost is figure out exactly how I want this outer section to go. We'll get to this intersection. This is probably going to be like a water feature or waterfall or something. So that means I'm going to have to dip down in order to give it that water area. But in the meantime, it's time to sleep. So I'm going to work out this and go all the way around there. And then once I get up to the top, that is going to be the size, the area of the platform for the actual castle. Okay, so first thing I do is come up with a shape that I really like, and then we'll extend the walls and the cliff after that. But I think, I think we should time lapse this again. I know just what you're thinking. How many time lapses can this man fit in one single video? Well, probably more than we've done already, but look at this. We finally have this entire area all set up. Now, I got 2 more projects that I want to do just for this little mountain, but I think we're going to break away from this for a minute and get to work on something else, and that is the other side of the town. That's right, the other side of Main Street. Now, I have no aspirations of finishing this amusement park in one singular episode. That would be insane and ridiculous, but I think we can get a little bit more done than we've already done so far. So let's cut down these trees and maybe work out a couple buildings here. I think I'm gonna make them a little bit longer, a little bit wider, because over here I have 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings in this space. Let's see if we can maybe manage 3 instead. So I'm thinking maybe 1 along the straight side, 1 diagonal, and 1 over here. I think that would be really nice and give you that really good entrance way that we want. And then whenever you walk around the sign, oh yeah, the view opens up. Are you seeing what I'm seeing here? Yeah, that's right. This is going to be so amazing. I cannot wait to show you in Minecraft what's in my mind right now. Another day, another restaurant sort of done. I really tried to bring in some color. You know, I tend to get in these very brown and gray modes and stuff, and I want to make this a bright, cheerful amusement park. So I'd use some of the warp and the Prismarine. Yeah, it's very simple, but looks nice. You walk in here. It's the Potato Patch, named after Kennywood in Pittsburgh's amusement park place. I thought it was cool. I think it's... Open that up. There we go. And you walk in here, you order your food, you get it, and you walk over here, you find a seat. Now, over this way, that we're actually going to grow some potatoes here, some taters. And I thought maybe this could be like an attraction. Like maybe you bring in your kids, you can order some potatoes, but then you can actually go pick your own potatoes. You know, parks have that kind of stuff, right? So I thought that'd be fun. So what we're going to do is wrap this thing around here, and we're going to do a sort of a greenhouse in the back of this, because I am going to have another house, another building over in this direction, right over here. But then the back won't have anything, and I don't yet want to bring in rides here, this close to Main Street. So I thought maybe just like a little pick your own potato thing could be a really cool sort of medievally amusement park sort of thing that could actually work. And also I don't want to block this river, because the river is right here, and you can see already we're overhanging a little bit, and that's okay. We can do some supports. We don't need to hide it necessarily. I think some supports overlooking the river could be really cool. But the next thing I want to do is build a bit of a greenhouse. I don't have a lot of glass, so I'm gonna have to smelt up some, and I don't know, make just a little thing. It doesn't have to be that huge. I think something small will fit the build just perfectly. You know, I built this thing and it worked great for a little while, but I have really no idea how it works. I don't remember like where I'm supposed to click. I'd like to AFK and do some mud collecting here, but I don't. Okay, so how do I have to? Oh wait, do I have to put this in my other hand? So it's like this, but that's just gonna. No. Oh, I don't know how this works. I can't remember how this works. This worked great for a minute, but now I don't. What am I supposed to aim at? Am I supposed to aim over here? Oh, am I supposed to aim here? No. Maybe this goes in. Maybe this goes in my offhand. No, I don't know how to do it. Okay, I guess this is it. My fortune or my efficiency 5 shovel is too fast for this machine, so I think what I need to do is just get like a different shovel, and that should work fine, because yeah, you need a second, so maybe you need like an unenchanted shovel. Let's try that, because see how there's like a second pause, and see I even broke some of these before it even turned into the mud. So let me go grab maybe a different. Do I have a shovel in here? No, I don't know. Let me go grab a different shovel and see if that's it. Maybe in here. No. I built this extension to the wall the whole way down there because I just realized how I don't want people to be able to just walk in, and I wanted to raise the landscape here because you can see it's higher than it was before. This is the walkway. I think I might just keep it spruce. I think that with fencing probably going along here, and I gotta figure out how I want to do this greenhouse. I don't have a great plan because I don't know where this ride over here is going to end. So actually what I think I'm going to do, and that's right, I said ride, not shop. We're going to do a carousel right here. I think what I might do before I do the greenhouse is build out the circle of the carousel so I know exactly how big it is, then come back to the greenhouse and put the greenhouse sort of back in behind. Does that make sense? I don't know how much room I have for this carousel. Not that much, but you know, it's okay. I think carousels are probably a little bit bigger than this in IRL, but yeah, I think it'll be okay. If we go right from the edge of this building to over there, probably enough room anyway. Let's check in with a little progress report here, because I've done a lot of building. I worked on this carousel, and Wandering Trader spawned, and I came up with the great idea of actually using these Wandering Traders as sort of my horses on the... I was going to use horses, but there aren't any horses right around here that I can find anyway, and I don't have any sugarcane, so that leads me to the next thing. Now, I could go get sugarcane in another kingdom, but I'd like to have some things here. So the greenhouse is underway. We're working on this, and I decided to go ahead with the outer layers kind of being... Excuse me, I'm finishing my breakfast sausage. It is delicious. I'm finishing up here this planting area, and I'm going to have sugarcane on the outsides, and this is going to be where you can pick your own potato. So kids might come in here, pick their own potato, walk over there to the potato I sound like Porky Pig. The potato patch, and put in their potatoes over there, and that should be a really nice little feature. This merry-go-round is turning out really, really nicely. I still have to put up the upper layer, and I need a lot of wool to actually make that happen, because I want to do kind of a wool steeple, maybe like alternating colors leading up to the middle. I don't know, like red and white or something kind of bright, you know? Regardless, things are going really well here. I have a whole bunch of glass saved up, so I can actually start to put some of this stuff down over here, and I'm just going to do very simple, just glass walls for the greenhouse, just like this, all around here. I left the middle open because I'm going to have the middle be a little taller of, all four sides, just to give it a little bit of a design influence that should be kind of nice. But we're coming along here. Things are really nice. After I get this done and that done, then all I have to do is I have to connect the path. And I have decided I'm going to get rid of this spruce and do something else. I'm not sure what. Maybe granite. Maybe just stick with the granite sidewalks. That could work. And not here. I don't want people walking in between these. So we'll do a little bit of a nature thing here. Maybe a fence or something. And then we'll have a granite path that comes right down here and connects up the sidewalk. Fairly wide, because I want people to actually walk over here and see they can pick their own potatoes. Well, it looks like it's time to sleep and get on with a little bit more building. I had to come down here and mine for, well, I came down here for granite, but I ended up finding just so much copper, and then also diorite, and then also andesite, and I'm taking it all because, in this build, I'm going to need a lot of copper, and a lot of andesite, and a lot of diorite, even if I'm right now looking for granite, right? So I'm just taking everything I can find, and I got to remember to combine all my copper, because, oh man, it adds up very quickly. But I thought I would drop in, because it's been a few episodes since I've talked about it, and I am trying to use this series as kind of a, hey, what's up with Fix sort of thing. And one of the things that I'm very pleased about is that I've had some pretty solid success with still continuing to drop weight. I'm doing a keto diet. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a no-carb diet, essentially. And that means no fruits, no sugars, no bread, no treats, basically at all. And I'm trying to eat primarily meat. It's primarily meat with some leafy greens and all that kind of stuff. And it has worked like an absolute charm. I am down from my high weight of about 270. I am down to 205 this morning. So that's a pretty solid weight loss. I'm only exercising about 2 days a week now. I had been going about 5 days a week, alternating between some very basic like lifting, like bench press, pull-ups, and a lot of walking with an incline on the treadmill. Just walking, that's it. And recently I've actually scaled that back a little bit because the weights are starting to get a little bit heavier as I'm getting up sort of towards where it's getting really kind of tough to lift. So I've scaled back to now to lifting only twice a week, where I'm alternating between like a bench press pull-up routine and a deadlift and a couple auxiliary lifts, things like that. If you're interested, you can talk on Discord about that if that's something that interests you so much. But yeah, things have been going really well. I've been feeling physically good, emotionally, mentally. We're still working through some kinks here, still getting through all some of that. But I'm really happy that I can now walk upstairs and get on rides with my kids and do all that kind of stuff without really sort of running out of breath. And that was happening before, like a simple couple flight staircase was like, I'd get a little winded, and I didn't like that at all. So I feel much, much, much better in that respect. And so, yeah, I'm continuing on. I have not had a singular carb. I mean, that's ridiculous. Of course I've had carbs, but I've not had a singular cheat meal, if you will, like not a cupcake or a slice of pie or any of that stuff in well over 100 days at this point now. It's been probably closer to, I don't know, almost 6 months, probably. Very close. I just haven't felt the need. Every once in a while at nighttime, I feel the urge to have some treats that my kids have laying around the house, and instead I eat some cheese, and I find that cheese has been a pretty good sort of crutch to get through some of these things, because cheese is essentially no carb or very, very little carb. Anyway, things are going really well. I thought I'd drop in and just let you know that. I'm going to go ahead and get all this granite and diorite cleared out of this little cave, and then hopefully we can extend the sidewalk and get moving into the next project. Okay, we have another queue done, and this might seem strange. Okay, queue to pick vegetables? Yeah, I know, it's a little weird, but I want a lot more queues because that sort of gives the feeling of this amusement park, right? So, yeah, but let's say, hey, there's gonna be a long line for food. So if you want food, then you gotta wait in line and pick your potato and then come back, right? Let's just go with me. Let's just go with me, and we'll pretend like that makes a lot of sense. But the more queues you can have in an amusement park, the more of that feeling that you're going to get, like, oh yeah, this is a busy, happening place that there's a lot of people. This is going to be very, very, very cool. Now, I do need an exit for this because I don't want people coming out the same way. So even though I just finished this area over here, I'm going to have to actually cut through it and make an exit line to go back out and meet up with the road over there, right? Yeah, it's got to make sense. This place is starting to look really, really nice. Did I just jump? Oh, I did. I just jumped on my place. Why would I do that? I got lucky, though. It didn't break the farmland. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is I want to add in over top of some of these queues, and this is probably the biggest queue I have, which is kind of weird, but I do want to have some sort of canopies. So some are going to be like trees. We could have some hanging leaner trees that are going to go over here. That would help. And then also I just want to have some wool canopies. So with that being said, I am still continuing to AFK my wool farm all the time, and I'm up to about 7 or 8 stacks per color, actually per chest, so double that per color. So we're getting there. We're getting there. And whenever I'm done with the exit queue over here and done with this area, then we'll head over and just bring a bunch of shulkers and just harvest all of our wool. But I do want to finish these 2 areas first. Hopefully another wandering trader will show up soon so I can get 2 more llamas in my rides. That'll be nice to actually not kill those guys for once. I mean, retire them to the special island where llamas live, right? Next big decision I have to make in this park is how I'm going to get to the next land, the next area, and that's going to be where those dark oak trees start. So I think what I'm going to do is I want to do something interesting. I don't want to just go completely straight in an absolutely straight line because the distance from here to there is already fairly big. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to make a bit of a diamond here where I can have something interesting right kind of in the middle of the road, maybe just past the, the greenhouse, and then reconvene straight ahead again to get into the dark oak forest. So I think the first thing I want to do, because I want to have the gate. This is the only one that's going to have a gate. If you look at the map, this is the only different land that's connected by land. Like this has a bridge, this will be a bridge, this will be a bridge, but this area over here, yeah, it's just going to be a gate. So the way to get into Adventureland is going to be a big giant castle gate, which I think will make a lot of sense. And we're going to have it right straight away to there. So I need to find this spot over there and then figure out a nice sort of, I don't know, just a way to have some sort of feature in the middle of the road. Eventually, I want to fill in these areas with probably shops as well. Probably not any more rides. I have now 2 rides here. Maybe there might be enough room for a ride over there. But other than that, just shops here and then head up to the castle that direction. Things are coming along really nicely. I'm super happy about it. And just like the feeling of the park when you walk in, a merry-go-round over, I call it that because my kids call it that, merry-go-around. And then you walk over here. Yeah, it's starting to feel really good. This part of Main Street is starting to feel great. Now, yeah, we still need trees, landscaping, some bushes, lots of street lights, all that kind of stuff. But you can see that the path is over here. Staying consistent is going to be really vital. I've learned that. Coming off of here, showing like, yeah, this is a path that you can walk along. That's really huge. So I'm going to do definitely more of that where I keep the granite feel. And then over here, I think what we may end up doing is doing sort of like at the entrance to the queue, like an overhead thing that says the name of what the ride or attraction is or something. I think that'd make a lot of sense. So we may come back and do that. Maybe just like a couple fence posts, a couple gates, and a couple signs. I think something along those lines could really work out well. But if you walk over here, you see all this beautiful landscaping, and definitely left room for some custom trees right here. Just some little guys to help sort of fill in the gaps, fill in the space. This is beautiful. So simple, but I definitely am going to do more of that, where you just have like rows of flowers sort of in the middle of the path. I think that's really cool. Over here is room for yet more stuff. We'll put in probably maybe a ride. There might be a room for a ride between the wall and the beginning of, I don't know what we're gonna call this, a fantasy land, I guess, over there. And then over here, certainly we have room for a ride. We could actually put a fairly big ride here and then still not really mess up Main Street, because we could have some shops along here along the side and then do a big ride over there. Something along those lines could be really cool. Unfortunately for me, the time has come to do some major landscaping, and that is going to be over there at the castle. I already have 5 shulkers filled with stone and cobble, and I think it's time for me to get to work, because I'm not going to build a castle this episode. I just want to work on Main Street USA sort of area, but yeah, eventually we're going to do that, and I want to have at least the landscaping mostly done, so when I do the castle, then we can just sort of plop it right in there. All right, let me put my stuff away and get to landscaping. Okay, that was a lot of grind. That was about 2 hours, and that means we are right up to hour 50, if you can even believe it. I can hardly believe it, honestly. Time is blowing by here. Now, when I started this project, I thought, okay, it's going to be a 50-day, or 50-hour, rather, project. Let's just see how much we can get done in 50 hours. But I don't want to stop now, because I'm, like, in a good place, like kind of rolling, and I think we can get a lot more done. So that being said, we're gonna keep on going. I don't know how long, like last time I tried one of these, last episode, I think we went to like 58 hours. I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna be 58 hours or maybe it'll be 100 hours. I don't know. You probably have a better gauge on that than I do right now, looking at the total time of the video. But for right now, I just want to keep on going because I'm enjoying this project. I'd like to get to a really great, like, sort of stopping place too before we go and just end it, right? So the next thing I'm doing is I'm kind of coming in here and I'm going to take the time to actually detail these clips. Now, something I do in my videos too often is I say, okay, like I just roughed it in here, I'm going to get back to this, but then I don't actually get back to it. And I don't know if you've noticed it. I don't know if it's become a trend, but it's something that I would like to definitely not do here, because here I really want to make this place a finished product. And it's not going to be finished this episode. I mean, let's not even pretend for a second that that's going to happen. But I want to make everything like that you see that's done really, truly done, and not just sort of roughed in for now, quote unquote, going to come back to it, but I don't really, right? So that's what we're going to work on. I'm going to work on really detailing this whole place so that whenever you pop out here and you take a look at it, it looks like it is actually done, and we're going to do that. The other thing I have to talk about is a recent change in 1.19.4 just came out, is that vines can be turned off by game rule. So, do we want to do that? I like my vine farms and I need them at times, but also I would really like to set the total size of a vine. That'd be a really nice thing to be able to just say, okay, this is it. No more vine growth. But at the same point, then you can't harvest vines anymore. So that's kind of more of a creative thing, I think, but it's very tempting. I really wish that there were like a shears, a shears game rule that you could just like shear the end, just like the other blocks. Because I would like to use vines all over the place here, but what will happen is they'll just grow everywhere. And I'll have to use string inevitably. And that kind of stinks too, because you can see the string. And I think that sort of breaks your immersion a little bit too. So I don't know. I don't know if you have any ideas about what to do about vine growth other than string, because I know that, but I'm just kind of drug about it. It's not something I really want to do, but maybe we'll have to. I don't know. I'm going to make little patches of this. I'm not going totally random. We're just going to do little patches of moss. Like, once the moss starts to take hold, it sort of all just, like, goes everywhere. So we're just going to do a lot of that and then come back in and throw in stairs and slabs and stuff like that. So I got some grind ahead of me here. All right, some grind later, and I did these 2 little pools leading up to the main castle. I may end up changing these for something really nice later, but I started with something a little bit more natural looking for now, at least. I'm not I'm not totally sure how rocky and stuff I want this to be, but if you look down here, it looks a lot better. Still some more work I want to do here, but I feel pretty good about it. Like I like all the coral that I went out and got at my Pirate Kingdom, and yeah, I think it looks nice. I think it looks a very good start. I do need sea pickles. I need a sea pickle farm in a bad way. I don't know where to put that yet. I'll figure that out down the road, but I think it's time to break away from the big mountain because we're not going to be doing the castle like I said this episode. We'll come back to do another one later on, but I do want to at least sort of finish Main Street. I mean, oh man, it's a daunting task because I got to go the whole way out there, and that's just a lot of houses and stuff. But I guess the best thing to do is, well, start with the first house. So let's start with right here and start with a few little shops and stuff. We're going to at least a shop here and a shop there, and then maybe look into a ride over there. I'm not sure yet, but let's start with the shop. Kind of keep going this Main Street USA vibe. I worked out this little sort of restaurant area here. I think it's kind of nice. A little bit different, just solid colors out of my wheelhouse. A little bit. I usually do a lot of texturing, and I decided not to this time. Nice seating area where you can look up at the future castle, fireworks show, all that kind of stuff. This is going to be very, very high-end seating, I believe, for the evening shows every night. And then you come out here, and this is where the next ride is going to be. And this is going to be one of those sky coaster things that you get on. It's kind of like a chairlift, right? You get on, and you're going to ride over to Fantasyland over there, upcoming at some point. But we're going to build the 2 stations now and the sky carts because I want to put underneath the sky carts, I want to put some stuff for them to look down. It's like some big, really nicely designed flower beds and stuff like that, which is going to be a nice space filler for right off here off the main street. And then over on this side, we'll do sort of a side road with maybe a ride or more houses. I'm not sure which way I want to go, but I like the beginning of this. So this is actually the queue. For once, I remember to do the queue first. So the queue is going to come up along this way. Then you get on right here, and that's going to zip you out probably that way, I guess. And then this is where you get off. You get off right here, and then you come over here, and you go right down and exit along this way. So, okay. So we have the beginning of this. Now, this sky coaster, it's going to be a little bit of, it's not a sky coaster. What am I, a skyliner? I don't know what you want to chairlift. This thing is going to be a kind of pain to build because I want to use chains. So I made a bunch of chains, not nearly enough. And the chains are going to be the main flat part. But to get up and down, chains don't go diagonal. So I'm going to figure out a way to go diagonal. I think probably that's going to involve stairs and fences most likely. And then once we get up to the top, then we can actually just use the chains. I think it'll be a really nice look. And then to really make it work, I'm going to have hanging cars all along it. And, we'll go for colorful cars, but that's going to be, it's going to be a grind and a half. Okay, I feel like I'm getting into the real groove of like the heart of the amusement park for me. And I know that like the Main Street Disney, very, very themed sort of set in a moment of time thing is a lot of people's cup of tea, but my cup of tea is roller coasters and rides. I love them. It's so much. So now that I have a couple rides going in and this thing right here, this is absolutely going to be awesome. So I'm going to be doing cars. I think I set these little blocks, these deep stone blocks every 10. I think what I'm going to do is do every 2. I'll do a car. So I'll go like car and then the other side car and then skip one and then car. I think that'll be probably a good amount of cars. Now, if I want to do cars, I got to come up with a design because I want them to be very colorful. I want them to be, reds and vibrant things. Now, the problem is, and this is going to be something I have been harping on for, and I'm not even kidding right now, like maybe 7 or 8 years, I want concrete stairs and slabs so badly. It would change absolutely everything if we had that, or even terracotta, but especially concrete stairs and slabs would just open up possibilities of building so many things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deep slate. Let's cut these into there and let's work out some designs. Maybe we'll head over to Creative Test World and work out a couple designs. This is my first attempt at a design of one of these cars. It's kind of weird, and I think what I need to do is make it smaller. I think it's because also it's going to be hanging from the rails, and that's not centered, and that's going to just drive me crazy. So maybe if I just made it a little bit smaller, something more like this, and brought these in like so. Like, does that seem better? I think probably it is, and then we just have to go like get rid of a couple of these things. Yeah, you know what? This is gonna be better. It's gonna be a lot more compact, and I think it's gonna be a better overall product. And then I can have this, and then still the stairs, because I still do want to make these like, you know, you could actually get in and take a ride, right? So yeah, okay. The inside, that's about how big these cars usually are. In fact, actually, you know, we could even go with one sea lantern instead of two, but maybe two would be a better look from sort of the. Yeah, I think two might. Either I could go either way on that. Okay, this is not bad. This is not bad. This is a pretty good, pretty solid design. I think we can probably come up with these. Now I'm gonna have to go make a ton of different concrete powders. Unfortunately, that's gonna take a bit. Let's go do that. No, building in Minecraft down is so painful. I wish it weren't so painful, but it really, really is. It's just, yeah, there's just not great ways to do it, except for, I guess, just bucketing down, and that's kind of a pain. So, okay, so this is the car, and I think it's going to look really good, especially, look, one looks okay, but, you know, if you pack on all across there, I think it's going to look really, really, really cool. The only thing that I realized I forgot is I forgot this deep slate tile block that I want, and I'm making them all the deep slate tiles because that's the one that I haven't used in the road or anything like that. So I just think it'll look a little bit different, and that's kind of what I want to go for. But this is not a bad start. I made sure to put this one exactly 10 fences down from up there, so that way these are going to be stacked evenly. And the only thing I forgot this guy right. Oh, you know what? I don't have my. Well, I don't plan on doing much of this. I don't have my axe with me because I need the inventory space. It's such a mess. All right, so yeah, that's going to be good. And then that'll be sort of the starter, and then we'll skip one and do them a lot more. Okay, I got to build a ton of these, so I'll see you on the other side. I made a terrible mistake, and that was that these cars are 5 wide, and I only had my initial 2 tracks 3 wide between each other, so they would have smashed into each other repeatedly, because, you know, one side's going this way, the other side's coming back this way. But so I added a fifth block or another rail out there, and then I'll just use this middle one for like carrying electric or holding the supports or something. I'm not going to take it down because whatever, it looks fine. Now that leads to another problem is up here on top of my station, of my loading station, that doesn't work. These are 3 wide because I thought this would just come right in here, and it clearly does not. So unfortunately for me, all of this has to go away. I mean, it's not that much work, but still, it sucks to take down something you already did. But yeah, this has got to go because I got to expand it. That probably means I have to move the queue as well. So boo, and rip for my old building. But that's okay. We can build something a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit nicer, you know, because I was going to design this next anyway. And yeah, this is all good to go. They just won't fit. Oh yes, a little bit more work has been done over here because I'm going to open up a gaming district. And the thinking is a lot of these parks have sort of in the front area have a bunch of games that you can sort of play. And I want to do that here. And I think that might be a very interactive thing to do in Minecraft. So I'm going to flatten out this land right up to the edge where I'm probably going to end up having to do a custom cliff because I want this to be flat enough that I can build a bunch of little gaming stalls here. And they're going to be anything from like in Minecraft lore, like target shooting games or something like that. I did this little area over here. It's a little hard to see from down here. The idea is that you'd see it when you're going over top of it in the sky car. I think that could be really, really, really cool. And then the other thing I forgot to do is this. That's not going to work, is it? I didn't bring enough gates. Well, okay. So yeah, so I'm going to flatten out this area over here, build in some games, come up with a couple ideas. I was thinking like target shooting games. Maybe like we could do like a dodge 'em hall here that maybe in the middle and then a couple of games on either side, something along those lines. Let's do dodge 'em. That seems like a pretty fun and pretty interactive sort of Minecrafty sort of game. Okay, we'll do a little dodge 'em course over there. I know just where I happen to have some ice. My goodness. Okay, dodgems are in, not decorated at all yet. I'm going to be adding in some leaves and some beautification over here, but I did a queue. I made out of path block, and I think it looks really, really nice. In fact, I may actually do more queues out of path block because I don't use path block very much, and I think this just gives that extra sort of feel to the sort of medieval, modern mixture that we're going with here. And yeah, I'm going to bring in different boats of different wooden varieties. And I think you get the idea. You just jump in a boat and pretend like they're dodgems. I think that should work very, very nicely. Okay, so I'm going to make this beautiful. But before I do that, I want to line this up with a couple games here. And I'm thinking maybe the first game we should do might be a target block inspired game that I think could be really cool. Unfortunately, this is going to take a lot of time to work out because I am no redstone master, if you know what I mean. But I think before I do that, I want to hide the sides. So something I've been thinking about, and actually I've been researching a little bit. Quote, researching means I Googled and clicked on one of the first 5 pages that came up. You know, it's as much research as most people do these days in the world. So what I want to do is I want to hide the sides and the back of these sort of buildings, because this building is all finished on the side, so it's going to be okay. I mean, once I get this staircase supported. But some buildings are not finished on the side. Let me show you one that's not. For example, this one. I got to hide this. Now, the reason why I didn't do this side is because I think I'm probably going to have a building that's like connected to it and touching, going over in this direction. But I don't want to show any of this kind of stuff. Something I learned about Disney, I'm not sure if it's Disneyland or Disney World, probably both, to be honest, but is a lot of their big rides, like the big rides that are indoor rides that require just a massive, massive building, they actually exist. The rides themselves exist outside of the park walls, which I did not know. And that way they don't have to like sort of facade them all. So when you walk up to like a ride like in, I want to say it's Hollywood Studios, like the dinosaur ride. The beginning of it, the front of it is all super nice and immersive and everything. But if you were to somehow get a drone and fly around the outside, then you're leaving the park and then you just see like a big sort of, you know, metal, steel, regular old building that's not decorated. And there's no way that you can see that from inside the park. That's kind of cool, and that's something that's not very helpful for us where we are right now, because we are like dead in middle of the park. And from over there where the castle is, you're going to be able to look back and see this. So these shops that I'm building right here, or shops or games or whatever, are going to have to be completely finished on all sides, because you are definitely going to be able to see them. So what I'm thinking is, I have this area over here, and I want to do something with it. And I'm thinking another seating area, kind of like what we did over there for a restaurant. So here's what I'm going to do. A restaurant here with an outdoor seating area so you can look up and see the castle and the fireworks. Prime firework location here. Then over here, maybe 1 or 2 games between the dodgems and stuff. And then what we'll do is we'll do a small little custom tree line here to sort of separate them. That way, if you're in here at playing a game, you're not overwhelmed by the dodgem noise. I think it'd be a little bit of a noise break as well. This place is starting to really shape up. Another rainy day. It rains all the time here, and I've done just a little bit of sort of detail work as well as building another restaurant. So this is now officially the queue for the Skyliner or Skyride, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, you just go up here. I don't have an exit still. I actually just remembered that now. I need to work that out. And I'm probably going to end up replacing these with dark oak. I don't know why only these 4 are birch. That's really annoying. Let's just get rid of these right now. We'll figure that out later. So yeah, I need an exit, and I think the exit's probably gonna it's very awkward because since I had to move this and sort of make the building bigger, I don't have a great exit, and this is right on the street. So I'm not sure. Maybe I don't have a real good solution to this. The exit may have to be just like a single staircase right here in the middle. That seems a little bit dangerous, but that may be what we have to do just to get people out of this place, because otherwise they're going to be stuck on this ride forever and ever. But I did do another restaurant. I think it has turned out very, very nice. So if you just random crafting, I make so many crafting tables in this world. I never keep them on me, and so I just constantly have to recraft them because I don't want to go all the way back. So yeah, so a little restaurant here, not a big deal, a little bit of a bar. I thought maybe a tavern bar, very simple, very small, and an outdoor seating area again, just like the other place, mostly because I thought, well, I have one over on this side. I think it's really nice. I think it adds a lot, and it's right on the water, and there's not enough room to do anything else really. So I thought, let's just go ahead and do another one of these here. Again, another place to look at the fireworks. That should be cool. This is going to need a custom cliff here because it's just floating landscape for right now. But the overall area is, we're getting close to calling this not finished, but at least done for now. I think there's this space over here that I think I know what that's going to be. I think that's going to be actually a ride. Originally, I was thinking about just doing more shops along here, but honestly, I want to do maybe slides, but we'll get to that in a few moments. I have a couple more things I want to do over in this area, and that is those games we talked about. I tried. I tried so hard to make these things move up and down. I really did. I tried and I failed. So now they just go up and you just throw snowballs. That's the game. Yeah. Listen, if you have a better game, hit me on Twitter, hit me on my Discord, and let me know, and maybe I can figure out some way. I was going to make these like randomly pop up and down. You have to hit them with the snowball, but I need like a pulse extender, and I don't know how to do stuff. So, eventually someday, whenever we go to the moon, that's going to be part of the moon project, is going to be to teach myself redstone, because I don't know how to do any of it. But for right now, you know what? For right now, fine. It's a game. You walk up here, you pay your money, you play the game. You kill, you slay the pillager, etc. But yeah, this place is starting to look really good. I'm so glad that I lit up those cars, because now at nighttime it really adds the atmosphere. The whole thing is really adding atmosphere, and you may notice these beehives around. It's because I haven't decided if I want to make this maybe my honey farm. I don't have a farm here yet, and I do kind of plan on having one farm in each city, at least one in each city in this entire world. So I do want to have a farm here. So maybe part of the animal kingdom may be a giant honey farm or something along those lines. But we're getting there. We're getting there quickly. I still have more open space on the other side of the dodgems that I can fill. But I'm not sure. I might head over to this side and... Oh, you know what? Let's do a slide. Oh, I love slides. I love like old school, like 1950s style slides. Let's just do a big freaking slide. We're going to do it maybe over there where those trees are and coming down to over here. That way, whenever you're walking through here, you do see this, the castle. And we'll have to do a little bit of landscaping on this building too. But yeah, that'll be cool. The story Edwin read from the Book of Avon makes me wonder, is this their creator myth? A man walking around for years alone in the world suddenly comes across 3 other people and form the 4 sects of Avon society? Could this man, Soothmine, have been real? The book goes on to tell us so much more about him. I'm tempted to believe he may have actually been a true historical figure. Another story this man talks about is how the warrior class rose up against him. The army gathered outside the gates of his palace, and he pushed past his own personal guards and walked out to face them. Though he was unarmed, the warrior army was fully prepared to kill him and take control of the Avon. No soldier would raise arms against him. Eventually, they all basically shrugged and returned to their warrior class buildings. They never rebelled again. This is very interesting. I want to dig more into the Avon. Their history goes back so far. I think we can learn a lot about this world over time. Well, this was a grind and a half, but the big wheel is basically roughed in. You saw the first half in the time lapse. I did the second half while listening to my audiobook. Finishing an audiobook is really good. I think it's called Recursion or something. It was great. Anyway, yeah, here we go. So this is the big wheel. Now look, I'm a little bit... I'm a little bit concerned that it's going to take away some from the castle view. And because when you walk in, you're going to see the castle. The castle's going to be big, but it's not going to be that big. I mean, well, it is going to be that big, but you're not, this is closer, so you're going to see it. But I just love the idea of walking down here, you see in these shops, and then you see, oh yeah, cool, I'll just ride that. The big wheel. It looks so freaking cool. Definitely shout out to the tutorial that I followed. It was older tutorial, about 7 years old or something like that. But I think that you probably like it. It's the Golden Apple if you want to go give a shout out to them for the really nice tutorial on the color scheme and dimensions of the big wheel and all that kind of stuff. Regardless, it's time for me to continue working because this wheel right now is hovering in space and I need to build the tripod thing and a platform to get people in. I'm starting to decorate the outside of this, and it's proving to be a little bit more difficult than I thought. So I did the hedgerow thing to hide some of this. I mean, I want you to be able to see it, but not it to be like in your face. This is the exit. You walk over here and a super long hedgerow that's going to need some sort of major decoration. This is the actual queue. The queue's kind of long, so we'll just sort of see it. Now, I don't have anything from the other side done here. I think I tried to put in these little tiny trees that look like, hopefully they look like really manicured trees. Like they look like, people are really like detailing these trees. And I think what I'm going to do is do the same sort of thing about here and just go like every 5 blocks, maybe. So that's not exactly gonna fit, but something like that. I think that kind of works. Maybe here we'll just do this and then just do the exact same kind of trees, just so like whenever you're walking through here, you don't see necessarily the big rows of people. I think that'll actually probably help a lot. And we'll just do trees kind of like this, like that. Just very simple, very shaped, obviously very trimmed, that kind of stuff. I think it works pretty well. And then I'll probably bring in some flowers, but I don't want to overdo the flowers. I want every time there are flowers in this park, I want them to be really like here for a reason, right? Not just in the grass, I want them to be like in flower beds, in very particular spots and all that kind of stuff. Down here, I lowered this so that this will look like this can come smoothly down here to load up more passengers, all that kind of stuff. The one thing that I don't know if this step is too big, so I was thinking about maybe doing like a step like here, maybe, and then I don't know, like maybe just like something like that that's like a different color, or maybe a trap door or something, so it's very obvious that this is the platform where you're supposed to get on. I think that kind of works, right? We could even go like that, so make sure people don't fall off. Yeah, I think that would work. I think that looks okay. Looks all right. I added something that I have never added in any kingdom, I think, like maybe ever, in all the time I've been playing Minecraft. I've always thought about it and I've always been like, oh yeah, I'll get to that, but I never done it. I added bathrooms. It's so obvious and simple. I know a lot of people have done this in their worlds and stuff, but yeah, I've never done it before. So I did that, and I just grabbed some lights here to light up. But let me show you the inside. I think it's okay. It's very simple. This is the way a lot of amusement park and big public function sort of parks are. There's not like a door. You kind of walk in, you go around the corner. So I thought this kind of looks like a mirror. Walk in here, wash your hands, go over here, do your job in there, and yeah. So we got male and female. I moved this a little bit. It was off center. This one's 1 block bigger, so this is probably gonna be the females. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do like this. Yeah, let's just do this just so you block it, because I know that people don't really like to see you going in. So yeah, that'll be a little bit better, even though it's a little tight fit here. That's okay. That's not a big deal. Yeah, it looks super nice, very simple, but I think it works. well. I'm gonna get some leaves and stuff and really make it look a little bit extra nice. And I got to make sure that I always fence off these areas in between. Then what we'll do is we'll put up a couple little custom trees there just to sort of fill in the gaps, because you don't want people walking over here, and they will. If there's not a fence, people will certainly walk where they're not really supposed to. So we'll do something like that. Just keep those people out. Oh, I've been working. I will show this to you at night because I think it looks really nice. So I closed off this passageway. So we're right here beside the big wheel, and I decided to put in a food court. So this is going to be where you come down, you can order all different food, maybe drinks and pizza and all different kinds of stuff. Little seating right here. Also, these custom little trees are going to separate that just a little bit. Just give a little bit of a sound barrier and also make this feel like a private little bit. But most importantly is this blocks the view of over there. And over there is going to be the animal kingdom eventually. Not this episode, certainly, but down the road a little bit. And if you're walking through here, look, you can see the food court, but it's not really a point of it's not a feature. Now, as you get over here, there are going to be some things that you're going to be able to see. So I think what we could do is probably put in some pretty dense foliage here, or maybe even bring the cliff up a little bit. I want you to be able to see the castle, but I don't really want you to be able to see over there. And I don't have enough room to put a wall in. So I think we're just going to do this with some foliage right about here. Maybe bring the cliff up a little bit and sort of split the difference. But yeah, the animal kingdom is going to be the savannah over there. That's going to be really cool. Things are coming together awesomely. If you look at the map, you can see now we have this entire area done outside of the custom cliff and a little bit of stuff over here. But basically, if you're in the park, if you're on the path, you don't see anything that I don't want you to see. And that's really important. Down here, same deal. Going up here, of course, we're going to do that later. But over here, yeah, we still got some problems to deal with over here. So we're going to have to do that next. Another thing I had to deal with is how to get to the train, even though I don't really have a train track yet. So I found this little spot right here. I think this is really the only actual way that I can pull this off, and that's going to be to no, that's not how to can I. There we go. Okay, so you're going to walk up here, and you're going to go through here. This is going to be a little bit of a queue. I like this, sort of in the radius station here to go up to the train, and then you're going to come up here, and this is where you're going to get on the train. And this train is going to go all the way around the park to all the different lands and stuff. So this is the Main Street USA entrance, and I think it works okay. You know, normally what I would like to do is have a different area to get off, but honestly, I cannot work it out. There's just not enough room. So, you know, because over here we're going through this ride and then we're going up on the roof, and I don't really want to have queues up here on the roof and stuff like that. So this is okay. This is not bad. I like how it worked out. I don't really love where it is, but I think we can live with it for now. I do want to expand the train tracks a little bit more. I may wait, though, until we do Fantasy Town over there, Fantasyland, because I want to know exactly where everything's going to be. And right now, I'm not really sure. So I think the best way to do is wait on the wall and wait on the train track expansion until we actually start that area over there. That way we can know exactly where to put it. And one thing I learned is I'm going to do the railroad basically right away. That'll be one of the first things I do. And then everything else will kind of go around it, since it needs to go around and everything else is flexible. I think, believe it or not, I am done with you know, this. Now look, yeah, it just ends, right? The path just ends. But yeah, this is going to be the beginning of Fantasyland. And so I'm going to have a giant, like, castle-like gate wall that's going to connect to the wall over there. So I can't really do that until phase 2, because I'm probably going to have this wall coming here, because that, again, is going to be where the train comes. So this area has to be sort of left until the next part. But this water slide is done. It looks really nice. A little flower garden there. Finally, a chance to put in some of these sunflowers, because they're facing this direction is here. So, because everywhere else they would be facing away from the people, and I don't really like that. I like them to be facing sort of the direction where the people would be. And yeah, this is a nice little boat ride. It's obviously very simple, but you just get on and just do this little water slide in a boat, and yeah, it's another functional ride, which makes me really, really happy, because now we have 2 non-functional rides over here, and we have 1, 2, and I guess this Wandering Trader Llama merry-go-round, I guess that's kind of functional. You can sit on them. Anyway, it's not like the most incredible fun ride, I guess, but you know, look, I'm on it. We're gonna call it functional. We'll just go with that and move along. So yeah, and then plus the theater. So I think that's really cool. I think we have had a lot of really, really, really good progress to go here. Now there's one more thing I want to do, and it's a big one, is I need to beautify the park. If you look around this park, I kind of let it go till nighttime here so we could talk about it. This park is very beautiful, but it's a little bit plain when it comes to the center here. It's because it needs nature in the path. We need light posts, we need trees, basically, in the road. So, and also, obviously, I'm not doing over here, oh, weird lane glitch. I think I need to update one of my mods, because that happens every once in a while. I just need to reload my resource pack to get rid of that shadow. So I'm not doing this either. Obviously, that's going to be another video down the road. But yeah, everything's good here. I just need to add in the beautification of the actual main street. So I'm going to do some flower beds, some trees, trash cans, benches, and lamps. And we're just going to do a whole bunch of them. And I think in this part of the area, like, I've been looking at these because these are very sort of, you know, modern looking. I think I want to go with more of these for this area. I just feel like that's probably the right move. Maybe we'll do different lighting for each different land, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll save the sea lanterns for like more of the modern sci-fi land, I think. That is going to do it for this mega-sized episode of Survival with Fix. I hope you really enjoyed this one absolutely huge build all in one episode. You have to let me know in the comments. Do you love just the really huge event sort of videos like this, or would you prefer, no, let's just keep them small, intimate, and frequent, because obviously these ones take a lot more time than just a little regular survival episode. You have to let me know. I love this build. I am super into it, and I'll see you all next time. And here we are on the space station on officially day 3904. Oh man, we have a lot of work to do, but everything is already done. So I did a lot of grind. I mean, hours upon hours upon hours of grind. And well, we'll talk about that later on, but I have all of this down to the obsidian platforms, and these are going to be the engines that are going to hold up our city and keep it from falling out of orbit. So I'm going to start with the engines just sort of build up. This is very likely going to be my biggest storage area in this entire world, I think. I don't know if everything's going to be exactly where it is right now, but we're gonna leave it here for right now and then go with it and see what happens. But for first thing I need to do is I need to get some materials. I need to get some deep slate. I haven't even decided on the palette yet since changing out these textures back to vanilla. I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna do here. I want to do something that is really cool and unique. And yeah, we're gonna need some serious purple too. I need a super smelter here in a bad way, but well, I don't have it yet. Eventually, that's going to be something we build, maybe down near the engines. That would kind of make sense. I need super elevators. Oh my, I need so many things. Let's get building, right? Let's start with the engines and see where we go from there. Well, here we are. Controversial decision number one, possibly. I decided to make all 5 engines totally different. And I think I want that because I want this thing to not be an absolute stellar, symmetrical, perfect thing. I want this to look like maybe it was built on the fly as Hank would be building it, right? He's up there somewhere building. And I think he would just come up with these engines, just like with whatever he has laying around. I think this is really cool. And, you know, I know whatever he has laying around, he doesn't exactly have deep slate laying around. I know, you gotta... suspension of disbelief there, everybody, right? So yeah, all 5 engines are different. We're gonna put an engine burn down there, real small one, an engine burn down the bottom, because I started all these around 5 to 8 blocks up above the bottom of the void, so we can add in a little bit of an engine burn glow down the road a little bit, just a little bit, because you know there's no fire in space, but we can have maybe heat like a rocket fire or something like that down there. Now, the next thing I want to do, the very next thing, is figure out how to connect these guys, and it's going to be a little bit complicated again because, well, for one thing, I did 5 engines because there were 10 towers, so I just want every other tower as the placement for these, and I want to connect them to the central hub. Downside is I don't have a central hub, so I think I probably need to do that next, and with that is going to be a little bit of planning. I'm going to want to have elevators, and my idea is I'm going to have a bunch of elevators in the very bottom that go to every different floor, water elevators, of course. And so what you'll do is if you want to go somewhere, you'll fall down to the bottom, and then you'll catch whatever elevator you want to take you up to that floor. So instead of have just one elevator that you get off wherever you want, I'm going to have elevators that go every maybe, I don't know, 50 blocks or something like that, all the way up to the very top, and that'll be where you exit. So I need to go all the way down the bottom and build sort of the, I don't know, like the lower hub, and I think I want it to look really cool because you're going to be there quite a lot. A lot of grind later, and I finally got all these towers set up. I did the whole kelp trick to get all the water all the way up, and now we have actually exits at all the levels. So this is, I think, 58, I want to say, and then all the rest are like 100, 125, 150, 200, 225, and 250. So as it goes up, each level will be sort of its own floor, and I think it's going to be a really nice way to sort of get around. Every time you want to go up, basically you have to go down to get up. So if you go down here, then you're just going to fall. Try to hit the water. There we go. And then you can basically pick which floor you want to go up to. I think this works really nicely as a hub. This is probably going to be a glass floor, but I think I may take it down a level. I haven't totally decided yet. I haven't decided here if I want to do a glass floor either. I want this place to look really nice. I'm going to be here in this hub, like the elevator hub, a lot. Like we're going to be here a lot. In fact, actually, the entire floor is going to come up by 1. That's why I have this here, because I want... You're probably going to walk on glass. That's going to stop Enderman from spawning, so everything won't have to be so lit up. By the way, I should mention here in the video, if you're noticing this command block, that's so I get night vision all the time in this world. And the reason why I want night vision all the time is just for YouTube purposes, basically to keep everything really bright, because otherwise the end is really, really dreary. So yeah, so if you notice the command block, you're like, cheater. Yeah, that's why. It's just so I can have night vision, so y'all can see what I'm doing. Okay, so the next part of this is about to go down, and that's going to be the giant ring. So I do want to connect up these engines. That's going to be kind of confusing to do, but I want to put a ring up there. I'm going to put a ring all along these gateways, and I'm going to put it up at this level. Yeah, weird, right? But that's because over each of these gateways, I'm going to be building like an oblong sort of canister over all of them. So I want to have the ring established first. So with that being in mind, I needed to sort of put out what the roof of this area is going to be like, and to do that, I think that probably copper is the best, but I'm not going to use all copper. I just did an outline of copper, and then I'll probably come in with, I'm not even sure what slabs, or maybe just terracotta or something around there. But first, this is going to be what takes us out to the ring. So I got a lot of counting to do here. I did a lot of Google research and figuring out exactly how far out this ring should be. I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah, these caps, like the caps to the obsidian pillars, they're going to have to go. I'm going to have to use one of those like piston bedrock breaking things, which I'll do at some other point. I'm going to leave the gateways as they are right now. We're going to figure out some sort of like magical way that it helps the city stay teleporter. So we'll figure it out, some sort of lore reason. But this is the beginning of this, and actually what works out perfectly is I already have a way up to this level, which is really, really nice since I finished my pathway. So this is actually the elevator that comes out to right here. So we're good. And then if you want to go down, you just got to find that down elevator. I want to say it's that one, but I'll mark it later on. Okay, time to get a whole lot of counting and get out there. Oh man, this is gonna be a big one. We'll do a time lapse for this one. Okay, I don't want to do this entire thing off camera, but I've been working on the outer ring, and it is now, let's see, how many? 3 layers high. It has to go a lot higher, though, so my plan is going to be, this is about 5 wide or so, and then this is going to be 2, this is going to be 1, then I'm going to go 2 up here, and then 5, 2, 2, 1, the whole way around. The upper part is going to be mostly glass, I think. So I did go to the desert and spend a good deal of time getting, I think, 5 more shulkers of sand and smelting that up. So it should be all set on glass. Actually, probably not. I'll probably have to go do it a couple more times because this is absolutely enormous. After we get all of this done, then we have a whole lot of other things. We got to connect things, obviously, and things like that. But this is a big grinder. So I've been listening to book 3 of the Stormlight Archives by the great Brandon Sanderson, and I'm going to continue listening to that while I continue building this up. I think what I'm going to do, I think I might make this all grassy. I think it'd be kind of cool to have like an enclosed grass ring with maybe some trees and stuff like that. I thought about maybe biomes, but I think that's a little cliche. So I've just seen that a lot in end builds recently here. So I want to do something a little different. So I was thinking about maybe just doing like grass with trees on the top. And this could be maybe an oxygen providing thing. Like maybe, this could be one of the ways that they convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, is just having a lot of trees and lush stuff in this outer ring. And then we could pipe all of the oxygen into different areas. I think that could actually kind of work. We could even say if there's not enough trees for the amount of people here, which are none right now, but eventually will be people, we could even say, oh, these are specially, Hank designed some specially genetically altered trees that have a really high rate of oxygen conversion, something like that. Lore is easy if you are willing to twist the rules just a little bit. All right. Well, I got to do a little bit more building. I got to do another ring of lights, then a couple more rings of these dark gray terracotta. Unfortunately, I'm just about out of it, so I'm going to have to go mine more of this. Blah. I'll see you on the other side. Then, at that point, we should be ready to connect the pathways up with the grass. That'll be cool. The next thing, and now that I have this done, I did do a copper ring go around both sides because I think this is probably where the grass layer is. I got to figure out if I want to go tubes going out this way. I kind of think I do, but before I get any of that done, I want to come down to these gateways. I keep calling them portals, but the actual technical Minecraft word is gateways. And I want to build up little sort of cocoons that are going to go up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to build elevators on each one. So anytime I want to go to a gateway, I'll just walk around the ring, find the portal I want to go down to, and whoop, zip right down here, take the portal, and then come back and zip right back up, and you're right back into it. Unfortunately, The circle that I have isn't 100% perfect. You can see right there we're sort of off by a singular block. I don't care. That shouldn't really matter. These cocoons are going to be big enough that I think they're going to take up a lot of this ring, and probably once I get everything penciled in, should be okay. Again, I'm not going for symmetrical here. I'm going for kind of a little bit of a hodgepodge all thrown together, even though right now I'm extremely symmetrical. But this up here is not going to be the final outcome. This down here is going to be kind of more what it's like. A lot of different things all over the place. But a couple things like the ring, they need to be very symmetrical. So I'm going to go around and make all 20 of these things. I don't even have a design worked out for the rest of this. I just know that I want to go sort of this purple and deep slate, maybe some tough sort of feeling for the hanging bits, since the ring's going to be mostly white and glass. I did a good bit of grind here, and I got these rings started, and I think they look really, really, really nice. I am so happy. I'm so glad that I went away from just black, white, and gray and really went hard into color. I really think it's going to just make this whole thing stand out and just pop. Whenever all the copper changes to green, oh yeah, I'm going to let it all change to green. It's just going to be so, so nice. It's going to be like, kind of like the Prismarine, but a little bit different. Oh, it's just going to be beautiful. So the next thing I need is I need a lot of purple. I need a lot of purple. I've used basically all I have, and I don't want to take down NC. I want to make actually a purple farm, but I want to make it look really cool. So we are going to head up nearly to the top. I'm heading all the way up to the 200 level to do a food farm, because here's the lore and here's the story. Hank is building this. Eventually people from Fixtopia, from our survival world, are going to come here to work, right? There's going to be employees that are going to be working here to build the spaceships and everything that we need to defeat the evil and mighty AI Cal. Well, to do that, they're going to have to eat, they're going to have oxygen. So those are two of our big concerns. Also power, of course, we're going to have to do that as well. But first, let's deal with food and let's get that stuff started. So we're going to head up to 200. I got some copper and just some stone, and yeah, I gotta fine tune it. The other thing I think I'm gonna do is, I had planned on always having to go down to the bottom to get up to the top, but honestly, I think it's gonna probably be just as good to also have an entrance here, because this is where I spend all my time getting stuff. So let's grab some gates, and we're gonna cut into these, and it's gonna be a little bit of a shortcut. One of the things I always like to do when I'm doing mega projects like the one in the end is always think ahead sort of to the next one. So I need a lot of dirt and grass particularly, but whatever, it will spread. So I came out here to the Fixxiverse theme park because this is eventually going to be the Animal Kingdom. And something that I learned over there whenever I was doing the Main Street USA portion of the theme park is how nice it would be to start with a fairly flat land. Oh yeah, the castle's coming there. That's going to be a future video. Probably not too long, to be honest. Probably fairly soon we're going to get into that. But while we are collecting this stuff, I'm coming up with some plans. Oh man, just looking at this, I'm like, oh, I want to come back and work here. But no, we're doing the space station first. We're going to work on the space station, and then I have probably another plan, and then after that, maybe back to the theme park. But I do want to get back to the castle at New Hope fairly soon, because we started that a while back and it's been a bit. So I do probably, I don't want to wait too long before we get back to that. But yeah, this is very tempting. I really like this kingdom a lot. I just spent literal like 3 or 4 in-game days collecting resources back in the overworld, and I found a ton of copper at the theme park of all places. I am shocked at how much copper I have, so that's really cool. So I brought all that over here and smelted it all in my smelter over at Steelport. Now, I have a bunch of projects I want to do. I need to do the food area up there, and I probably need to do that first because I need a lot of purple, and to get purple, I really want to have a farm. Now, the reason why I want purple is because I want to extend this ring and really work on that stuff. But before I do that, I need to bring these guys up and touch that. And I am just about out of purple. I don't nearly have enough purple to actually extend that. So I think the first thing I'm going to have to do is work on this food area, extend it all, and really get into my sort of grind, what do you call this stuff? Chorus plant? Grind the chorus plant, portion of the video. So let's get into another time lapse and really work on extending this food area and really getting the chorus food area all ready to go. you need me to build a moon base. I mean, I've been working on some upgrades to my, living situation here, but nothing on the scale you and the Breath are talking about. We are working diligently on upgrading our infrastructure, but Hank, we know when Cal comes back, and we're running out of time. Well, honestly, I've had some setbacks recently. Let me send you the footage.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. It happened when I was sleeping, so to speak. I'm still trying to work out exactly what's going on. The real problem is the moon. I mean, there's nothing here but moon. It was mostly destroyed. I know it. You told us how you blew up the moon to destroy Cal's probe. But even utilizing everything that's left on the moon, there just won't be enough stuff.
I don't know much of this future technology, but I understand that one doesn't need a moon to mount a station in space.
Yeah, I remember space stations. We had those way back in my day. Well, maybe instead of a moon base, we need a space station. You know, I have left my other account sitting in my Prismarine farm, my Guardian farm, for, I don't know, like literally 2 days, basically all the time that I've been on playing. And luckily I do, because I'm using so many sea lanterns here. But it's going to be great because down in the bottom, if you take a look here at my camera, see, that's going to make it look really good. And I'm sprinkling some glass. So I'm trying to use some different colored terracottas just to signify different things. I don't want this to all be just black, white, whatever. I really want to mix in a whole bunch of different colors to really make this look together. So, oh boy, I did a lot of stuff. Okay, so I brought in all these things. Now, this glass is actually really important because whenever you get up here, then you shoot these things right here, and then, you know, after you shoot like 12 of them, I've been planning 12, like 4 per layer, and then you just flick this and the water comes down, flushes it all into a little bit of a collection thing, and then you can come down here and you pick it up. So I'm getting some chorus fruit. It's not great. I don't love using my bow, but I don't think there's another way. I mean, maybe there is, and if there is another way, maybe you could leave in the comments down there. I've seen, since I have tons of arrows from my mob farm, I have seen like using arrows in a dispenser to like fire. But, oh man, if you could maybe link me a video or something in Discord or Twitter or something that shows me like an automatic, because I could leave this up for like aesthetics and then maybe put like a machine that just kind of goes automatically all the time, something like that. That would be cool. But yeah, this is kind of a drag, you know, again, it's just like, you know, you're using a lot of durability on my good bow and all that kind of stuff just to do these, because you got 12, 24, 48 shots minimum just to keep just to replant. I just wish you didn't have to shoot. I just wish they would just pop off. It'd be really, 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 really nice. And then, you know, then you just automatically grab this and whatever, but it isn't that way. So whatever, that's fine. So, okay. So the other thing I've been doing is I've been making these farms here, and these farms are pretty expansive. These are going to be the aesthetic farms, obviously, for people to eat whenever they move to the space station. I feel like this is probably enough. I don't know for sure, but I think this is going to be enough. And what we're going to do is we're going to do just each one is just going to be a different crop, just using the main crop. So I'm going to head back with all my shulkers to the overworld. This is actually my like eating farm. I actually like harvest these potatoes to actually eat. So I'm going to head back to the overworld, grab a bunch of shulkers and all the seeds that I can find, beetroot, wheat, all potatoes, carrots, everything, and just plant the crap out of these. So it's been a while, but let's do a farming time lapse. Wow, would you look at that? That was a monstrous time lapse. That was a 3-hour time lapse, believe it or not. It just took forever to get this roof put on. The planting and stuff, you know how long that takes. Planting takes a while, but the roof just took ages. But we have a pretty nice little area here worked out. I think I love the colors. Obviously it's open to space, so that's not ideal for a crop farm. We're gonna have to deal with that soon, but I have this floor up here that I want to deal with in the near future, but I need to take a break. I need to walk away from this because we are now 29 hours into this project, day 4001, I think, right now, and I need to do something else that's not this. Every once in a while, I still will come up here, though, and harvest these because I need a ton of purple, and I can't really wait on that. But next thing I want to do is I want to go down and I want to actually start a factory because one of the things I really want to get into actually is purple. And I'm kind of thinking maybe the factory, maybe like right here. You know, I have all these elevators that are just waiting for floor. Oh, what a landing, waiting for floors. I'm thinking maybe this is the perfect place for a factory. This is going to be sort of a nature walk, right? This area here is going to be kind of like a park. So I'm thinking maybe here we'll do, let's do a factory and let's see if we can figure out how to automate some purple together, okay? I laid out this little floor for the using white concrete. I was going to say concrete powder, but that would fall right in the void. No, I laid out this little lab floor. I think this is good, but you know, it's super tiny. So instead of this being my lab, this is going to be the lab hub. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have lab that go out each sort of direction, maybe of the 4 cardinal directions, I think. And so I think we'll, using this beacon as the center point, go out like this way, right here. And I think we can just sort of go out here, and then I'm going to worry about how to sort of hold this up later. I mean, for right now it's floating in space and that's cool. Lab, I'm going to do all out of concrete. I think that's going to be the way to go. Downside is, of course, you know, like always, we don't have any stairs or slabs yet again, to my chagrin. You know, I don't know. Just give us stairs and slabs. I want concrete stairs and slabs, man. Come on. Anyway, so I'm going to work on all these pathways. They're going to go out, and then we're going to do little labs. We might do them out to the ring or maybe on the way to the ring. I haven't really decided yet, but I think it's going to be really, really cool. And I definitely want a place to work on some redstone ideas that I would like to learn how to do just as a general Minecrafter. Like, I don't know how to do redstone, like at all, and I would like to. So I think this lab is going to be where I teach myself redstone. I've done some more work over here, and I actually finally connected all of these. I don't know what these things are. Well, these are the end gateways, but I don't know exactly what they're holding up the ring somehow, you know. And I finally connected all of those up to that. Now, I'm not sure exactly where I stand on materials because the next part that I want to do is probably work on the pathways. So I got some white there. Yeah, probably enough. Okay, so what I'm going to do is next thing I'm going to do is start these things, these bridges that go from this center area over there. And here's why. Let's pop out into camera mode so we can go up here and take a look. Okay, so this is the lab that I have so far. It looks cool to itself, but it doesn't really fit in with the space station vibe. So I need to figure out how to exactly make it fit. Part of it is that it's kind of a different palette, even though the white just being this concrete. Part of it is just the shape. This whole thing is very circular, very, octagon, symmetrical. And then there's this thing. That's right there. The reason I'm going to have 4 labs on all different sides and then actually probably extensions on top of that. But I do need to figure out how to connect this from the very bottom the whole way up here. To start that connection process, I got to work on these roads. So that's the next thing that we're going to do, and then work on this area. This area here is going to be a big biodome because this is going to be one of the big things that makes all the oxygen. So one of the things that we can do to help is after we get the oxygen set is make piping and tubing to carry this oxygen to all different corners of the space station, right? That would make a lot of sense. So time to get building. We have a lot of blocks to place here. Well, these look really cool. So I got all these pathways all connected and stuff, and then went ahead and did the ones that go under this, because up here, after I filled this in, I have this, and I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool if we did sort of that fog effect of glass right along here? I think that would be really neat. And then I thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if you could kind of see it, but not that well, so it almost looks industrial, almost like piping. And I think that really just fits the bill really well. I was going to go with deep slate at first to get that like a black gray, but let's keep up with the color. And I haven't used any of this regular Prismarine at all. I thought, well, this is the perfect time. So yeah, this is cool. I'm a huge fan. Once this copper changes to green, it's going to be even better. But yeah, loving it so far. Okay, so the next thing that I got to do is I need to go get a lot of grass. I need a ton of grass because I want to go ahead and do all the ring the whole way around there as grass as sort of the oxygen producing thing. But while I'm also doing that, there are a couple other materials I need. So I'm going to take up all of my shulkers. I think I found a bunch of shulkers since I started this project, just going around to different kingdoms in this world. And fortunately, I found however many this is, like 13 or something. And so I'm going to take all these back and go get as much grass and dirt as I can find and start laying this all out. I also want this area to be it's going to have a regular floor and then sort of raised flower beds, but it's going to be very flowery. And then we have the hardest part after that of how to connect this whole thing, because I have just no idea. Oh crap, I lost my flower. I was pouring water down here to go down. I think I washed it over the edge. I hope I have another one. Oh, hi other account. Yeah, so I brought my other account here to the end because I want to leave him AFK for a little bit while I go and harvest a ton of sand and also smelt it all. Unfortunately, all my glass, all that like 3 shulkers of glass that I had, it's basically gone. I got a little bit left, but that's basically it. So, yeah, I'm going to take all my shulkers and go, but let me show you what you're going to watch next. It's one of my favorite things in Minecraft, and it's been seen before, but I love grass growing time lapses. I just love it. It makes me happy. So what I decided to use all dirt the whole way around, but I have some grass. So I'm going to grab some grass. I'm just going to sprinkle them all around and then I'm going to record it on time lapse while I go in my main account here and harvest just gobs and gobs and gobs of sand. Okay. All right. This will be fun. Enjoy the grass growing time lapse. And by the time I come back, it'll be probably like over an hour or more later in real life. But for you, only a couple seconds. Well, that didn't work really at all. So, yeah, well, see you later, other account fix. It's time for me to get back to work here because something I discovered that I didn't know about is the grass will only grow around a tiny, tiny little bit around your light source. I always forget that in the end, there's not like any light at all. Especially because I use this command block to give me night vision for YouTube purposes, but I just kind of forget that, oh yeah, wow, it's super dark. So unfortunately what that means is my grass, like this one, never spread, even after almost 2 hours. Just shy of 2 hours it took me to gather 5 shulkers of sand, I think another 5 of like sandstone and lots of other stuff. So what we're gonna have to do, unfortunately, is I'm just gonna have to torch spam like crazy this whole place just to get all this to grow. Because look, some of them are just one block that never grew and it was definitely loaded. So boo for that mechanic. Whatever. Speaking of boo for mechanic, I'm a little bit frustrated with the chorus fruit mechanic of having to shoot it with my bow just to knock them off. I have looked up a bunch of things and man, their chorus fruit farms are incredibly slow. So I'm considering, because I feel it's a mechanic that's not right. I feel like it's a mechanic that Mojang probably should fix, because I don't think that having to break it with your bow manually is a good way to do it. So I am considering adding in a data pack that's going to make chorus fruit, like if you break it with water, then it will also drop the seed in addition to the regular chorus fruit plant. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, and I would say let me know in the comments, but probably by the time this video comes out, I'll probably have made a decision one way or the other, because this video is very likely going to be a 100-hour video. We are already basically, what are we at? Day 4031. There's no way that this is going to be done before, I don't know, 4,300, something like that. We're blasting right by everything, so I don't know. It's something I'm thinking about anyway, because I feel like it's a mechanic that's just kind of not the way that it really should be. worked out more of these passageways here, and I am going to make this sort of reinforcement tubes go all the way around, and it's making me think maybe I should reinforce over here too, because, you know, I put all this glass. I wanted to use regular Minecraft glass, like, you know, vanilla regular glass, but boy, it's really plain. So I'm going to need something to sort of wrap around this. I am going to put a roof. It's not going to go glass all the way around. Right now it's glass, I don't even know, like 7 or 8 blocks that curves in a little bit. And then from this point on, I'm probably going to do a roof with probably lighting right in the roof to help get rid of some of this torch spam. Some of it anyway. I just don't want Enderman spawning really anywhere, because that's one of the sort of surprise functions of this entire base, this entire space station I'm building. This is going to be my new Ender. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely massive. But I have to make sure they enderproof basically the entire thing so that they'll all spawn right where I want them to and nowhere else. So that all being said, I'm really using a lot of these Prismarine sea lanterns everywhere just to really, really completely dig into that. Now, the other thing that I want to start bringing in is a little bit more stone. I realize I haven't used any gray stone really at all, and I think that should be part of the palette. Like, not stone, but like this. Whatever. What is this even called? Smooth stone. Yeah, I always call it smooth stone. That's right. I'm an old school Minecrafter that calls it smooth stone whenever I'm just talking about regular stone. But yeah, no, we're going to indeed use smooth stone, and I'm going to start using actually quite a bit of it because this has a really interesting texture. And one of the things I really like is when you put it together, you get that dividing line, which matches really well with the copper and with the not the prismarine, the purple over there. See, they have these sort of grid-like design. I think I can really use that to play off of it. So this is going to be another sort of feature, and as I build more, I'm going to make sure to include more of this along with the deep slate, purple, and prismarine as it's, you know, my 4-block main palette, and then other things like the white concrete and black concrete and all that kind of stuff. Next thing I'm going to do is fill in this with glass, but you'll never believe it, I'm out of glass. Again, all that glass that I just got, like 2 hours of both mining glass and smelting glass, yeah, I'm out again. So I'm going to have to do another trip. Good news is I'm listening to a lot of my Oathbringer book, which is an amazing book, but yeah, it's pretty boring, and I cannot believe I have to go get more sand and smelt it yet again. I mean, at some point, one of the things I want to do here is I want to have the biggest super smelter like imaginable here, because, you know, since this is a void, I can run a lot of machines and things like that, and that would be really cool. But yeah, I gotta do that. Well, I did a lot here, and I like it. Okay, so here's what we got. I used these slabs again to bring in more of this gray. You know, it's a great texture. It's just kind of dated because this is one of the main slabs that everyone has built out of for the last, 12 years. So, you know, you look at it, you're like, yeah, that's kind of old. But, like, I mean, it fits perfectly. It's like a perfectly tiled sort of panel roofing for a space station. So we're just going to keep on going and trust in the whole system. This, I tried the fog effect. I tried to go every other layer. Then I tried to go like one magenta, one light gray, one magenta. And it just honestly, I think I just need more layers or something because it didn't pull off, or maybe it's with the complementary shaders or whatever. So I just took them out and just did one layer. We're going to live with this for now. I kind of like it. It looks very sci-fi. It looks like you're kind of looking over like a cooling rack or servers or something like that. So I think that's kind of cool. That bedrock has got to go. I've got to get that bedrock breaking mechanic, which I do not know, but I've seen it on YouTube, so I can probably figure out there's a couple other bedrocks floating around here. These are the top of the obsidian towers. The top of the obsidian towers, if you're wondering what they are. So, what's the next stage? Well, I think it's finally time, because this was a big grinder. But I've decided that although I want to have not everything be symmetrical, I really don't love this lab how it's not symmetrical. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make 4 circular rooms on all sides, and then that can connect to different labs. So these can be like different areas to study different things. Like this could be maybe an area to study chorus fruit, or this could be an area to study something else or whatever. And I think that's the way we're going to go. So with that being said, I need to go get some more gravel and lay out these labs. I'm going to need gravel and sand and make a whole bunch of concrete. I can't believe that. Death number 2. Death number 2 in the history of the survival world over 4,000 days. And that, again, I want to reiterate, if this were still hardcore, then that wouldn't have been a death because I just wouldn't have gone AFK while I'm, grinding the concrete. But I thought, well, what the heck? Like you just get lax, whenever it's AFK. And I even had a totem, so I think I must have like popped my totem and also still drowned, which I thought that gave you like water breathing, but I guess maybe it doesn't. Anyway, so back up Elytra to the rescue. We're headed back to the end, and hopefully, oh man, I hope I can get all my stuff. I am going to be heartbroken if I lose any gear. Oh, my stuff is so close to washing off because of pouring the water down. Some of it may have. I don't know. I haven't even stopped. I just got here. I just realized that I don't have a jack-o'-lantern on my head, so I would like to not die. I'd like to not look at that. Let's get that back on and get my jack-o'-lantern. Okay, so, oh boy, I'm a little bit nervous here. I'm missing some gear. Oh man, I hope I can find it. Oh, please don't be gone forever. Please don't have washed over the edge. It's so close, and that's the void, like right there. Oh no, this is. Oh, there's a pick. Oh, geez, it's just everywhere. It's just everywhere. Oh, maybe my netherite gear is gone. Oh, this is a disaster of epic proportions. I cannot believe it. I thought that the only thing I lost, was my elytra, but I found it just now. Oh man, I'm so happy. I got my gear. My helm is in my ender chest. So I have my shovel, my backup elytra now, a bunch of the extra fireworks I just had to grab. And yeah, it looks like I only lost basically some concrete powder, and that's it. So actually, super weird. Oh, my totem, my totem wasn't on my offhand because I was using the concrete breaking method with my offhand to, do the hold the mouse down thing. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Oh, well, okay, so second death. Okay, second death, no big whoop. Oh man, I need gravel, and I need a lot of gravel. Hey, can I ask y'all a question? How do you get gravel? How do you find gravel in your world in huge quantities? I know it's under the ocean, but like that's such a pain because then you have to get it and have a conduit and then collect it, and even collecting it's kind of a pain. And is there any way? Like, I've been going to the nether because I thought, well, I want to kill as many birds with one stone as I can. I need deep slate too. So I started mining deep slate, but mainly where I'm getting my deep slate is under Gabor, and I'm trying to make a big hole instead of straight lines because, if you make straight lines, you're going to have more chance to find gravel, whereas if you are just digging a big hole, you're not going to find as much. So I decided to come to the nether because I thought, well, I could use blackstone, I could use quartz, and I could use ancient debris just in the future of this world. So I decided, well, I'll come to the nether and I'll try to get it there. But now I'm I'm deep down under the nether to deal with getting as much gravel and ancient debris and blackstone as I can. But now I'm dealing with lava lakes every freaking place. So let me know in the comments, where do you all get your gravel? Because I've got to come up with a better system. And I don't mean a little bit. I mean tons and tons of gravel, because between the moon and between the amusement park, I'm going to need so much concrete that it's sort of mind-numbing. So, I know I've looked into a duper. It might be something I look into later, but it would require an end build on the main platform, and that's not really something I'm super charged to do, honestly, because I think it would kind of mess up the vibe of the moon. But if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. So you have to let me know. Please leave me a comment. Please help me. I added on this top bit to the lab because I do want to, I don't want this to be super weird that it's just like bam, white and gray. So this is all going to be connected somehow. The next thing that I want to start to connect, I think, is probably this floor going up to there. And I think this is going to be what sort of has a big connection to the actual power generation. And I have an idea for the power generation that's going to fit in lore really well. This space station is going to be powered, brace yourself here, by ender pearls and the magic that is ender pearls. So endermen are going to zone in here and they're going to be dropped down there to their death, which is going to be an ender basically. That power is going to be then piped up to a lab, not a factory rather, which maybe either I'm right here or up there. There's a lot more room up there, but this is closer, so I don't even know. I mean, this is my storage area, which I could move, but honestly, I don't know if I have it in me to move my storage area. Again, I've already moved it like 3 times. So I don't know. I haven't decided yet, but the ender pearls are going to fall down there, and then we're going to have like pretend pipes that are going to go and pipe the ender pearls around to get them processed, and then that is going to be what powers all of this and what actually gives it the energy to be a sort of working modern space station. I think that's going to be something that Hank can figure out, is like how to, get energy from ender pearls. I think it could be a really cool thing. So that being said, I want to build basically the factory next and then start to figure out how to connect these engines, which are actually going to run the whole space station. So where are we going to put it? Well, it would make probably the most sense. Oh man, I think it's going to have to be up there, honestly. This is going to be a big nature zone right here that's going to hold up the labs and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to have to be up there just so there's enough room for these big sort of machines. One of the machines I want to have is the biggest super smelter in my world, because then whenever I bring all my stuff over here, if I have a ton to do, I can come here and super smelt it. So we have this little bit right here, and now I'm going to try to figure out how to build a very large facility there and then hold up that dome next. So I got some thinking to do before I actually delve into to this building process here, because I don't really have a plan. So, Hank, how goes the progress?
I've cleared most of the moon and the base that I've been working on for months.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'm building, but honestly, I need more materials. There's no way down to the surface and no way for you to bring stuff to me. I'm really kind of stuck here.
Actually, there may be a way. I was discussing this issue with Levinfon IV, and he pointed me to a very ancient tomb.
Did you say a tomb or a tome?
As it turns out, both.
Yeah, this seems like it's going to get creepy in a hurry.
I found an ancient tomb that predates anything else in the catacombs of Gabor. It was of the first wizard of the Avon. With Levinfon's permission, I cracked it out and found the oldest thing I've ever seen.
And how old are you again, my friend?
It's not polite to ask a wizard his age. But yes, I've seen some shit. There was a book, covered in webs and half decayed. Still, though, what I could read was mysterious beyond anything I expected.
Mysterious, how so?
It's nearly impossible to translate, as the language must be some sort of pre-Ebonic. A word here or there comes out, followed by many symbols that I can't identify. Still, though, I was able to glean that it points the way to something called a nexus point.
And what could this nexus point actually do? And further, how could it help Hank?
I believe if we find one of these nexus points, we could send things through to the other side.
And the other side is?
If my translation is correct, the moon.
So, is this like normal stuff for you guys?
Has changed around here. I love this. Oh man, this is so much better. This is my blue glass was just a frameless texture basically. I have two glass textures that are just completely frameless, and I just really love it. It just looks so magical and sci-fi and slick and cool and everything. Down here there is a way to get down to the wither killing chamber if you want to. It's over here. So I made this. It's not totally decorated yet, but you just come down here and you can get in there and kill the wither the way that I do it, because I'm a big wuss, and everything else is really coming along. So okay, now we've done a whole lot of work, we've done a lot of building, and that time lapse was like almost 4 hours of building. It was really crazy, but it's time to move on to something else now that we have this basically done. What I want to do is I think I want to add maybe another couple rings around this, but before I get to those rings, I want to actually connect this up to this. And I think the way I'm going to do it is with a sort of flare out pattern that's going to sort of hold up these things. I know there's no gravity, so it's not really holding it up from anything, but I just think it's going to help make the whole thing just sell it, starting to get this whole connection going. The other thing, I was talking about doing an ender killing chamber way down there. Well, I can't because there's the end portal right there. And yeah, there is a void. You just can't see it when I'm far enough away. But yeah, if I put the ender guys, I was thinking about putting the enderman maybe up there and having them drop down, but you can't. They can't drop through the portal. So the enderman chamber is going to have to be up there because there's not enough space really to kill them below the portal and down there. Or there is technically, but it'd be really tight. And then I built this glass thing. So there's not really room. So it's going to have to go up there. And that's okay because we have this area here that's above the lab that's just positioned perfectly to be my new ender. So I think I'm either going to do that or I'm going to connect this. I haven't decided what yet, but my materials are starting to get pretty low. I've done a lot of building and not much resource gathering. Like I am totally out of glass, for example. My deep slate is getting very low, even obsidian. I even used a bunch of obsidian down there below. You can't really see it, but it's down under us. Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to get more stuff soon. I'm getting worried about the copper because copper is a little harder to farm. But regardless, let's work on the ender. Why not? Because once I work on the ender, then I can get rid of that thing. I can take that whole thing down. That's going to be a big pain to get rid of too. But once I get the new ender up, then I can do that. So, all right. Well, time to get building. Oh man, I've been working on this thing forever, and I finally got a Mighty Mite here to spawn, and now I'm going to try to get him to come over here. Come on, there you go. You could stay in that little thing. Okay, cool. So now he is forever trapped, so you can get him right in the middle. It's hard to move these guys after they're sort of committed. Yeah, okay. Just get a little closer over there in the middle. Okay, don't kill me. Jeez, okay. So now, here's the problem. So I have this area, because I had this idea, and I tried this once before in Minecraft. I can't remember when or what server, what world it was or whatever, but I had this idea that it would be cool if, for the ender, which is something I don't really need. I have a gold farm and a guardian farm for repairs and XP. I just, I'm building in the end, so I want to. So it doesn't matter if it's that efficient, but I had this idea that, wouldn't it be cool if I had maybe I can just break the rails? It wouldn't be cool if whenever you go down here to kill them, you stand in the middle and they drop all around you. That would be cool, right? Then I had a further idea. Wouldn't it be cool if I could turn the lights on and off to make it, either on or off? Yeah, it would be cool, right? Okay, then the problem is I have the redstone running right from this tower here and going out to turn the lights on and off on the floor. But the problem is that now the Enderman can walk right across this little bridge, because if not, they'll fall on that bridge there and they'll kill the Endermite, and that'll be the end. So I put these. I don't think Enderman can get there. Then the other problem is I have to put trap doors here. I think this will work. I'm pretty sure this will work. I don't know. Probably, maybe not. But I think as long as I have these trapdoors over here and I have this glass that's too high that, they can't get through, I think this will keep them. If not, whatever. It's not that big of a deal to get another name tag, but okay. Well, I'm going to try to get this thing all walled in and turn it on and see if this actually works. It's not absolutely ideal, but I think it works well enough, probably. Well, with the ender actually done and working, I totally did not mean to do that. I didn't bring any shulkers with me. I was going back to the overworld, but I just had drifted in the portal. Well, we'll leave that in. Anyway, like I was saying, so with the ender done, and it's working just fine. It's kind of cool. It's a little faster than I thought it would be. I am now going to move on, but the problem is I am basically out of materials, like I said a couple clips ago. So I have to go farming. I just gotta go major farming. I'm gonna go deep slate farming because I'm mostly out of deep slate primarily. I have a couple other reasons why I want to go deep slate mining. I need a lot of gravel too, because I do plan on expanding the labs quite a bit. And to do that, I'm going to need a lot of gravel. So I'm going to go back to the end again, get my shulkers, and then I guess I'm just going to strip mine, deep slate, and collect all the gravel and diamonds I can get my hands on. Deep slate mining sucks. It's so slow. But check out what I got. This is from one mining trip. So I got 3.5 stacks of diamonds and a lot of other stuff. All this gravel, which is pretty nice. I got basically, let's see, I mean, probably essentially about three shulkers of gravel, which is not bad. And then if you come down here in Deep Slate, I have four and a half shulkers of Deep Slate. I have more torches and I have a couple more shulkers left, but honestly, I have no motivation left. I have done so much Deep Slate mining and listened to my audio book, but now I'm ready to not do this anymore. So I'm gonna head back to the end and we're gonna do some building tonight. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning. I just got up about 2 hours ago, and yeah, I'm inspired. I want to do some building. I sure have a lot to talk about. So yeah, you might see this and you might think, oh my goodness, don't tell me that you just did yet another super smelter. And I did. This is the last one. I promise this is the last one in this world. This is my last super smelter lava factory in this world because this is the big boy. I still have the one in Steelport, which is, you know, medium size and pretty good. But if I ever want to smelt like, I don't know, like 4 shulkers of sand, which I do fairly frequently, well, this is going to be the big boy. And the way I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have 4 rows of these. I think I can fit 4 here. So there's going to be, and they're going to be going up in tiers. So this is just going to be just an absolutely awesome spectacle to see. It's 64 furnaces, because why not do 64? Of course, it's a Minecrafty number, and I am just starting the process of filling this in. I right now have my alt account AFKing over in Steelport to let the iron farms run, because I'm gonna need a lot of buckets and more hoppers too. Now I do have probably something like, well, this much, you know, like nine stacks of iron blocks already saved up without even trying to like get to my stores of other things. But let me show you some of the other things. So I have these factories. This is going to take a little bit of work because I do want to have this as a walkway. And remember, this is going to be sort of, I got to do something with this, but I want to have walkways up there and then something down here, and I haven't decided what yet. Originally, I was going to do a big nature area, and I still very well might, but I don't know how I'm going to fence this whole thing in. You know, I like the idea, sort of the juxtaposition of having nature down here and having really lush and beautiful and all that kind of stuff. And then if you go up, there's factories, and I think that's pretty cool. I really am glad they went with this white terracotta and sort of the almost brownish hues of the terracotta, rather than this lab up here. I'm going to end up probably doing something this lab because I do like it. I like it a lot, but it's just so glaringly not the same color palette as the entire rest of this thing. So I may end up either switching this out for terracotta or just maybe covering it sort of in a facade or something. I don't know, something. I'm just not really happy with that. But I am very happy with now I have at least 1 row of super smelter done. I have this purple glass saved up because I'm going to actually use this right here and just make this kind of like a window portal. I've been going back and forth between whether I want to do 1 pane or 2, and I do think 2 panes is going to be a little bit of a better look because it's going to give that little bit of I don't know, like a little bit more opaque, almost like a mysterious quality. It'll almost look like a portal, even though it's not a portal in the lore at all. It's just a window kind of. So I'm gonna keep on working on this. Hopefully you're enjoying where we're at so far. I still have a long way to go. I just bit my tongue. I was trying to record it for the first time in 4 days because I got strep throat, and man, I have been so sick. And I decided that, well, let's go over here and get some purple or cook it up here. And I think I have a problem. I think my super smelter is actually too big because the chest thing doesn't pick up enough items to make it all the way there and back before the first one smelts. Like, look, I may be wasting lava basically because this will get done smelting before it gets another one in it. So what I did to help speed up is I just filled up the mine. So I just I'm standing here and every time it comes by, I just really hurry and click in a bunch of stacks, but that's not really ideal. So, yeah, so I may need to come up with a different system. For right I just realized that right now I don't have a chest here. I'm such an idiot. Anyway, I gotta figure out something to do here, because this right now is not ideal. But what I am needing is a lot more purple, because I've been working downstairs. Let me go down here and show you after I fill up my lava again. Okay, so I tried to record again, and I bit my tongue again. And let me tell you, I didn't just barely bite it. I mean, I feel like I bit a chunk off the tip of my tongue. I guess I've forgotten how to talk, just since I haven't really spoken in the last 3 days. So, okay, so I know my voice probably sounds really grovelly and stuff. Let me tell you what has been going on while I'm filling in down in this sort of lower part here, because I want to get this up to here, and then we're going to talk about sort of videos and stuff like that in just a few minutes here. But yeah. So my symptoms. So I get strep throat. I don't know. It probably got it from my kids. We're treating one of them for strep throat because probably came home with it from school or whatever. But so I got it, and I didn't know for like a day. I thought, oh, I just have a sore throat, and then overnight, like, it goes from sore throat to like so painful to swallow that like I couldn't sleep, because every time I swallowed in my sleep, it like would wake me up in pain, right? So I was like, okay. Next day I was like, okay, something's going on. I think I might have strep throat. So we checked. Sure enough, I do. So I start the process of getting treatment for that, and that's not incredibly simple, so I have to wait and get medicine and stuff like that. So now it's been like almost 2 days until I start the antibiotics, and they take like 2 days to kick in. So that takes me to the third day before finally this morning, it's 3:46 a.m. right now, and I'm not sleeping because I've slept so much over the last 2 days, as much to just sort of wait out my time of being sick as anything else. Luckily, it was over a weekend that I wasn't working, so I could actually just stay home, and the wife could watch the kids and all that stuff, so I could just really sort of rehab and stuff, which is not usually the way it is. I mean, usually when you get sick, you still have to go to work or whatever, and I luckily did not. But so the first day I had this terrible painful swallowing, which was just brutal. It was brutal. It hurt so much. The second day, then it gets to be where I have these cold sweats all night long, horrible cold sweats. Like, I'd wake up every 20 minutes with this just stuck to my sheets, as gross as that sounds. And and it certainly was gross. And then all day today, I've had this arm pain. Like, my left arm has been hurting so badly, and even not just my arm, but like my wrist too has been it's not discomfort, but actually like really hurting. So I'm taking lots of ibuprofen and ibuprofen and all that kind of stuff. And it finally, tonight around maybe an hour ago or so, was the first time that I noticed. I was sitting in my chair watching YouTube videos because I cannot sleep anymore, and I noticed, like, wait a second, my arm doesn't hurt. And so finally, my arm doesn't hurt. My throat's hurting a little bit. I'm not going to be able to record very long clips for sure. But I'm finally kind of in the best place I've been physically in, maybe 5 days or so. We won't talk about my my keto diet while I've been sick, because I just didn't listen to it. I wanted some comfort food. I partook in my comfort food anyway. But I'll be back on that if I'm feeling better tomorrow. Anyway, I can't talk anymore. I got to cut this. I think that I am at a pretty good place to wrap up this bit of a project. And that's not all done. I mean, look, there's this area here, but the thing is I wanted to try these sort of extended big videos to see if maybe they would gain some traction with the YouTube algorithm. If you're watching this, thank you so much. I love y'all so much for giving that support and checking it out. Hopefully it's very entertaining for y'all, but it doesn't seem that is the case. So in that case, I figure I may as well just do sort of smaller episodes where I can get out a lot more frequent content and not spend 100 hours or more on each project, I mean, why not? We'll do a lot more episodes and just more frequently, and we'll have a lot more fun together this way. Okay, so I think we're gonna wrap this one up right here and leave some things to get back to in the next time we come out here work on the space station. But this is a lot of progress for one singular episode. I mean, what the heck, man? This was the end island before we started this, and now look, I mean, this is kind of absurd. It's kind of absurd. So now next time we come out, we can say, okay, let's work on this lab and let's really set up some cool redstone stuff. Or, okay, let's work on some piping because we need to do some pipe, whatever. There's the world is our oyster. We can get to it whenever we want to, okay? I will see you all next time right here from Survival with Fix. Thanks so much for watching. I'm going to stop biting my tongue and just keep my mouth closed for the rest of the day. Okay? Bye, everybody.